other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got. This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got. This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got. This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got. This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got. This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got. This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got. This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got. This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got. This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got. This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got. This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got. This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you got.
सेट कर दो भैया लेटर तुमने कुर्ता पहना है
This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you got.
मेरे को भी बता दे मैं भी पहन लूंगा
This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you got. This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you got.
कितना टाइम है स्टार्ट होने में? कितना टाइम है? मेरा कॉम्पी चल रहा है.
This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got.
अभी मेरा इवेंट चल रहा है. इसमें खेल रहा हूँ.
This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift.
Heal.
I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got. This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got. This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got.
could disconnect this.
This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift.
Yeah.
I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your
Yeah,
stock
take,
picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got.
तो इग्नो मेरे साइड का
This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average
इनका
one day
पंखे का
return of
आवाज
picked
आता है।
stocks is higher, you win Amazon
या
coupons
AC
worth
कुछ
1500
आवाज
rupees in
आता
a day.
है।
It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got. This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers.
Hello.
If your average one day return
Hello.
of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got.
So what is up, guys? Welcome back to Wings Lifestyle Upthrust Esports India Rising Series 2022 Grand Finals Day number 2 awaits. Alongside me, it's going to cast Inferno again and myself, as you know, the stylish Necros. It is in the occasion of Holi. We have got some special outfits. I hope Inferno, you might have got another one too. Yes, it is. Yes, the Desi Boys is here, guys, and right now we can talk about the Grand Finals. Day 2 is almost coming up.
Alright. So there was alright. So if we talk about, so we are on Grand Finals, Nicholas. Are you excited? Because this is going to be the day number 2. I was not over there in Grand Finals day number 1, but yeah, we are back again in day number 2. Nicholas, what about Grand Finals day 1, man? That was intense, right?
Yeah, of course. The day 1 was quite interesting. Well, it was very quite interesting. If you talk about TSM, if you talk about LZ officials, Celsius, NTD Gaming, these are the 4 names. Those are making a grand buffer in the entire points table. But if you talk about the other sectors, if you talk about the other teams, those are in the place of #5, #6. They are way too far from the top 4 margin. And if this thing continues in the further days, it will be a very big massacre for the teams to climb up in the table.
Yeah, absolutely. But I would like to take some names of Grand Finals Day 1 that is going to be the top fragger. I would like to say Rage. 15 freaking finishes. That's not a small number, I would like to say. And he can actually compete really well in all those top fragger lists. Let's see how it goes. And if we talk about Top Dog out there, RNT Top Dog, we have seen he was on hashtag 7 out there from the overall top fragger list in semifinals, but having a really great lead on hashtag 2. Amazingly job done from the side of Top Dog, Dark Lord out there, Blaze, and Rex Boy from Team LG officials. You guys were thinking that where all the stats are coming from. So it's from Instagram of Upthrust Esports. So all informations are over there. So please go and follow Upthrust as well out there. So you can find everything out there. You can find each and every information regarding Grand Finals Day number 1. But yeah, this is day number 2. We were having a look on past and history of India Rising Series 2022. Semifinals were quite interesting, right? So we have some of those best of the best qualified teams in grand finals. If we talk about the table toppers right now, that's going to be Team TSM, right? And then Team Entity and Team LZ officials. I would like to say one name, LZ official. Amazingly done, amazingly performed because they were on hashtag 3 page. We know that they were on the third chart in semifinals, but that they way I don't know how they make that comeback, but this was something out of the box and for all the opponents out there. We have seen the dominance from the side of Team LZ officials. Necros, some words or some lines for Team LZ officials on their performance, man.
Well, yesterday was really, really interesting. They started really hard. They started really promising. But after that, if you talk about out of those 6 matches, they performed in three, I would say, and the three did not went out the first three as well. But if you talk about the performance they are showing from the semifinals last day to the grand finals day 1, it is quite exceptional and it's quite promising. And the way if they continue this thing till the end of grand finals, I really, really think that they might finish it up in a really good spot. And well, the main thing that comes down at this point is that you have to be consistent. If you don't, the other teams are sitting behind just to take your place at any time. If you talk about Godlike, if you talk about Exo, Kemni Sports, Skylights Gaming, these are the teams those are known for their comebacks. So you better be ready
Yeah.
because you never know when these teams are going to bounce back so hard that you won't be able to sustain your position in the overall standing. So you have to be ready. You have to be prepared for everything you have done. And if you want to maintain this throughout the end of the grand finals, you better be ready with your different tactics, different strategies, different counter plans. Otherwise, I don't think you will be able to sustain yourself for long.
Absolutely. And if you talk about like one team, that is going to be Team EXO out there. We know that Team EXO, they were the conqueror players. They were the kings of semifinals. Touching 250 points in semifinals, it's not a small number, I would like to say. But if you talk about grand finals, this is the last stage, Necros, man. You cannot afford a really bad start out there. In Team EXO, we can see that they are on hashtag 10 right now. That's not a good spot. That's not a sweet spot, I would like to say. I don't know how Team EXO gonna make that comeback for the first shot and for the hashtag 1, but I know they're gonna make it because that team is just so strong. In the whole throughout series in India Rising Series 2022 presented by Upthrust. So they are a strong contender. I'm waiting for the comeback out there. But if we talk about the second chart out there, and if we talk about the lowest team, that is going to be Team TUDE Esports. They are not doing that well, I think. So I think they have to make a really good comeback in the point tables, and they need to make a really good buffer. In today's days, I'm waiting for some of those chicken dinner from side of Team TUDE Esports, Seven Seas, Enigma, Kemi Esports, Global Esports, God, they are on the hashtag 2 page. They can make the comeback. All the teams on hashtag 2 are just so strong contender amongst everyone out there. And you can see the rising teams and LZ, they're actually rising and they are shining in the first page. But this is going to be the second day of grand finals. And if we talk about the first match, that is going to be Erangel waiting for that. And I am so much curious and so much pumped up right now. My blood pressure is going high, man. I can feel the sovereignty and from the dominance from all the team and waiting for those intense matches as well. What do you think, Nikros?
Of course, it is because the intense matches are going to start very soon, I believe, because almost the lobby is
Yeah.
getting ready, and yes, almost in a span of some few seconds, we might just be able to witness the bitter domination of the teams on the map of Erangel. The thing awaits, the map awaits, and as well as we also get to see the I would say the unleashing the beast. If you talk about, I believe in today's
Yeah.
game you get to see the beast is here in the lobby, and as you know, who is the beast actually in the lobby? Who is the beast? Who is the ruler? We all know that person. But right now, we just have to wait. We just have to be patient. But in the meanwhile, I believe it's all set for the first match of day number 2 of Grand Finals. The flight path is almost coming alongside. Let's just witness the match number 7 of Grand Finals, the map of Erangel of day number 2. The flight path will be shared shortly, but the captain of this plane will be TSM Shadow himself.
But if you talk about the flight route and the flight path, starting from Georgepol City and finishing on military base, that's a really great trajectory, I would like to say. But it's actually a one-sided trajectory for some of the teams, because we know Team got wish to go on Yasna, Polana. You can see Team EXO out there going on Milta, so they need to step up out there and they need to feather a lot. I don't know how they're gonna make it, but they can come in some of those vehicular contests, so they need to be so much ready and they need to be so much careful out there. But look at that, Team Orangutan is going on the Zarki section, like it's so edgy, right? I would like to say it's on the edge of Erangel. They need to initiate some of those bigger rotations out there, and they're gonna make the things happen out there. But if we talk about more and more teams, so we can see zero drop clashes out there because there are a limited number of teams and there's a lot of space in that map, and the teams are dividing their drop equally. If you talk about GodL out there, he's trying to grab some vehicles. Yeah, absolutely, he'll be getting that buggy, and I think so Team GodL, we can see the spot out there. That is going to be Yasna Polna for sure. But look at that zone, Necros, like pushing it being in the very crystal clear center of the map.
Of course it is, and at the same time, if you talk about the teams are having their usual drop location, there's not much change in those drop locations itself. But wait, what? Gonga Boy and Pukari is having a different split at that position. They're just heading towards the players of LZ officials at this point. Godlike will have their vehicular rotations, and there, the changes you get to see. Previous day, it was Power, Zigod, Neo, and Gil, and this time you get to see Jonathan, Neo, Clutch God, Zigod. I don't know whether it's the real account of Jonathan or not, but yes, it has to be, because I don't know, he's not wearing the Forest Stealth suit right now.
I would like to say he's just tasting some new things, right? He's just changing the taste out there. But if you talk about out there, you can see Team God started their rotating. No loot, I would like to say. No weapons, I would like to say. They'll be going on the Yasna compounds and will be starting their loot out there. That's a really great thing. But Team God is getting ready. But if we can see a fight, RNT Paradox has been down from the side of Kemini Esports Delta PG. That's a really great initial start, I would like to say, Necros, because getting a really first pick in the first match in the Grand Finals day number 2, that's a really great start for Team Kemini Esports. They are laying down on the #2 page and they will be having that really great comeback, I would like to say. But Delta PG, amazingly done. But RNT Paradox, a really bit disappointed I am, because coming in the open section or going and passing through the open, that's going to be a bit hard for you. And this was the thing, and this was the results for you. You can see Team Kemini Esports acquiring the first pick from Team RNT out there, and Team RNT is on a bit setback out there. And Justin and the whole team, I think so Kemini Esports is getting ready. Skylar's on their usual drop, on the traditional drop. That is going to be Bujinki, and Nicholas, we cannot predict anything from here. I don't know how a team's gonna make it. I don't know how semi-finals day 2 gonna make it. I don't know how day 1 match 1 gonna make it. But I can make sure the things that team's kind of gonna make a really great comeback, and I can make sure that this team is going to bloom at anyhow.
At the same time, yes, of course, Skylar's Gaming, they haven't got a great match in the previous day, but right now, this day has to be the day of Skylights. Otherwise, it's going to be really tough for them to bounce back, but you never know. Skylights is such a team, it's really too unpredictable, and this player, Somraj, this IGL, if you talk about, I'm really, I won't bet on this guy. You never know when his mind changes or mood changes. He can get you anything at any point. And in the meanwhile, Delta PG gets the first frag of the day of this match as well. So 71 players are alive, 18 teams are remaining. The one player has already got eliminated, that too from the side of Kemini Esports, and they will be cherishing their first finish of the day at this point. Orange Rock will have their usual drop location, as you say, but Global Esports will be in the Rozhok areas, if I'm not wrong. Celsius, I would love to see where are they holding at this point. But if you talk about the overall standings, TSM is the only team at this point who have already crossed 100 points margin so far. And if this gets continued, I believe TSM can lead a bit of domination in the entire Grand Finals.
Absolutely, Team TSM is a strong contender, and having 100-point leads. It's not a small number, I would like to say. Amazingly done from the side of Team TSM. But if you talk about Team Orange Rock out there will be no teams in their radar right now, no rotation clashes, nothing gonna happen over there because, like, the zone has been not initiated. There's some time out there. You can see 5 minutes of time out there of match has been escaped, but the zone is not stopping. You need to respect the zone. Zone is shrinking, I know. We know this is the first zone. The damage will be predicted less, but out there you need to, like, step up and you need to configure your rotation, how you gonna make into the zone, how you gonna make out there, and, like, future, you need to predict everything out there, and you need to make your decisions out there for the teams as well. But if you talk about team 8-bit out there, you can see on the region of Primos, the loot has been completed. They're just the alone team, 600-meter zone, and I think so they have to make the rotation and they need to start the rotation. There's a lot of time for team 8-bit out there. There's no team amongst them, there's no team gonna contest out there in the vicinity of team 8-bit, but they started rotating. Madman, you can see with the buggy, and from Primus to team 8-bit, I don't know where they're gonna go. Let's just see, and let's just see how the match gonna be for team 8-bit out there. The match is pretty quiet, right? It's the calm before the storms, I think so, because like, we have seen only first initial pick from the side of Team Community Esports to Paradox. And now you can see zero fights out there. You can see Team Orangutan out there. They are also starting their rotations.
Well, at the same point, if you talk about, yes, of course, so Orangutan is going with the rotations. They want to make a huge comeback. They're in the hashtag 11, and if they don't make the comeback at this point, I believe it is going to be really, really tough for the other teams, for even themselves as well. It's going to be really tough. Even if you talk about GodL, Global Esports, these are the teams we get to see on the top always in the grand finals. It is a bit disappointing by seeing these teams in the second, like in the bottom chart. So, well, we have to wait for their comeback. We have to wait for the circumstances they're going to showcase us in this today's Grand Finals day number 2. But if you talk about Orangutan's AKOP having a total of 8 finishes with a 1.3 finishes per match and 42% finish contribution towards the finishes of Orangutan in the Grand Finals so far. This player is coming on the top rather than any other player for Team Orangutan at this point.
Yeah, absolutely out there. And waiting for the comebacks, as you said, they are on hashtag 11. They need a drastic change in the point tables. 7C spray god with that. Tri-vehicular, I would like to say. I don't know the particular name, but yeah, absolutely. You can say three-wheeler, we can say, or else we can say Sakharam as well, if we talk about the Desi language. But if you talk about 7C spray god out there, you can see 2 of the compounds they are actually acquiring over there, having that M4 and UMP, a really great combination. We have seen submachine gun meta from a lot of players. They are actually conducting it right now. OP team some space out there. You can see Team Orangutan taking Entity Duckler out, and Team Entity is getting split out, and Team OG acquiring the first finish in the match number 4 of the semi-final grand finals day number 2. But you can see Orangutan, okay, they are coming in a really great compound. They are having a really great advantage of that squad house, I would like to say. But Team Entity is getting shattered because one of the players that is going to be Darklord is the backbone of the team, has been down right now.
Well, it is going to be a tragic start for even like Entity at this point. These players showcasing tremendous skills at this way in the grand finals. If we talk about, they're playing really well. The main thing all about this point is that you have to play well. You have to play consistent in each and every game so that you can retain your position very precisely. And at that point, if you can, you will be in a better position. But right now, if you talk about if any team can contest TSM in this entire lobby, it should be the team of Celsius and Entity Gaming. LZ officials will be there, but I believe they lack a bit experience in this kind of fights where TSM might overpower themselves. So they have to be very, very ready. They have to be very precise. But the main thing that comes down at this point is whether Entity Gaming can make up to those finishes, can make up to those chicken dinners, which is very crucial to beat TSM and grab that hashtag 1 position in this overall points table. He's getting the sounds, Admino is getting the sounds, and Orange Ox R is getting way too closer. He might just rotate back at this point, but definitely he actually came along at this point just to scout out the positions. And if Admino gave a single bit of shot, it would have turned out to be a disaster for Global Esports.
Absolutely. And Team Global Esports need to get ready for amongst every situation, because anything can happen. Any misunderstanding, any second here there can be happen. Like, they need to be so much careful. and waiting for that part again. But out there, you can see Team Global Esports in a really great condition out there. You can see, yeah, they're having the outermost exterior sharks of school, but Team Orange Rock having their traditional drop, and they are just so close. But you can see one of the team that is going to Team GodL started rotating, and Team GodL, you can see Z-God out there passing two players and passing between the two players from Team Orange Rock. Johnny from the back ends, you can see. OR Aditya is trying to give some of the covers, and he is trying to get some pick out from Team GodL against Team GodL, but he's not able to do that. But you can see Jonathan, the back tire, the back has been punctured of a buggy. So the speed you can see is just decreased. But Team GodL, they are looking in a good condition out there, but there's a lot of damage predicted on Team GodL, so they need to restore, they need to recover their health, and they need to reset the equation. Then only they can take fight 4-on-4 head-to-head against Team Orange Rock.
Well, of course it is, and if we talk about Team GodL, and Clutch God gets taken down. I don't know what happened, but Clutch God gets completed by Global Esports, and yes, of course, well, when you get those ideas that yes, there is one of the players holding at that position, it's better you don't go in that kind of places. But well, Jonathan is trying some new outfits for sure, of course it is, and he's just going and rotating on to the other sides. It might be they want to go for positions. Godlike, they have faced an initial loss at the very start of the game. Well, let's just see whether they can make some specifications, or they might come up with some specific plans at this position, because Clutch God is down. That means the IGL has been taken away, and Godlike, if they want to come back at this point, the way this Godlike is playing, it's different from the previous Godlike we used to know. The tactics have changed, the strategies have changed, but will it be enough for them to get the success out of this strategies and maybe the positionings?
Yeah. Now you can see some of those praises going on OR Aditya right now, and I think so he's been not picked out. But you can see Godlike, they need to step up, because one of the players, I would like to say the backbone, the Clutch God has been down. He's trying to give some calls. We know, what will be the communication, will be the synergy of Clutch God out there. He's giving some of those calls to Team God, like all the players out there. But you can see OR has been spotted in the open areas. Aditya has been spotted. Atanki is trying to take Aditya, and he's trying to make some initial plans. He's trying to make some outstanding, but look at that, one of the players has been picked out, and two of the players from Team Orange Rock has been picked out, and Team Godlike is stepping up that escape plan, Necros. That didn't go well for Team Orange Rock out there.
Of course it is, but right now the finishes, they might just turn up to be in their favor. But Global Esports admin gets Z-God also. What is happening to Team Godlike? I'm really not aware. Team Orange Rock is there. Z-God, Clutch God, both the players got taken down by Global Esports players, while Global Esports are just sitting in the same place where they were sitting from the very start. Godlike loses 2 at the very start of the game, and that's not a point we are looking forward. I don't know what is going to happen at this point, but Aditya is completely trapped. He cannot move at that position. The circle shift has already arrived. At this point, if you want to move it out, if you want to get a good hold of yourself in the circular area, you should go to the poaching hills, while Scarlet Gaming is also holding that point at this one. But maybe it is going to be really tough for the teams even to draw up and that kind of scenarios, because if we talk about the bottom teams, if we talk about the teams from the left and right side, but Scarlet Gaming are getting multiple finish points for themselves, while the poaching area is almost in a cluster's place as EXO joins the party with Team Enigma Gaming. Team SM have acquired a great spot with 4 of the players standing. Scarlet Gaming, Somraj gets Rex taken down. Evo will be confirmed by Fierce at this point. Team EXO will be cherishing their first squad by maybe. Team Enigma might have got eliminated, but no, it's not. Avi is still remaining. Snax has got the revival. Sensei is there lying outside, but Avi, the pre-nades, might just give a bit of damage, and he's trying his level best to survive. Lexi gets Fierce taking down. Scarlet's Gaming is coming with a backstab in the third party, which might be the cause of demise for Team EXO at this point.
Absolutely, they are going with some of those grenades. Oh, look at that! Kamla boy with an amazing, tremendous grenade from the side of Enigma Avi out there. And Team Enigma has been eliminated on hashtag 17. That's not a good spot for them. They need to step up and they need to rise in some of those next upcoming matches. But Jonathan has been picked out in Z-God over there. I think so. Some of those players of Team God, they will be only solo survival, because 2 of the players has been picked out and shut down permanently. Jonathan was the temporary shutdown, and they will be only solo survival from Team God out there. there. I don't know what's the condition and what's the situation going out there for Team Godlike, but we can see the fight against Team NTT out there, and Jonathan has been also down, and Team Godlike has been eliminated on hashtag 16.
Well, that's not a great start. That's not at all a great start. I don't know. I really am surprised to see what is Team Godlike up to at this point. If we talk about at this position, well, Clutch God, when he got taken down, he was quite aware that there were players of GodL Esports. I don't know why he stopped at that position. It might be he wanted to take those fights. The second position of Z-God, he also got taken down by GodL Esports players, and that to knock and finish. If he was flanking from a different angle, that was a different story. But he went on to that direction again when he knew that Clutch God has been taken down. He again got taken down, but Scarlet's Gaming Pucar now are having some more and more finish points in their favor. 7C's Aladdin gets taken down, 7C and Scarlet's Gaming, they're engaging among themselves while the vehicles are saying to be trapped out at that position. Well, if you talk about what have they done at this point? Well, talking about the previous rounds, Scarlet's Gaming, Vexy has been taken down and got eliminated. 4 of the players are remaining from Team 7C's, while Scarlet's Gaming looking a bit disheartened because Vexy has been taken down. They're now down to 3. They have got a backstab of TSM coming around, but Orangutan Trigger will be getting Celsius. Dreams may be taken down. MJ is lying at that position while the smokes will be getting created. Orangutan are coming from the behind areas. The smokes will be very, very much required at this point. MJ is not certain of from which direction is Trigger taking the shots, so we have to scout out. But on the other hand, Inferno, the other teams, like we have got 15 teams right now in the lobby so far.
Absolutely, but you can see Team 7Cs, they're actually aggressing, and you can see the stance of the players in Grand Finals match number 1. You can see players are just pushing out there, and Gamla Boy has been picked out, Spray God has been shut out from the ideal of the team. That is going to be Somiraj. 7th are picking Skylash Pukar, so trade game is going over this. If 7Cs, 3 of the players are still surviving, and I think so they need to be so much careful. Sarang has been picked out from the side of Team Skylash. You can see multiple teams are actually coming in the Pulsinki section, but Team Skylash has been eliminated. Pukar, Gamla Boy, and Somiraj has been shut down. You can see Team Scarlet's getting destroyed on hashtag 15 from the side of Team 7Cs, but you can see one of the teams that is going to Team Orange Rock, and one of the teams we can say, like, you know, also coming over there, so they need to be step up and they need to be so much careful over there. But if you talk about the Team Orangutan, okay, they are out of the zone. They need to come in, they need to cope up with the zonal scenario, but the Team Entity, they'll be not allowing them. But the Team Last Zone Gaming, Rex Boy has been picked out, G Knuckle has been picked out. Multiple fights are actually coming in the same time.
It is, and it's going on a rampage. TSM Shadow gets MJ taken down. GodL Esports, the Shoker gets taken by Orange Rocks. Aru, GodL Esports are now down to a single player. Mania being that solo survivor. That's not a great position, not at all, because Team LZ are coming from up front. The Joker has been taken down. The smokes will be getting created, but I don't think Joker will be able to survive because he's barely breathing in a very low HP. He needs the touch at this point. He might just get taken down. Aru is in a very close area. The nades might just happen. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. This nade might finish off GodL Esports completely in this match. The nade goes off. Mania might just get taken down, but Aru gets Joker down again, and Mania gets completed while the spray of Aru and Team GodL Esports takes a departs, while AKOP will be getting multiple knockouts of Celsius, and I believe Celsius are also into a downfall. Apollo gets taken down with the play zone. MJ gets knocked out. Ninja John gets a retaliation from Entity Shadow at this point. Believe gets MJ completed. Team Celsius are falling apart. The teams are going aggressive as much as they can at this position. Now Aditya's nade gets half night taken down. He will be confirmed, and LZ or have also lost one of their players at this point, while the other players have advanced in the circular area, and they might just have a good hold of the circle at this point. Oh,
of course, and you can see, oh my god, Orange Rock player 5 has been picked out. Aru and Aditya, the only two in survival over there, and they are in a really bad situation. You can see LC is trying to push on them, but Snippy over there is just playing really calm and composed from the beacons. You can see Team 7Cs is also acquiring, and I think so Team 7C is going to push, but TSM Aquadox doing a 1v3 on Team Orangutan. One grenade, and 3 players has been picked out, and Team Orangutan has been down. Aquanox, man, you are just unstoppable from this time.
Aquanox is not stopping. TSM is not stopping. The teams are not stopping. Orange Rock gets eliminated. 7Cs. Total 9 finishes in their pocket. They're not stopping at all. Look at the teams. This is just the 5th circle, and look at the number of teams left. 10 teams, 31 players alive. Entity Troy will be getting multiple knockouts at this position. If you talk about the positioning, well, it's quite certain that the teams need to enter the circle at any cost. If you talk about the 2D Sports, they're still alive in the game. They're still alive in the competition at this point. But the main fights which are happening, Team 8-Bet versus Team Forever, it might just turn up. Yes, Maxkash gets taken down, and right now Riot has got a complete ADS set on the players of Team Forever. He won't let those players at least get inside the circle so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Team 8-Bet now, they are just so, I would like to say calm and composed. But the one thing you can see, they are having only one finish, only one kill point. But Troy is coming so much close. Entity is actually covering up those fights. But you can see Team 8-Bet is getting ready for that fight as well. Going with the shots, going with some smokes out there. But you need to push on over there. 1v1, that is going to be a fair 1v1. No, from the back end, you can see Rage is coming a really great cover. And Team Entity acquiring a really great knockout. And 8-Bet Red out there. But Batman is coming with a really great cover from the back end. CUD Esports, CUI has been down. That's a really great knockdown. Broken T-Rex going with some of the grenades, but I think so. The connection is not so well.
Well, I don't think it will make some certain connections with the pre-fires like this. Like, if you talk about the random sprays are going inside the smoky areas, this need might make some serious damage to 2D Sports. Well, we have to see. Yes, it is. He gets C9 UI taken down. He gets broken, knocked out. 8-Bit Madman creating the pressure for 2D Sports to survive in the game. In the top 9, they have arrived, but 8-Bit is still remaining. The snake comes down, gets Tsunami taken down. Madman becomes the last player, but another nade hops down. It might just bring him so much damage. He gets Team 8-Bit taken in a single blow with 2 of the nades. 2D Sports remains alive with 3 man standing. And if we talk about TSM, they have got 3 finishes so far. Top 3 players, if you talk about in this match, Savitar with 6 finishes from Team 7Cs, Aquanox with 3 finishes from TSM, and if you talk about Entity Gaming, Troy with 3 finishes in his pocket so far. 7 teams, 22 players alive at this point. Savitar gets taken down. Revenge Esports, Akshay, he's just going on some serious damage. TSM are trying their level to survive. Gets completely knocked over at this point.
Absolutely, look at that. TSM Blaze is just not stopping. How many grenades do you have, man? Like, no ammo, no smokes, only and only grenades. He's not even getting exhausted from those grenades and utilities out there. He's just not stopping, making that a small compound, converting into that artificial red zone out there. But if you talk about Team Entity, they are stuck in an open scenario. They are in an open scenario, and they are in the sandwich conditions, because there's a lot of team covering up on Team Entity, but they need to step up and they need to make any kind of, I would like to say, escape plan. But 7C's, Aladdin has been picked out, and Team 7C's is not looking in a really great condition out there. But Team Revenge Esports, now they are coming in the sandwich condition. Team Entity is coming in the sandwich condition. Team TSM is out of the zone. They need to push on that compound, then only they'll be in the safe spot, I would like to say. But right now, Team TSM is in the bad condition out there. Going with the smokes, look at the quantity of smokes they are actually throwing out there. Necros, that's a lot, making some of those foggy conditions and visual implement cover for themselves. But Team TSM getting ready against Team Revenge Esports from the back end. You can see Team Entity is also stepping up.
Well, it is going to be a troublesome position, but 7Cs gets eliminated from this game. The team who was looking so strong gets eliminated, but always before going out of this lobby, gets another player taken down. 2D Sports. What will be their reaction? Because Aquanox might be the solo survivor. Yes, it is. He wants to get the rubber of Breeze, but he's completely trapped. He has got no bag out there. I don't know how it is, but another knock, but he gets a retaliation from player, and Revenge Esports wipes out TSM. The top dogs are getting eliminated. If you talk about the top 5 teams alive, TSM are out of the game. 2D Sports, Entity, Revenge, and Kevin, the 4 teams remaining inside the circle. It can be a great game for 2D Sports. We wanted this kind of game from this team. They have done the homework. They have come up with some new strategies. But Kevin Sports, the beauty team, is back again on the track with 5 finishes, but not with a single man loss. Entity Gaming, Shadow gets taken down. Troy will be there at the left hand side. Lamau gets taken down by Kevin Sports. Justin, and at the same point, Entity Gaming are also trying to grab those finishes in their favor. The jump nades are coming from the side of Kevin Sports. Justin finishes off Lamau at this point. Broke it. It's surviving. 2D Sports might be in a single man standing. Yes, it is. Broken is the last player surviving from 2D Sports. Kevin Sports want to try up some new strategy, but Justin gets taken down by Broken. Broken is completely spotted. He might just get some shot, but no, it's not. It's not. Broken gets the second one. Destro is the last player surviving from Kevin Esports. What is happening in the very first match of the day number 2? This thing is just not stopping TUDE Esports.
Oh no!
What are you guys doing right now?
Look at that! The zone is being so chaotic, and look at the chaos actually going in the low zone. You can see 6 zone is being so chaotic out there. Team Community Sports were in a really great advantage, but now you can see they're getting shattered. Rage has been picked out from the side of Revenge Esports. Revenge Esports final boss has been picked out from the player. Well, I think the team Revenge, that's a really drastic disadvantage from your team only. You are just like, you know, knocking your players with your utility out there. Player, you can see he's just pushing over there, going with a really fair 1v1 out there, and I think so Revenge player has been down. That's a really great knockdown, and it's been full finish off. Akshay 5k is the only solo man survival out there, and look at that. Destro is making some of those distractions out there. We have our top 4 teams, and we will be having that grand finals day 1, match number 1. You can see we'll be acquiring the, like, you know, champions of match number 1 really soon, but look, going with some of those grenades on Akshay, and I think so Akshay is going to get picked out really soon. Absolutely. 25% of the HP has been down. Push out over there, and I think so Entity is going to get that one absolutely on Akshay, and that 1v1 Akshay is winning that one. Shadow coming from the back ends, and I think so Akshay can make it happen. Absolutely. One of the players has been also down. Shadow being the only Solomon survival out there from the back ends. You can see King Kevin is coming out of nowhere. Akshay being the Solomon survival out there. Akshay has been also down. Broken T-Rex is the only Solomon survival. Nikros, what a chaotic match over there.
Well, I'm really not certain what will be the result. Broken, you beauty, is just surviving from the last player. Will it be TUD Sports? Will it be Kevin Sports? The winning percentage stays high with Kevin Sports at this point. The need is giving a big damage. The rigid advantage might just be the one factor that Kevin Esports can cherish it out. Destro gets spotted. This brings will be the disaster for Broken. He should have stayed down. But Kevin Esports bounces back in the day number 2, the match number 1, and what a great comeback by this team at this point. Kevin Esports, the new team to get a chicken, and the day number 2 starts with some few surprises, and indeed it's happening, and it's happening in a very big way.
What just we witness, man? What just we witness in this grand finals day 2? Like, you know, Kevin Esports out of nowhere. I wasn't feeling that they're gonna grab that chicken, but that's true, man. What an amazing chicken, and this guy is just unstoppable. Best from like your 4 team Kevin Esports. What an amazing synergy, coordination. This is what we call synergy. This is what we call Team Kevin Esports taking the chicken out of nowhere. Like, oh my god. And I would like to say one name. Necros, Revenge Akshay. That 1v2 was just so on point. From the back end, Team Kevin Esports were coming, and that's why Team NTD was eliminated. But man, oh boy. Akshay amazingly, like, you know, performed fabulous, like, you know, furious matches. I would like to say I can feel the dominance, audience can feel the dominance, and everyone can feel the sovereignty of the teams. Actually, like, you know, teams are showcasing amazingly done, man. Okay, this was something amazing, and I think so we'll be having a look on the second match as well, guys. Please make sure to hit that like and subscribe button. We are waiting to hit that 1k like, and we are actually so close for the 350k likes, I think so, on the channel. No, we have it 351k. Absolutely, that's a really big number. So I would like to say, guys, please make sure to hit that like and subscribe button. We are so close for the 360k. We will do that thing again. You guys can do anything. So this was the first match, guys, and I think so there's some of those technical issues from the side of Necros. He'll be just getting fixed, all the things done, but you can see the pause phase of this small kid. But yeah, absolutely, we'll be having the look on the stats as well, and we'll be having the summarized way of the teams, how they played, and what were the things actually happening over there. But yeah, absolutely, man. Like, you know, our audience, I would like to say one thing, man. Like, you know, Akshay, that 1v2 was just so outstanding, and you have seen I think so from the side of Aconox, those grenades, man. Like, you know, at instant 1v3 and doing that 1v4 from those grenades and utility is just not a small thing. It's just so outstanding from the side of team TSM. And if you talk about more and more teams, that's going to be Gemini Esports. Out of nowhere, they're actually getting that chicken dinner. So amazingly done. What an amazing job done from the side of team Gemini Esports. Waiting for the strats, waiting for all the overall standings of grand finals, day number 2, match number 1 of India's Rising Series 2022. So guys, please make sure to hit that like and sub. Waiting for the 1k likes, I think so. Yeah, we are on 400 right now, so please guys, make sure to hit that like and subscribe. And we are coming on the strats. We were waiting for the summarized section of strats, so no more Necros pause phase. So yeah, we are coming on the strats out there. But if you talk about the position points, right, so that's going to be 15, of course, because of getting that chicken dinner. If you talk about the finish points, that is going to be 10 out there. And if you talk about the total points of team Gemini Esports acquiring 25 finish in the very first match of grand finals, day number 2 of India Rising Series, absolutely amazingly done. But if we talk about one name, man, from the side of Gemini Esports, that is going to be Delta out there, like 7 freaking finishes. Oh man, oh my boy, you are just unstoppable beast. Be solution in that battleground. But if you talk about Destro, a really great backbone, I would like to say, from the side of team Gemini Esports, giving a really great comeback, coming with some of those sprays, giving using those utilities and giving a really great backup and using your M4 as a backbone for Delta. That's a really great thing. But if you talk about Justin out there having one finish, comeback having 0 finish, and of course finish contribution will be converted in 0. But if you talk about the finish contribution for Delta out there, it is going to be 70, and Destro, it is going to be 30, and if it, 20. If you talk about the Solomon survival of the Solomon having only one finish, that's going to be 10 out there. But if you talk about Gemini Esports acquiring 25 on the total points and having 10 freaking finishes and having 25 points lead in the point tables, these are the match-wise standing, guys. Please don't be confused in the match-wise standings and the overall standings. We will be having overall standings after this, but after this we will be witnessing match and finishes graph, I would like to say. But if you talk about team TUD Esports, amazingly done. The job was really well. 100 marks for the efforts, I would like to say. But 18 points is not a bad number. Team Entity 16 points is not a bad number. Revenge out there having 15, 7C's out there having 11. But team TSM, man, oh man, that 1v3 from the side of Aquanox having 3 finishes out there and doing that instant 1v3 on orangutan with only single grenade. That's why I always say that these utilities, these grenades, deep pre-grenades are actually a magical, I would like to say, material, magical object. Anything can happen. It can go anywhere, and you can see the kill feed is going to be getting activated with 4 players getting shut down. That's a really great thing. But if you talk about Forever out there having 6, Orange Rock having 6, and Team Orangutan having 6 on the total top points. Skylights, the match was not good for Team Skylights, right? Because two of the teams pushed on Skylights, and that push was not able to getting retaliated. That's why they had been eliminated. But if you talk about Team 8-bit out there having 3 finishes, LZ having 3, Team EXO having 2, and Team GodL having 2. So that's not a really good start. That's not a really great start for the grand finals day number 2. All the teams on hashtag 10 to 18, or else I would like to say hashtag 8 to 18 out there, because these teams need to step up. I don't know how they're going to make it, but they will be trying to make it. Team GodL, Team Revenant, a bit disappointed from the I would like to say performance. But if you talk about Gemini Esports having 10 finishes, and you can see the position point that is going to be 15 finishes and placements, that's a really great mark. Match wise graph, this is of match number 7. Team TUD Esports, Team TSM, Revenge, 7Cs, TSM, Team Forever, Orange Rock, and these are the overall standings. The blue lines, I would like to say, these are placements, and the white lines you can see on the graphs, that is going to be finishes. So Gemini Esports, a really great balance of everything. That's a really great one. But if you talk about Team Skylights having 0 points regarding, I would like to say, placements, but having 6 finishes, that's a really great, I would like to say, aggressive stance. So that's an amazing job done. But if you talk about 8-bit out there having a really great balance, having 2 finishes, having 1 placement points, and these are the overall standings. Overall, I would like to say, match-wise finish graph. So we'll be heading towards the overall standings as well. Let's see how it goes for all the things out there. Waiting for that. And overall standings can summarize everything waiting for the overall standings and waiting for all the strats. But guys, please make sure to hit that like and subscribe button. Please go and hit that like and subscribe button. Waiting for 1k likes and waiting for 360k subscribers on Upthrust, because that's a really great journey. But if we talk about match number 7, Erangel, top frag is Delta out there acquiring 7 finishes of having 70% of match contribution. Oh man. And if you talk about team 7Cs out there, so that's going to be 6 finishes. And guys, I would like to take I would like to ask one question to the chat, or one question to the audience. What do you think? Like in grand finals, which team is just so powerful? Which team is going to be the most amazing contender? I would like to say having a really great competitive spirit, and they will be having a really great I would like to say making a really great competition. So please make your predictions in the chat. Give your predictions in the chat. We will be having a look over there. But if you talk about Sevtar out there having 6 finishes of having 66 finish contribution, Aliuni having 4 finishes, Troy having 4 finishes, and Akon Nox, those Trinets, man, yeah, just unstoppable beasts, man. Like, one Trinet and finishing whole team Orangutan is not a small task. It's just so outstanding having 3 finishes and having only and only 100. 100 finish contribution. That is just so amazing, man. And guys, please make sure to follow the casters as well. Me being the caster in for the spirit with me, that was Necros, and I think so there's some of those technical issues that have been not sorted right now. So guys, please make sure to follow the casters, because it takes a lot of efforts to cast every match. So please have a look on the description. You can find my link, you can find Necros link, you can find Raider link as well. So please make sure to hit that follow button for us. It motivates a lot. We are so close with 1k. All of the casters are actually so close with 1k. So please guys, make sure to follow us on Insta. But if you talk about overall standings of match number 7, that is going to be team TSM coming 109 points. That's a really great buffer in the grand finals. Team NTD out there having 95, team LZ having 66 points. Oh man, that's a really great one. In semi-finals we have seen team LZ, yeah, team last zone officials, amazingly done. And absolutely amazingly done by team LZ, and the comeback from team last zone officials was just so outstanding. Celsius Esports, you can see having 4 finishes. Orange Rock having 5 finishes, acquiring 60. They are not on finishes, they are on the point right now. They are on the hashtag 5 right now and acquiring 60 total points. I would like to say Revenge out there, you can see on 57, Kevin Esports on 53, and Revenant out there having 50, in Team Forever having 43. The points are really well, but waiting for one thing, for the second chart, because the second chart can summarize the the way actually teams are actually going with the things. And I think so second chart need to cooperate. They need somewhat more good strategies. They need something, and they need to do something out of the box. Then only they can acquire a really great thing, and then only they can be the table toppers in the grand finals. But if we talk about the second page, team 8-bit still over there. 8-bit acquiring hashtag 10, but having 43 points, not that bad, but not that too good. They need to come up, they need to step up, and they need to rise, because this is India series, man. This is grand finals. You cannot predict anything what gonna be happen over there. But team Orangutan, the destructive, I would like to say, the reason of destruction, the reason of getting destroyed of Team Orangutan was the only one person that is going to be Actonox, no doubt, man. That person, oh man, that one grenade taking whole Team Orangutan down and acquiring 41 points. Oh man, that's not a small thing. That's not a small point out there to be get noted for Team TSM Actonox out there. But if you talk about Scarlets out there having 40 points, Somaraj amazingly done, a good IGL sense, I would like to say. But out there you can see 2 or more teams pushing on Team Scarlets on that squad house of Pochinki. That's why they've been eliminated. But Team EXO out there, you can see having 37 points. In grand finals, day number 2, the starting is not good. The starting is not well for Team EXO, Team Global Esports, Team GodL, Team 7C, CUDE, Team Enigma. No, man, the starting is not good for you all, guys. You need to step up. I don't know how you gonna make your strategies change, how are you going to make that strategic way. But if you talk about the overall top fraggers of match number 7, you can see it. Rage, man, unstoppable person from the side of Team TSM. It's Rage OP. You can see having 18 finishes and mass contribution, that is going to be 38. Damn. If you talk about Top Dog, that's going to be 15 finishes. Akon Nox having 15 finishes in top overall fraggers. Aditya, You can see having 14 finishes. Dark Lord, you can see having 13 finishes. Unstoppable beats, man. Like, you can see two of the players from team TSM, that is going to be Rage and Dark Lord. One of the players from team TSM, that is going to be Aquanox, and one of the players from team RNT, that is going to be Top Dog. From the day starting, I can see Top Dog. The level of domination he is just showcasing is just so outstanding. Aditya having 14 freaking finishes. And having a match contribution that's going to be 14. Unstoppable beast, man.
Of course, it is. It is going to be. It is going to be the biggest of the clashes happening. Overall, top fraggers have already come alive, and we get to see Rage, who was the top fragger from in the previous day as well. He will be retaining his position, the golden card itself. But the main fact, the main thing that comes down at this point, I believe it is going to be. It is going to be the contest between Top Dog and Rage. So we have to be ready, we have to be aware, because you never know at which time which player is going to bounce back. Top Dog is ready. Aquanox is also on the line. Aditya is also there. But one good match with freaking finishes of any of these players can get them on the top and get the golden card at any time possible.
Yeah, Necros, welcome back, man. Some of those technical issues were happening, guys. So please don't mind that. It actually sometimes happen. So Necros, these are the overall top fraggers, buddy. You can see Top Dog out there, like, having your spot, and all the 5 new faces joining in top fragger list of match number 7. That's not so, like, bad, I would like to say. So let's see how it's gonna be. The match number 2. Necros, what do you think, man? These top fraggers gonna rise more and more, and I think the competition for top fraggers is going to be rise again.
Well, it will happen. It will be a decider, but we have to see it around which team will make it up to the top. And well, the thing is that we have to be very, very ready. We have to be prepared for the upcoming stages, because this is just the match number 1 of date number 2. But after that, if you talk about at this stage, the match number 2, the map of Miramar, what it will bring it up for Skylights Gaming and the other teams. Because at this point, if you talk about Skyless Gaming has been the like king of Miramar as always. We are quite aware of that. We are quite certain of that. But the main thing that comes down at this point: will it be another team? Will it be a new team? We have to be ready. We have to be very, very much cautious about this kind of scenarios, because Miramar and BGMI, both the things are too much unpredictable. Anything can happen at any stance, so you better be prepared for any ridges, for any bumpers, or any clashes you might have to face. But right now, if you talk about the gameplay of EXO and godlike, what I don't know what happened to them. EXO got into some serious engagements. They got third party by Scarlet's Gaming. That's all part of game. But what about what happened to godlike at that position? Clutch got taken down after knowing the position of Global Esports. After that, Z God gets done. Then again, Jonathan and Neo was the 2 survivors. But if you talk about the phantom of the match, of match number 7 of Erangel, you get to see with 92 rating, Delta PG will be holding this card, and with 7 finishes, 70% match contribution, total finishes 13, and MVP rank will be hashtag 8 in the overall top fraggers of grand finals.
So yeah, I would like to say Destro. Oh man, he's just an unstoppable beast, boy. Nicholas, we have seen the J-Vero, I would like to say, the level of coordination and the synergy, I would like to say, between Destro and Delta was just so outstanding. The level of getting covers from the side of Destro for Delta, and he's just a beast unleashed in that battleground. That's why he was able to acquire 7 freaking finishes in match number 1. That's not a small number, I would like to say. They were the J-Vero of match number 1, and you can see the J-Vero of casters. That's going to be Necros and Inferno in match number 2 as well.
Of course it is. Here is one of my good friend, and almost as you talk about the Jai factor, that continues. The supremacy will continue. But the main thing is that what are you guys going to do on Holy? What is your plan? Make sure to just let us know in our Instagram. You will get those Instagram details in the description, as well as I'm myself, Necros. You can just type it and like if you just type it out, you'll get that Instagram. I won't praise myself, but yes, you
Oh,
can
all
easily
right.
find my name. Inferno is also, you see a handsome boy, so you can also get his Instagram very very nicely. You can see this face. You can see this face, and by that you might just be able to recognize because he uses so much filters. So you never know what you
Oh
might
my
just not
god, I can
even
feel
get
I
done.
can feel the level of sarcasm you are actually showcasing right now. You can type
Um,
Inferno, that's it. You'll be finding my Instagram. We are not talking about anything right now, like, because you're just actually destroying me. So you
no,
are
no,
just
no,
splitting the facts on that. No, no, you are doing it.
no.
But no way.
I
I wish your technical difficulties go again and again.
No, no, no. That's not going to happen. And if it happens, you better pray the God that yes, it happened for good. But yes, this time, this day, the main. I'm a caster, but I will be a roster as well. At this point, I believe I will definitely get to see, and I will utilize this kind of situations when I've got so
All
many
right.
people. It might be like. 500 or 600 people, I'll have to check it out, but definitely the number of people those are watching, I better it's better that you enjoy this kind of uh, roasting. It's very rare to see casters roasting each other on stream, on screen. So well, talking about and jokes apart and coming back to the match, if you talk about the giveaways are also going on live of the Wings Phantom. You get to see them, you get to grab them, the free Wings Phantom. Like, you would have to just wait for long. You just have to get yourself done and you can win this cool wings. You can see the logo. Yes, you can see the logo. Yes, you can see the logo. It's brightening RGB lighting
Well,
case. You are getting, first of all, waterproof with a 40 ms latency, less than 40 ms latency, best for gaming and for if you're a music fan, if you love to hear music, songs, etc., podcast. It's a brilliant thing if you want to just have one. And well, you've got four models that are exactly displayed on the desk at this point. You get to see the Wings Phantom 100, the 105, two other models as well. So if you talk about the two other models, you won't get them in the giveaway. If you want those, like if you want one of those two models, so you have to go to the site of Flipkart or Amazon to grab your one. But otherwise, if you want to take Wings Phantom 100, which is going to be mine, I'm having this one. If you want to have this one, it's going to be 100 and 105. So if you want to get one, yes, what Inferno is also having, you can also get that in the Amazon. It's not in the part of giveaway, but there are just two options you get to see in the giveaway. What you have to do, you have to follow Upthrust Esports, you have to follow UE.India Rising, you have to follow Wings Lifestyle, and as well as you have to comment down some precious prediction in the comment section of the
yeah.
giveaway post alongside winner chicken dinner, match number, grand finals, day number, and the thing
Oh,
which are looking forward. But right now, if we talk about the match number two, get started. The map of Miramar is already live, and we get to see the match number 8 has already started. So we have to be very, very much ready for this one.
absolutely, because teams are going to bloom up, and I am waiting. The flower of Team Godlike is getting bloomed up or not, because I'm waiting for that, because they need to make up a really great comeback. There's a lot of teams, like, the flowers bloom. We all know that. But right now, there's some of the teams, like, I would like to say Team Global Esports, Team 8, but the flower is not blooming for them. I don't know how they can make it. They need to do something, and they need to some of those advanced and strategic gameplays, but they will be doing it. But if you talk about, like, teams are coming with those drops, and they will be going on their safe drops, and they will be starting their loot and getting some of those precious and deadly weapon. And one of them, that is going to be one of my favorite, that's going to be AKM and M416 combination. But yeah, these are the soldiers, right? But this map, Necros, Miramar is just made for the snipers out there. Bolt rifle actions and DMR actions, we're gonna witness a lot of them.
I don't think so. I don't think so because right now the sniper meta is, yes, some of the players do use it, but like personally, if we talk about right now, we don't get to see snipers too much at this point. You get to see DMRs, that's for sure, but you get to see more of those assaulters and supporters more and more in the team and the rosters. So the snipers are a bit fading away. But at this point, if we talk about Z God, you get to see Clutch God, Z
Oh,
God,
yo.
Neo, and Jonathan. The four of the players are just waiting, and well, we have to just look into this kind of matters. What is going to happen when these players are going to rule up in the lobby? But then the fans of Godlike are still waiting and waiting and waiting. for their comeback to arrive. And if that comeback comes soon, I think GodL fans will be very, very delighted. But when it will come, is it going to be day number 3? Is it going to be day number 2? Because the format is coming down to like 6 days. The grand finals will get over on the 24th of uh, March, so it's better you be ready. It's better you start your making new strategies. Otherwise,
Yeah.
I believe it's going to be really, really difficult for you to make a great comeback.
Yeah, absolutely. Those all the points are actually considerable for the teams, and I think they're gonna do it. But if you talk about it, a bit juicy out there, Team 8-bit Negros in semifinals, they just barely make it to the grand finals. Like, we have seen the performance in semifinals, day number 1 and day number 2, Team 8-bit was just blooming out there. But if you talk about day number 3 and day number 4, day number 5, then day 6, Team 8-bit, nah, they were constant on hashtag 16. But if you talk about grand finals, the Pacers team right now, you can see they are on the hashtag 9, I would like to say, but I don't know how they're gonna make it, but they will be trying to make it. Having 43 points is not a bad number, but they need to come back.
You never know, but 8-bit, this team has got the caliber, this team has got the potential, but the thing is that they have to utilize each and every match very precisely. 18 teams, 72 players are remaining at this circle, and almost you get to see Los Leones, the outskirts are being looted. Exo will be on the corners in the main city, while if you talk about, well, Daljit being the stunt man at this position, he wants to get those stunts done with his bike. He's not got any guns, but still, he's coming down to pick up Viru at this point. Well, I believe Team Forever have got also the main. I believe they can actually make some good comebacks at very good instance. But the main thing at this point is when it will arrive. Team Forever, they finished it with a chicken dinner in the previous day. The last match it was, but today's day it has to be the team again to make up, to get the lead, to come in the top 5, in the top 4. If they want to come back in the top 4, it's better you be ready with some new strategies to get much number of chicken dinners, because only one chicken dinner cannot get you in the top 4. You have to come up with some more and more, otherwise it will be a disaster for you. But the zone gets shrinked up in just a span of 0 seconds. And if you talk about the overall standings coming up, the standings after all the match, like total 7 matches, we get to see the climb which team has made. I don't know, but Kevin Esports and hashtag 7, we get to see Revenge Esports and Orange Rock retaining their position simultaneously. Kevin Esports bounced back in the hashtag 7. And if this match also goes in their favor, I believe in Fano, they are still going to make it to the top 4 at any sooner, like way too sooner as that we expect at this position.
Yeah, of course. If you talk about Max Cash out there, you can see right now having 9 freaking finishes. That's a really great one. Finish contribution, that's going to be 45. Not so bad, but Team Forever, they need to step out there because they're actually laying down right now. But in semifinals, Team Forever, amazingly done, man. These OGs are just so amazing, and the way actually they play is just so amazing. Team Forever having 0 finishes right now, but Team Enigma, if we talk about, the fights are not actually happening. 72 players in the lobby, still the 72 players are still surviving. But Team Godlike, you can see, Team Enigma started rotating, and Team Godlike is just so close to them. But Revenge Sonic Fox has been down, falling out from the vehicle, I think so.
Oh well, we have to just see it around. But if you talk about also Enigma Gaming, we have already spotted Nino down there. Sonic Fox gets finished off by Aqua Nox. The shots are getting taken down, and I don't know if Kim will be able to survive. No, I don't think so. He's going to survive at that position. GodL loses again the very first casualty. I guess he's also confirmed. Yes, it is. Enigma gets their first finish point. What is happening to Godlike? I'm really not aware. This is not the Godlike we knew from a very long time, but it's a disaster happening from them at this point, Inferno.
Yeah, of course. But you can see at the Mavi right now, some of the sprays are coming from the side of Team Godlike. They need to be step up and they need to be get ready, because Team Godlike is there. They're just unstoppable beast, right? They need to be ready. But you can see Team Enigma having a slight advantage because they can push right now, and they are actually pushing on Team Godlike. Oh man, that's the really great decision from the side of Team Godlike, from the side of Team Enigma, going with some of those grenade, and I think so they need some of those initial takeout, trying to spot the players, but still Team Godlike is just so unstoppable. They are just camouflaging out, but Italy coming with a really great knockdown on the backbone of Team Godlike. That's going to Clutch God, and Clutch God is getting picked out.
Well, definitely this is the demise of Godlike happening. Jonathan is in a distant area. Z-God gets taken down. It's too easy coming for Enigma Gaming at this point. Clutch God will definitely get finished off very soon. If there's no certainty at this point, Jonathan becomes the last survivor in this match so far. GodL are getting this thing continued like this is actually getting continued in each and every match. GodL are getting eliminated really very fast as we talk about at this position. But what is happening to Godlike Inferno? What is happening to Godlike? This is not the way they used to play in the previous time, and this one, it's just going on some disasters. While if you talk about Italy becomes a grenadier in this match so far, Jonathan is trying to escape from this position while Team Enigma are searching. They are searching for the last player, and hashtag fear the Enigma. It's becoming the real, it's becoming the legitimate tag, which is actually happening for the other teams at this point. If you talk about the finished stats, Godlike is still surviving with one player. Revenge Esports have lost one of their players, and it is possible that Godlike can get eliminated at the very first half of the game, and they might be the first team to get eliminated in the in the grand finals. They might just drop down to hashtag 18 if this match goes wrong, and the other teams in hashtag 18 just come back stronger with some great matches or maybe with great points.
Of course, but if you talk about R&D Austin right now, Team Revenant, like the last match for Team Revenant was not that good. But if you talk about right now, so they are just so calm and composed. Four of the players are still surviving. All they are just so amazingly doing all these things. But right now they need to be ready because the fights are going to start really soon. Look at that, the first zone is going to get shrink down, and second zone shift is getting really soon on the screens and on the maps of players. But look at that, Team Revenant is on the edge and they're having a slight advantage of the zonal area, but Team Revenge is coming in the fight against Team 8-bit. That's going to be going with some of those grenades, going with some of those molotovs out there. But I think so that will be a connective. Absolutely, Revenge final box has been final boss has been down, and Team Revenge Esports, that's not so good for you.
Of course, it is not going good for the teams. Revenge Esports loses too, but still they're in the Los Leones areas. If you talk about Tsunami, gets player taken down. Akshay will be the last solo survivor from Team Revenge Esports. But what will happen to this team? Because a solo survivor cannot win you matches, neither can get you a lot of points. He might be able to get you the survival points, but for how long? Because if he gets spotted from a different direction, it is not the end game. It's not like the end circle that yes, he is the last solo survivor, he can just wait out the circle, he can get the heal battles done and he can get you the points. But it's not like that. It's just the very start of the game. It's just the second zone, and 9 minutes of 10 minutes have already passed down, so you cannot actually try out anything better than that. But Revenge, Team 8-bit is just searching for that player at any cost. They want to get this thing done for good because two of the finishers have been secured. Team Exo will be in the backyards. If 8-bit, the players of Team 8-bit goes a bit far too open, Team Exo will definitely try to get this finish points in their favor. And the way the teams are playing too much aggressive in the grand finals, I believe all the teams are very much determined on getting much more finish points and the placement points in their favor to climb up the ladder. Otherwise, they know that it will be a very difficult phase for them to climb up in the top 4.
Absolutely, but you can see right now 8-bit is actually pushing, and 8-bit is just being an unstoppable team. Necros, they're pushing on the teams and they are spotting all the players out there. But Eggy out there, you can see M24 action we're gonna witness from the side of him. And Team Soul, this I would like to say in the semifinals they did a really great job. But if you talk about Team Enigma, okay, he's waiting for some of those right moments, then only he can grab some of those knockout. But LZ, all right, look at that, they are in the building. There's no initial pick out, Necros. That's why there will be some of those patient gameplay. The breathing space will be so really good acquired. But 8-bit right now having 2 finishes on the start is really well for them.
Well, you never know it is when it's going to happen, but still, if LZ officials, they're in the top 3 as well, as we talk about the overall standings. So if they want to make a comeback like the previous, they need to come back with some chicken dinners. Maybe the top 3, top 5 much more suitable. They were having a consistent gameplay in their first 2 to 3 matches. At this point, they were playing really good with the positionings, but at the same point, if you talk about this time, one of the players of if you talk about the two teams, those are remaining at this point, like Revenge Esports, God, like they're having and surviving with 1-1 players. While if you talk about the other players, like other teams, they're also looking very strong and steady. In this position, all the teams are alive, but still the second zone will be shrinking and the third zone will be arriving very, very soon and shortly. While Enigma, like they're looking quite strong and steady. They're inside the areas of Pecado. LZ might just have to leave this place, but the circle, it's the main game that comes down to at this point. They have got some loots, they have got some crates out there. I believe they have some initial clashes. We have to look into that matter, but definitely the map has got a shift. The circle has got a shift in the areas of Shumasera, while Skylights Gaming, Seven Seas, they are inside the circle. If you talk about the other teams, like it is going to be NTD Gaming, Team Forever, they're also having a great part of the circle. And actually, if you talk about Inferno, it is the home ground of Team Forever, so they might have a bit advantage in the case of the home ground. And if if they can utilize it properly, I believe it will be a great thing for them.
How this play is going from the start of Team Entity on Team LP right now. They need to be so much careful, and this is the fight we were actually waiting. That's going to be a 4-on-4 hit-to-hit fight, but right now, Team Lawson is behind that ridge, and we are having a really great cover, I would like to say. From the beacons, you can see Team Enigma also. Evilly, we can spot him in the radar out there. Team Entity were trying to take some of those players out from the side of Team LZ, but no, they will even know that, like, I would like to say, a great positive results out there. The negative results, that is going to be the wastage of ammunition right now. But right now, Team Entity are just so calm and composed, and 8-bit Juicy has been also picked out from the side of Team Orangutan. So multiple fights are also starting. Team Community Sports is coming with a fight against Team Orange Rock. Player 5 has been picked out. 7Cs is also picked out. So 5 of the teams are actually coming in the fight. Oh my god.
Well, you never know what is going to happen. While Team NTT Gaming are having a great hold of the circle, like they might just not be ready for the fights, but TSM, they've spotted the players of TSM in the backyards and will definitely try to confirm them out very shortly. But Team Orange Rock, player 5 has been eliminated. 3 of the players are remaining and they're rotating very properly and in a very promising way, if you talk about. But Atanki, Aditya, and Aru, the 3 of the players remaining, they have to be ready, they have to be steady. But Atanki, the vehicle in which he's traveling, the smokes are coming out of that vehicle, and it's not at all safe, I believe. But NTD Shadow got some face shots over the areas of TSM Shadow. He will be taken down, and TSM are getting punished by the players of Team NTD Gaming. And in the overall standings, NTD Gaming, they might have a chance to win this India Rising Series and the Brilliant Trophy. But by the way they are playing, it's tremendous. And right now, Blaze has been spotted. Some sprays will be sprays will be going in that direction. But due to that cover, that hard cover, I guess the revival will be done for, but will they be able to reach a good spot? But if we talk about this, HP is just killing Riot at this point. Madman becomes the last survivor, while AKOP has been taken down. Billy will be going in the down phase. Down the ridge, he's just traveling down. But one thing is for sure, if he gets at least one player taken down, it will be a great thing for them. But Believe arrives in the 1v1 situation. He gets one down, but gets a retaliation from Trigger, and Orangutan wipes out Team 8-bit out of this game. 17 teams are alive, 59 players are still remaining in the circle.
Absolutely, Team 8-bit were just doing so really well in that fight, but I don't know what was the setback out there, but they've been also eliminated. But look at that zone. The zone is getting a really great northern shift, I would like to say, a slight accent of northern shift. That's a really great thing. Team Forever is into the zone right now, and there's a lot of things that they can cover up the zonal scenario. But look at that. Skylight Somerats, man, this IGL is just so outstanding. Team is in the very center of the map right now. If we talk about entities, Shadow 7, only one of the kills has been finalized. Waiting for some of those more kills and more points out there, but waiting for Team NT to get into those some gatekeeping scenario on Team TSM. Waiting for Team TSM get into the zone, but I think he's down. Team Orangutan, I believe, has been also picked out. Multiple fights is coming, and LZ Rex has been also down from the side of 7C Spray God. My God, multiple fights initiating at the same point.
Yes, of course, multiple fights, their clashes are happening. NTT Gaming, they are coming in the split ways. Revenue will be coming from the direction. The skills are on point. Top Dog will be getting taken down by the vehicle explosion. Dark Lord gets that finish point for himself, and NTT Gaming will be cherishing their second finish point with Paradox. He's been surviving from a distant area. Such his dreams will be getting tuned. It's broken taken down. Paradox have been spotted by Entity Shadow, but TSM, the players of TSM, they will try to get some of the knockouts against Team Entity Gaming, and Ninja gets that opening. Troy has been picked off. Entity Gaming might have to face some backlashes at this moment because Ninja has got the opening. And if you talk about Team Celsius, 4 of the players are rotating. They have got one knockout, but they could not be actually have able to confirm those finishes. But if you talk about 2 of the players have got taken down to EX, Kyo have been taken down from the back ends, and Orange Rock are also in this fight. Broken gets finished off by the play zone, and in the meanwhile Celsius gets cherishes with their first ever finish point of this match. But at this point, if you talk about Third Esports, they're falling apart. 2 of the players are remaining. Kyo will be also confirmed now. The 2 players are remaining, Align and C9 UI, which will be what will be the position in which they can stand out till the end of this very match. But at the same point, a line gets shotted and gets spotted from a very, very distant hill, and Celsius Wixie will be getting a line taken down. C9 UI, the last solo survivor. Team Celsius are definitely going to have that push in this kind of places. The smokes will be getting created, but right now, if you talk about the revivals, will it be possible? We have to see. The need arrives at the really good spot, but it is going to be a very difficult situation for even Dirty Sports to survive. Orange Rock are also in this compound. Celsius have got the slam and done, and between 3 teams, which is going to survive? Well, MJ's net gets over, Aditya taken down, Godlike Johnson gets finished off by Enigma Rex, and with that, Team Godlike gets eliminated in the probably 16th spot of the game. We have to just see it around, and a line has been taken down. C9 US barely breathing with the head of the Molotov cocktail, but with that, a line will be getting confirmed, and C9 UI, the last solo survivor from Dirty Sports.
And he has been also picked out from the side of MJ. That was something amazing grenade out there coming. But if we talk about Enigma Aggie out there having that M24 action, I'm waiting for some of those amazing anxiety-filled shots of M24, but waiting for that. But from the back end, you can see Team Global Esports is also coming. As you told, that Godlike has been also eliminated on #16. That's a not really good score. I don't know what's actually wrong going out there. But what Entity Shadow, what you're trying to do, man? 3 of the players from the team Entity is being picked out, and Red is being the only solo man survival, and there's something wrong going with Team Entity right now. 3 players has been picked out, and I think so revival point for Team Entity is going to be a really bit hard job for them. But look at that, the zone has been getting a really great hardship for the northern side, and teams are mostly out of the zone.
Well, we have to see Godlike have also got eliminated in the meanwhile. Kemini Sports, Delta PG has been picked up, and Enigma Eggy. If you talk about this kind of places, Global Sports and Meno has also been taken. If you have got different shots coming on that direction, Joker might be the last player surviving from Global Esports from that position if we cannot get that revival. But Knuckle has been confirmed by Team Enigma. This team is playing really, really strong. Kemini Sports, Justin has been taken down at this point. If he is not getting that revival, it will be really tough for them even to survive at this point. Team Forever are exactly above Team Kemini Sports. They have to take this knockout stun. Oasis has been spotted. The sprays are going in that on-point direction. He will be taken down, and instant retaliation from the side of Max Kash will be coming, and comeback gets taken down as well. Oasis is in such a state. The revivals are very crucial, but I don't think he will be getting that chance because they need to enter the circle. While Daljit also gets taken down by Kemini Sports Destro, and Destro has to survive till the very end. Otherwise, he won't be able to get those finish points, but he's getting the shots from a multiple direction. One time the play zone hits him, he is done for him. But before that, Exo Fierce will be confirming him. And the meanwhile, if you talk about Destro, gets finished off. Eddie will be getting taken down by Joker. Vexy gets always finished off. Mascash just gets taken down by MJ. Enigma Ovi is the solo survivor for Team Enigma. 13 teams, 35 players are remaining at this point. And if you talk about the other teams, those who are surviving, Global Esports, Joker, Mania, both the players are taken down. Admino is the last player surviving from Global Esports, I believe. Yes, it is. And Kemini Sports also finished it off with 2 total finishes in their favor. Admino is getting multiple shots and 2 more shots, and Global Esports is done for this match.
Absolutely. Scarlet's out there. You can see 3 of the, 4 of the, all the players are still surviving, but they are on the edge right now. They need to cover up the zonal scenario, but Global Esports Mania has been picked out, and Team Global Esports is coming a really great setback. But out there, you can see Team Celsius is coming over there, and Team Scarlet was the Team Celsius. Oh my god, what is actually happening? Team Celsius, that's a really great disaster for you all guys. Apollo is getting a really great knockdown. Because zone survival, man! That push was just so historical. This was just so outstanding, and the way actually Team Celsius played it against Team, oh my god, Team Skyless is just getting destroyed against Team Celsius. Man, Nicholas, do you want to say something about that?
Well, the needs of TSM, these two players, Aquanox and Ninja Jaw, they are playing so precisely, so precisely. Skylights Gaming has already got eliminated. Aquanox Molotovs hits the players, and right now, I believe Revenant Austin Bordex is barely breathing. Well, it is going to be a surprise situation, of course, but right now, this is turning in a next level we expect at this position.
Absolutely, but if you talk about Enigma Rex right now, you can see multiple fights are actually happening at the same time. Top 8 teams will be having in the 5th zone. 5th zone is getting shook in 30 seconds out there, but you can see on the right hand side, on the extreme right hand side, Edmino and Joker are actually surviving over there from the side of Team Global Esports. They are, but both of the players are on 1-1 HP. Are they on their global? I would like to say golden HP, and that's going to be a bit hard. Look at that, like they're not even having a really good armor. So I think so. Team Global Esports has been eliminated really soon. One grenade and both of the players from the Team Global Esports is getting eliminated really soon. But if you talk about Team EXO out there, Fierce has been down, Snax is just on 1 HP having 5 finishes. That's a really great number, but from the beacons you can see Rage is still surviving from the side of Team Entity, and that's going to be a big disaster for Team EXO out there. But Viru 99 has been picked out, Sensi Sarang has been picked out from the side of Team LC Rex by amazingly done. The Team Global Esports Joker has been down from the side of Evo Italy. Enigma is still surviving, but you can see Global Esports Edmino is getting a really great knockdown, but in the trade, Italy is doing an instant 1v2 against Team Global Esports, but Global Esports were having a slight disadvantage of having no HP and having no first aid advantages, but out there you can see some spray god. Man, that 1v2 in the mid-range spray god, you are just so beast.
Well, at this point, if you talk about Exo, Snax is also surviving a solo Inferno, and the players, this grand finals is almost turning up with solo players and the other players of in each and every match. If you talk about any of the team is surviving with one solo survivor, and that point Punk and Sensei, both players who will be getting confirmed by Rage, and this man of Entity Gaming, this player, he's just not stopping at anything at this point. He's getting so many finishes for himself. That's so much delightful, but LZ manages to come in the top 4. This team, they might have not got the finish points for him themselves, but at this point LZ are looking with a 4-man strong. They've got a brilliant strategy at this point you might talk about, but still God actually reveals his position. He gets half knight taking down Snippy, is also in a very low HP. They need to enter the circle, and 7 Cs are also waiting for them inside the central part, and Stray Gods need will be getting Snippy taken down, and right now with a blink of an eye, Team LZ official are falling apart, while 7 Cs will definitely try to make these things happen, and if another need and another opening arrives, LZ will be in a serious trouble, while Exo Snax will definitely have that privilege to enter the circle without any kind of difficulties.
There's a slight chance of getting revived. Both of the players. Oh, what Snax having 3 gasoline? My God, just that was just so out random for me. But if you talk about Exo Snax, this guy is still surviving from the side of Team Exo and having the only sudden hope over there for the chicken dinner, and having the only success key for the chicken dinner out there. Thousands of officials has been also eliminated. Top 3 teams won winner chicken dinner, and I don't know who was the winner over there, but top 2 teams, that is going to be Exo Snax for sure. And I think so this is going to be a bit one-sided, because to do 1v4 it is going to be a bit hard, but spotting all the players of Team 7Cs in the open scenario, Snax, man, take my power, take my energy, take Necro's power, take all the energy out there. You can do that 1v4, but waiting for that condition out there, waiting for the results out there, waiting what Snax gonna do over there. And I think so this is going to be a bit difficult job for him, but still you can see, okay, he's just getting ready with that 1v2 out thing. Yeah, absolutely going with the sprays. Was getting really great knocked out. Septar is going to get knocked out. I think so, no. But from the backends, you can see cover is getting a really great job out there from the side of 7Cs. But Team 7C is getting a really great chicken dinner, but 100 marks for the efforts of Snax outdone. That he was trying to do that 1v2, but the backup, I would like to say, from the side of 7Cs is just so outstanding. That's why 7Cs were the best, and being the champions of match number 2 of Grand Finals Grand Finals Day 2 of India Rising Series 2022. Amazingly job done from the side of 7Cs. Congratulations, boys. You made it for the match number 2 and waiting for the next match again. What's gonna happen over there? We are waiting.
Well, we have to see, but 7Cs indeed made a brilliant comeback in the overall points table. After this chicken dinner, they will definitely climb up to some of the ranks. You can look at the faces, look at the passion they're carrying in within themselves at this point. But at this point, well, the main fact that comes down, I believe, Inferno, it is going to be the comeback factor. if you talk about LZ officials, even also if you talk about the other teams like Seven Seas, they have made a good comeback. Team Forever, they need to get another chicken and just to bounce back in the points table. Maybe in the top four, they can manage themselves up, but with good finishes indeed. Kemi Esports are playing really brilliant. LZ, indeed, they have got a bit better matches compared to the previous one. They might have got finished in the third or fourth position. We have to look into that matter, but well, after so many matches, LZ will be getting some brilliant points. They were in the hashtag 3 position, and after this, there is a possibility they might just climb up or maybe stay in the hashtag 3 position as well. Because Entity Gaming, from the other hand, they are playing so much better. They are getting more and more finish points, like 5 to 8 finish points in each and every match. They're getting those placement points for themselves, but I'd love to say that Entity Gaming's Rage, he's just playing tremendous. He's just playing too much overpowered. And if that continues, we might just see a new top fragger in this India Rising series, and it might be Rage.
Waiting for that, man. Like, Rage, that guy, unstoppable beast. Like, we have seen a lot of dominations from him side, and waiting for that again. But Team Entity, amazingly done. The job was really well. But waiting for the next match, and but before than that, we'll be having a look on all the overall strats, because if we talk about the chicken dinner, that is going to be for Team 7 Seas out then having 9 total finishes points and having 15 total finish points. If we talk about Spray God having 4, having 3, Savitar having 2, and Aladdin having 0.
Well, we might just say that Aladdin is not having any finish points, but his contribution with the team has been prominent from very past time as well. So it doesn't matter if you're getting the finish points for your team or not, but the main fact is that whether your team is winning or not, that's the big thing that I believe that matters the most at this kind of position. And Seven Seas, they're playing tremendously well. And if that gets continued in this proportion, I believe that 24 points bomber. This one for Seven Seas will eventually boost them up to the top 4 or 5. Maybe we have to see Orange Rock. They were also playing really well, but the demise in an early elimination might just affect them as a backlash in the overall points table. We will be seeing it very shortly. The overall top fraggers will be also coming, but the bar graph we are waiting for will be just coming also very shortly. So the graphs and the stats are so much actually interesting. If you talk about so much entertaining at this kind of points, well, you never know what is going to happen, but definitely the match number 3, which is going to be like the map of Erangel again. The TPP map will be coming down. The 18 teams will contest again and again and again for that title, for the trophy, for that 8 lakh rupees first prize pool. This is going to be a very interesting journey. This is going to be a very interesting grand finals, because it's just the day number 2, and you never know what will be the outcome till the very last day, which is going to be on 24th of March. Which team will arise as the champions of India Rising Series 2022? The main stage is already set. The league has already started of 6 to 7 days, and it will get continued till 24th. And in the evening, I believe, Inferno, in the evening we will be able to cherish the moment, and we will be able to cherish the final winning team. Which will it be? What will be your, what will be your predictions, like, according to you, which will be your picks for the champions title?
This is a bit hard for me to choose, but the way actually Team Entity is actually playing is so amazing, and I would like to say one name as well, and that is going to be the rising team. That is going to be Team LZ officials. They're just so amazing, and one team as well, Team Global Esports as well. So these are my 3 picks, and what do you think, audience, and what do you think, Necros? So guys, all of them, please give your prediction in the chat section. I'm waiting for your prediction, Necros. What do you think? What will be your prediction, man?
Well, talking about the circumstances, there is a possibility, I would say, that TSM can be the champion. NTD Gaming are playing really well. They will be a contest for TSM. So there might be a chance that TSM versus Entity for the hashtag 1 spot, or maybe for that brilliant trophy will happen, because I don't think LZ, they have the caliber. If you talk about why not LZ, why not Celsius, I would say that LZ and Celsius, both the teams have got that caliber. That's for sure. But the main thing is that team LZ is lacking a bit experience in which they're not getting those finish points. They are getting 1 to 5 finish points till if they also get the chicken dinner. But still, the main thing is that Celsius might be one contender, but they need multiple chickeners. The way TSM and Entity Gaming is playing, they have to play it like that. Then only they can be one of the contests for that #1 spot. But if this thing continues like how Team Celsius is playing right now, it will be difficult, but it won't be impossible. But we have to just see out the results so far. But the games, the fights are going so precisely that it is a bit difficult to predict which team might be crowned as the champions.
Yeah, absolutely. But if you talk about the match wise standings right now, seven C's believe in seven C's and they are amongst seven C's out there right now. These five players, man, they are amazingly doing the job out there. But if you talk about EXO, you can see having 17 freaking points, having 24 in the lead of Team 7 C's out there. But if you talk about NTT having 14, Team Enigma, Team LCs out there, and you can see this match for Team Global Esports was pretty good. Having have a 5 points is not bad. But if you talk about Team TSM, look at that, man. Necros having 6 finishes is not bad, and having total points that's going to be 7. But I wish they were on the #5, having 8 points and competing a really great one for TSM. But you can see #10 to #18. That's going to be Orangutan, Orange Rock, Revenant, and 8-bit. And you can see the standings. But you can see team on #18. That's going to be Team TUD Esports 0-0. No points out then. Team Godlike, man, I don't know what's actually going wrong with them. There's something wrong for Team Godlike.
Well, at the same time, yes, it's not working out for Ghatak. I don't know what the mistakes they're doing. Same goes for TUD Sports. They're again going with the declination that is going and coming. But Idli becomes the top fragger of this match of Miramar with total of 5 finishes: 4 for Spray God, 3 for Fierce, 3 for Aquanox, and 3 for Ninja Jod. You can get to see the top 5 fraggers at this point. Then I believe this kind of situations will go on and on. But the main fact that comes down is the overall top fraggers. Ninja Jord and Aquanox, will they be able to bounce back in the overall top fraggers? But if I'm not wrong, there was a difference between 15-14, so it might happen that Aquanox might be in the top 5 fraggers in the overall top fraggers list. So we will have to check. But in this match, the golden card will be staying with Italy at this point. But the thing is, the overall standings, what it is going to be, which team will be sitting on the top? Well, it's going to be TSM, there is no doubt. But still, which team will be in the #2 and #3 spot? That's the question arises. There might be chances of NTT Gaming in #2 and #3. LZ officials, there are possibilities like that. But yes, what will be the contest for the other teams like Kemny Sports? They got some few points in this match as well, but they were not able to take around the top 3 or top 4 in this particular match. On the other hand, if you talk about the other teams like Seven Seas, they have got the chicken, they have got the start, they have got the flow coming up for them from their side. 9 total finishes and 15 total placement points. Getting the highest number of finishes in this entire match is a great start for Team Seven Seas. For now, we also get to say Team EXO coming in the #2, almost having 12 total placement points and 5 finish points. EXO are also bouncing back a little bit slow, but also steady at this point.
Absolutely. You can see finishes on match placements graph of match number 8. Amazingly done with all the teams out there. And the teams are actually stepping out there and they are doing some of those really amazing job, I would like to say. But waiting for the next match, there's going to be match number 3, 7 season. You can see the graph, guys. This is the graph representation, I would like to say, of match number 8 of all summarized stream out done. But I would like to say some of the teams are actually lacking behind with their strategies, and I would like to say some of the things are actually lacking behind for them. So I don't know what's gonna happen over there. Waiting for all the performance, all the good performance from the teams, and all the good times gonna happen. But Necros, what do you think, man? Overall standings, there will be some slight chances in the runner-ups.
We have to see it around, but well, if you talk about the teams, as I was mentioning earlier, it will be difficult for the other teams to compete because NTT and TSM are looking very strong and steady. And well, the play they're just not lacking in any match. If you talk about TSM, they might have not got any placement points. They have got only one placement point for themselves, but six total finishes. If they would have survived for some bit long, they could have got more and more finishes and placement points simultaneously, which will actually like eventually boost their overall points way too far that we can talking about the overall
Ooh.
standing. And yes, the prediction was right. 116 points for TSM in this day number two. Like 16 points they have collected out of two matches in this day, that's for sure. But NTT Gaming having a good climb of 109, and hashtag 2, hashtag 3 it's going to be LZ officials with 75. Celsius Esports will have 71. Hashtag 4, hashtag 5 you get to say Orange Rock Esports with total of 63 points. Revenge Esports, 7 Seas, Kemin, and Exo. These teams have made like 7 Seas and Exo. They have got a brilliant comeback in the top 9 teams. You get to say 58 for 7 C and 54 for Exo, while Kemin, Orange Rock, Revenge they have retained their position. Kemin Esports have got a bit drop from hashtag 6. Revenge Esports have got 59 and 55 points for Kemin. They were failed to get some pretty points in this match, while NTT Gaming is the single team to get two chicken inners so far in the entire grand finals.
Absolutely, but team last zone officials, man, the performance is just so out of the box for all the teams, and I don't think so that opponent have think about that. Like they'll be coming up and they'll be coming a really great shot out there. But if you talk about team Revenant are on hashtag 10 right now with 53 points. Team Forever out there having 48. Team 8-bit having 46. Team Orangutan, Skylights, Global Esports, Godlike, TUDE and Team Enigma, all the topmost teams, all the aggressive teams, I would like to say, are actually right now on the 14 to 19 chart, because we can see Team Global Esports Kala has got they all are aggressive teams. We can say three of the teams are actually playing one of the most aggressive gameplay styles, I would like to say, the aggressive pace out there in the community. But right now they are on the second pace and at the ending of the point tables. I don't know how they're gonna make it, but they will be making it all the things happen. So let's see how it goes for all the teams amongst on 14, 15, 16, waiting for that comeback from their side. Team Global Esports, I know you guys gonna make it, but Rage, oh boy, Necros, 20 finishes, man.
Of course, 20 finishes, that's not a small thing, and it's not something that we expect at the very start. Well, as I said, NTT Gaming's Rage, Dark Lord, two of those finish points they have acquired is tremendous. But right now, shortly, Raider will be joining in the substitute of me, and in the place of me, not substitute, in the place of me is exactly waiting behind. So Inferno and Raider, I wish you best luck to get this continued. I will be back in a very short time.
Absolutely. So Raider is joining with us, man, and I think so. This journey is going to be something more amazing. Without Necros and Raider is somewhat more good than Necros. But I'm just still kidding right now. And if you talk about overall top fraggers right now, that's going to be mass number 8. Rage having 30 finish or 20 finishes actually, and 39 finish contribution. And Aquanox you can see having 18 finishes, and outdone you can see Raider joining with us. So Raider, what's up, man? I think so. He'll be joining with us. I think so. He'll be joining us really, really soon on the cast of this. But if you talk about, Top Dog out there having 15 freaking finishes, that's a really great thing. Aditya out there having 15 finishes, and Dark Lord having 14 finishes. So these are all the finishes you can have a look over there. But Rage, man, you're just unstoppable. Aquanox having 18. That's a really good number. So if you talk about Top Dog, that's a really great number. Aditya over there and Dark Lord over there. These were all the top fraggers, and Raider is with us, man. What's up, man? How are you?
Oh, I'm good. I'm really excited to see how this day number 2 is going to go. At this point, I would like to say yes, the teams are trying their level best to actually grind and get some good points. Let's see what is going to happen. Exo, meanwhile, is getting some good consistency into their perspective. If I talk about teams like Team TSM, man, oh man, what a jump. Team TSM and Team Entity at this point, I guess my predictions yesterday that we did is actually going up pretty accurate at this point, because teams like Team TSM and Entity are trying to perform. Teams like Team TSM, other than that, if I talk about Team Entity, they are also trying to, let's say, compete with them and be in the close vicinity, so that one good match could easily land them in a greater spot. I believe, yes, it is going to be a bit difficult for this team, but still, the carnage is on, the game is on right now. Let's see which team will actually get this winner, chicken dinner, because the third match is going to be there shortly, and if I'm not wrong, it's going to be in the map of Wrangle, I guess.
Absolutely. But one name, bro. Like,
Mhm.
Rage. That guy. He's just being unstoppable. Like, 20 finishes in all over 8 matches. That's not a small number. Like, taking 3 finishes in single match, like, having a contribution of more than, I would like to say, 35%. That's not a small number from the team. And, like, I would like to say, you're going to count, like, 2 finishes, 3 finishes, but that guy is having more than, like, 3 finishes in a single match. That's why he's actually acquiring 20 finishes. That's not a small number. Like, Radar in 8 matches, just only in 8 matches having 20 finishes. Oh boy. But if you talk about, like, the phantom of the match of match number 8, Miramar, Italy out there, Raider, it's all up to you, man.
Man, oh man, the phantom of this particular match of Miramar and the match number 8 of the grand finale, particularly, is going to be Enigma's Italy, if I'm not wrong. That is really very interesting. The rating is pretty much, let's say, on an average side, that's going to be 85. Match finishes, particularly, is going to be 5. Match contribution is going to be 71.4 amazing percentages. Total finishes altogether in the grand finale, 8 matches were there, out of which he has got 7 finishes. So I guess that is the place where he is somewhat lagging at this point. But eventually, if I talk about particularly the match number 8, he did a great number in the lobby. MVP ranking is going to be hashtag 32. Interesting enough, let's see how much Italy has in his kind of, let's say, gun game, in his kind of game sense that he has acquired in all of the grind that he has put through. Let's see how much they can do at this point, because I would like to see Team Enigma once again bouncing back in the lobby and maybe putting up one hell of a show for us, because this is what we all are here about right now. I guess we are going to see some new teams rising for the India in the year of 2022. So let's see what is actually going to happen, because yes, every other team is just trying to compete at their best at this point and eventually get some good close calls into their perspective. I believe teams like Team LZ Official and some other teams are also trying to do wonderful things. But before that, yes, we do have a giveaway going on at this point. I guess 6 more days are left right now, including this one. So make sure to guys join the giveaway. You just have to follow some simple steps. Step number 1 is going to be just that you should have to follow us on Upthrust Esports, Wing Lifestyle, and Upthrust Esports India Rising 2022 on the Instagram. Other than that, you just have to comment down your favorite team, or should I say the team which you are predicting that is going to win the match. For example, you just have to type that winner winner chicken dinner of grand finale day number 2, match number 3 is going to be in hands of Team EXO, and my particular option of the giveaway is going to be option number 1 or option number 2. That depends on you, whatever option you are going to choose for, because in the options we have got Wings Phantom 100 and Wings Phantom 105, and that's the newest line of launch that at this point Wings Lifestyles India has actually provided us. And the third step is going to be much more simpler. It's just going to be that share the post on your story and increase your chances of winning.
So yeah, guys, please grab your Wing Phantoms, because these products, man, like, these are just so amazing, and the design is just meant for the gaming. If you will put them into your ears, you will be going your gaming mode, absolutely, because these are just so epic. So please have a look over there, and please grab your Wing Phantoms accessories right now. They are available on Flipkart and Amazon as well, and you can see the official site of wingsphantom.com on Chrome. Go and search and buy anything for you guys, because the accessories from the side of Wings Phantom are just made for the gaming.
Indeed, indeed, it's for gaming, but don't think that the music quality is going to be pure, because music quality is also absolutely important, and eventually it is really very good. And eventually, if you want to actually enjoy the music, you can just be on the music mode, and if you want to enjoy the low latency mode of Wings Lifestyle earbud, you just have to let's say press the touch sensitive button for, let's say, 2 or 3 seconds, and then you will be in the game mode. And after that, latency is far low, and after that you can just enjoy the whole sensitivity of the game and eventually grind yourself and eventually be hassle free, because these earbuds don't have any kind of wires and all that can easily tangle and, let's say, spoil your earbuds. You just have to just plug and go up for the finishes, go for the vibes, go for the sport clutches and all.
Absolutely, like, these are just, in short, these are just so amazing. So please
Yeah.
grab one of them for you. So please have a look on the Wings Phantom on oh, sorry, I would like to say Flipkart, and on the official website as well. So right now we are heading towards the third match, man. Are you excited? Because I am so much excited. I'm so much hyped up as like the audience, because they are having a really great support in the chat section. So please, guys, make sure to hit that like and subscribe button. And Raider, we have completed 350k subscribers in Grand Finals Day 2, man. That's a big number for Upthrust to be touching down the journey.
Oh, indeed. We particularly have set some kind of goals at this moment, and because of you, lovely viewers, and you, lovely supporters, at this point, we are able to, let's say, complete those goals and eventually be more and more suitable for next upcoming future ventures at this point. And eventually, thanks to all of you who are supporting, who are watching, and who are, let's say, loving the stream and the casting and the gameplay of every other players, and the efforts done by the production end, and the efforts done by Upthrust, and the efforts done by Wings Lifestyle also, because every other single guy which is there setting their efforts to actually put this whole stream, put this whole gameplay, put this whole tournament in the perspective is absolutely amazing. And I guess without your support, guys, we won't be here at this point.
Absolutely, it takes a lot. Like the back production team, the casters out there, the management, like the players, the tournament, how like it goes from a lot of process out there when you are initiating some of really big tournament. And I would like to say India Rising Series 2022, the first lineup tournament. I would like to say from the side of Upthrust, it's not that small to do, like, so like the production and all the things, like going in the back end. So please guys, make sure to show some of the love and support for the Upthrust as well. So please make sure to hit that like and subscribe button if you guys are loving the casting, so you guys can follow us as well if you guys loved it. So please make sure to follow us, and that will be really a great thing because it motivates a lot to us. And it gives us a kind of energy that we are doing really well, and the audience is loving it. So absolutely, guys, you can do that thing. But if we talk about the second match, Irangal, what do you think, Reda? We all know that it is going to be so much, I would like to say, intense, because you saw the first match, you saw the second match as well, at the sitting at the back end and enjoying with your popcorns, I know. But yeah, the first match, that was just so chaotic at the last moments. Miramar as well, same goes for that as well. Snax was a Solomon survival outdone. But I think so. I can say one thing. Now teams are actually doing some of those safe gameplay, I would like to say. They are not just going and aggressing. They're not even taking drop clashes. They are not doing even some of those rotation clashes. So teams are actually getting so much careful with their steps and strategies.
Oh, indeed, because in the semi-finale, in the quarter-finale, you had the chance of actually utilizing some new strategies and doing something exceptionally well at this point. But eventually, when you are in the grand finale, when 15 lakh rupees prize pool, along with the trophy and along with the bragging rights of winning this particular tournament is on stake, I guess every other team is just trying to play at their best at this point, and eventually they are trying to do whatever they do at their best. Eventually, if teams like, let's say, GodL Esports is actually going on the aggressive end, and teams like Team TSM knows their aggression, they are actually going for the aggression because that is what they are meant for, and that is what they have grinded for at this point. Eventually, if I talk about teams like, let's say, EXO, they are maintaining their consistency. Teams like 8-bit Entity, they are also maintaining their consistency despite of having, let's say, close to zero victories, zero chicken dinners. Still, teams like Entity, teams like Team EXO are trying their level best. Yes, I believe Team Entity has got one or two winner chicken dinners. That's interesting enough for them. But eventually, getting some good points is not the case when you are actually competing in the grand finale. You have to actually get some good points in terms of finishes as well as the positioning also, because that is where you might lack, and eventually some other team might uplift your spirits and eventually get in the closer areas of winning that tournament, because now there is no question of qualifications. Everybody has qualified. Every 18 teams have done their best to actually be in the qualifications. And yes, I believe teams like Team EXO, Team Esports, Entity, Team TSM did a great job in the lobby, which has actually got their qualification in the perspective. In the semi-finale, we saw that how Team EXO was on top in terms of the qualification. The only team to cross 250 points was Team EXO. But what happens in the grand finale is totally different, because now at this point the stakes are pretty different. You don't have to qualify, you just have to win the trophy and eventually get it into your bootcamp or home, whatever you are actually going to do with it. But eventually getting those bragging rights is going to be really very amazing for every other team. So yes, I believe Inferno, every other team is just trying to do whatever they are best at, and eventually not even making a simple mistake of, like, say, drop clashes. Yes, I guess the flight paths and the first play zone is something which can easily turn the tables for you, easily make a new shift in the flight path, easily make a new shift in the whole rotations of the team. But still the teams are trying to pacify themselves. They know that there is an enemy in front of them, but still they are not messing it up, because they know if they do one wrong step, they might be on the verge of getting decimated. So that is why these safe gameplays are actually putting us in a very troublesome situation as a caster in the first few zones, because the teams are actually not even trying to tackle and trying to actually fight. So yes, the first few zones, or should I say first and second zones, might be a little passive, but after that, guys, man, oh man, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh and eighth, these are the few zones where you are actually going to see some brilliant strategy, some brilliant clashes are going to be there, and that is why I just love the match. And now with the match, we are going to talk about the next upcoming match. It is match number 9, I believe, of the grand finale. Day number 2, match number 3 is already here. It's the side of Lipovka from where the flight path is going to start, and we are going to see the sunken down areas of Prismog. Let's see what is going to happen, because eventually, if I talk about the ratio in which the flight path has divided the map, it's going to be 55% on the northern corner and 45% in the southern corner. But still, in the southern corner, you are going to see some small compounds like, let's say, Prismog, Peripere, Military Base, and Novo Ripne. But if you talk about the northern one, well, man, oh man, Godlike is going for that area known as Yasna Poliana. Rozok is there, Ruins is there, Water City is going to be there, Georgia Pool is there, Hospital is there. What do you think about this, Inferno?
I think so. This is going to be a bit good, like for the teams and for all the IGLs. They are just so happy because this I would like to say flight route, the trajectory of the route is actually favoring all the teams. Like, they can feather towards their drop so much easily without getting into the vehicular contest, without getting into the initial fights, because like, when you're coming in a vehicular contest, there's a lot of chance that you are coming in a fight as well, because there's a lot of teams like, need that same vehicle that you need to rotate faster onto your drops. That's why, like, that the flight trajectory is really good. And look at the zone. Oh my god, like, the BGMI gods are actually helping in the grand finals for the teams.
Oh, indeed. At this point, this particular zone can easily help a lot of teams. But the teams which are dropping for Prismark area, I guess these are the few teams which actually knows that how you can actually be away from the zone and eventually be in the zone. Because I mean, their whole gameplay is based on that kind of thing. But that in the particular first of few zones, they are actually pretty out of zone. And let's talk about the year of, let's say, 2019 or 2020, where when the esports was not that on peak and the teams had little bit of strategies, like, let's say, playing it out for first few zones in the zone. They were not coming for, let's say, first, second, and third zone. And after the third zone actually is there, after the third zone actually gets slammed, after that teams try to rotate in the zone so that they can eventually see a passive fight coming up for themselves. But now at this point, I would like to say the zone damage is too much. The strategies are pretty different, and the teams are not going for the centers. The team which are actually in the zone, they are not going for the center areas. Rather than going for the centers, teams are actually trying to gatekeep the edges of the zone, and that is why the teams which are lurking in the shadows and eventually trying to cross the areas and be in the zone after, let's say, first and second, third zone, they might be contested by these few teams. So yes, teams like Team 8-bit might actually get some good close calls. Teams like Team TSM might be actually on the verge of getting decimated. Oh, Team TSM has actually changed their drop location. Man, oh man, wow. Interesting enough. I believe I can see Team TSM's Shadow OG right here in this corner, and that could be really very tanning for the guy right now, because if the 4-man power is there, I believe there is something important to watch. And yeah, the 4-man power is actually going to be there in the Milta Power vicinity. You can already see Team TSM, Sako, Nox, Ranger, Zord, and Blaze OP are pretty much here. But Shadow OG, man, oh man, he's a bit far from his team here. So let's see what these guys are going to do, because if I'm not wrong, two members from Team Celsius are also here scavenging for the hunts, and they already know that yes, there might be some parachutes flying over there right now, and they are already on the verge of, let's say, decimating them. But I believe Team TSM is already on the verge of rotating from their angle.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, look at that. Like, changing your drops in the semifinal. Oh, sorry, in the grand final. That's a really great thing. Like, change your drops, change your strategies, change your strats. That would be really great, because, like, this would be not predicted from your opponent teams, and that will be your slight advantage for you. But if you talk about SG Booker out there, you can see that having that M4 and M16 in his hand, that's a really great combination to use. But having a really great, having a barrel or ACAM would be more amazing. But we know that Raider and me always prefer ACAM, but it's all about the player out there playing. That's going to be Picard. So waiting for that. But if you talk about, like, SG Picard, Skylets is doing a really great job with their sticking with their, I would like to say, traditional strategy right now.
Indeed, their traditional drop location, whichever they try to choose, and that's going to be Pochinki, where they are lying at this point, is absolutely brilliant. Because if you are actually not playing with your own strategy and you are trying to actually configure some good new shots in the grand finale, it might actually cost you a lot. And so that is why, yes, I believe the teams are trying their level best to actually get some good new close calls into their perspective. Meanwhile, being in the zone and safeguarding themselves, that's a brilliant strategy coming from these teams. Let's see what more they can actually achieve by playing like this at this point, because I believe the fights are going to be tougher and tougher just day by day, and the pressure will be immense on these teams also, because now I believe the qualification is something which have no concern in the lobby, and I guess winning that prize pool, getting those winner chicken dinner, after that lifting that trophy is going to be the main objective of every other team which is in the lobby, which have qualified themselves for the grand finale. Prize pool is something which is there. Obviously, that is actually going to be a temptation, one of those temptations which can actually make you and motivate you for a lot of performance. But then after that, the bragging rights, the experience that you are going to gain, is another temptation that these teams are actually, to be exact, looking after. So I believe, yes, the fights are going to be really very impressive. Just the day will pass, and then eventually more and more clashes are going to rise, and I'm just eagerly excited to see that how day number 5, day number 6, and day number 7 are going to be. But before that, we particularly have day number 2 going on at this point. And if I talk about Team EXO, completely looting the vicinity of Milta, and they are just trying to configure some good shots. Now at this point, if I talk about Team TSM, man, oh man, they're trying to rotate, and it could be Team Enigma's Rex who might be able to tag him out. But look at that sneaky spray coming from Aquanox. Man, oh man, that red dot, and that's GodL. The intensity that this guy actually puts in the lobby is absolutely amazing.
Absolutely, like, This guy is just like, is trying to make a blood pressures up out there. But yeah, waiting for that again too. What's gonna happen over there? Waiting for that too. But yeah, they started their rotations out there. And Aquanox, we have seen that grenade raider, like, in the last match from that grenade from the side of Aquanox doing that instant 1v2. That is just so outstanding. But the team like is also starting getting rotations out there. You can see going with some of those sprays, and the connection are not so well for TSM out there.
Indeed, indeed. Initially, Equinox tried to tag one or two good guys, but now at this point, he might be exposing himself at this moment, and that exposing could easily take him down at this moment because if I'm not wrong, Godlike is already there trying to compete, but I believe Godlike is actually facing a lot of wrath, and you can already see Jonathan is also on the verge of getting decimated. You can already see, but Jonathan did a 1v1. That's interesting enough from the tangle. Jonathan actually tried to pop one. Blaze OP on the other hand has already been finished off. Equinox also goes on. Man, oh man, Team TSM is actually choking on their ground at this moment because if I'm not wrong, oh, Godlike Jonathan on the verge of getting decimated. That's a sad story to watch out. Eventually, I can see that yes, YK Vim is already there to actually res him out, and eventually that revival is going to be pretty much possible for the guy. But I don't know what TSM's Team TSM's Ninja Jord is going to do at this point because he's pretty much empty-handed in terms of the manpower that he has acquired in the lobby because now his 3 men have already been taken down. Meanwhile, Equinox and Blaze are already down to the dust, and if we talk about the other guys, well, they are still surviving in the lobby, but I believe not for a longer period of time. Shadow OG is just trying to actually get that revival, but I believe revival is something which is not at all possible at this moment, and Team TSM is already on the verge of getting decimated. Clutch God got the first ever pick in the lobby, but I believe Jonathan is the one who actually did a 1v2 on the hands of Team TSM. Interesting enough, now he's going to get in the buggy, but while if I'm not wrong, getting in that buggy is not going to be that of an easier task. But if I talk about global esports, well, of course, Mane is just trying to refuel his vehicle, eventually emptying his backpack, and then after that, getting some good finishes also. On the other hand, Godlike actually finished their third one, and now Clutch God is actually on the verge of tracing where Team TSM's last man standing is actually going to go, and then eventually picking him off from the lobby.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, you can see Team Godlike right now. Raider, Godlike is not doing that really great job. Like, we have seen the backbone of the team that is going to be Plus God getting eliminated really soon in the first matches and the first halves. So they need to be so much careful. And Team Godlike, I think so. I'm waiting for the comeback from their sides. Having 3 finishes is a really great thing, but getting into that top 5 list, that will be something different for them.
Indeed, indeed. Getting in that list is actually going to be a challenge for these teams right now. So let's see how much they can actually compete with, how much they can actually do with the damage at this point. But if I talk about LZ official, first 3 matches of the whole grand finale, man oh man, what a damage done by this team. But after that, what happens? Well, they are choking onto the ground. And that is why I believe the rising stars, let's say the rising teams that are in there in this lobby at this point are actually facing the wrath. Because if I talk about the whole big dogs in the lobby like Skylar's Gaming, Team GSM, Team Godlike, Team, let's say other teams like, let's say, so they are one of those experienced teams which have actually played some kind of big tournaments, some unofficial, some official tournaments at this point, which is actually making them viable to actually put up some new strategies and I'll go along with it. Because evolving with the time is something that these teams are lacking at this point. Team LZ official is still playing with their own kind of gameplay that they actually did in the earliest answers also, but now they are not getting results. Just like Team Soul, they are also getting predictable at this point. And that is why whenever you are becoming predictable, you are going to go down because yes, every other team is just trying to configure your smallest mistake and they can make it your biggest weakness. Your smallest weakness can actually become your biggest weakness when these kind of experienced teams are there, which can easily press your nerves, which can easily eliminate you. But other than that, if I talk about Team LZ official, pretty much rotating at the grounds, and now Team Skylar's Gaming might be on the verge of receiving some good shots.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at that. Team LZ, they are actually unstoppable out there. So, man, like, coming on the hashtag 2 in the grand finals, that's not a small number out there. But Team LZ, they're getting in the fight, and team number 4, they're just so close. Vero has been also picked out. Oh my god, that's something disastrous for them. I don't know what's gonna happen over there, but Vero has been down from the side of 7 Seas and Sarang getting that initial pick. That's a really great one. Team EXO is also rotating, but having 0 finishes. Nah, that's not so good. But Spray God is also getting knocked out from the side of Ovis Bolt. So Team Forever is also coming with some fights.
Indeed, indeed. The fights are there. The massive damage is already there right now. You can already see Team Forever is trying to compete with the damages. Let's see what they can actually do. Well, Mashkers is there with the OZ right now. He's just trying to compete and trying to connect some good shots. Let's see what more they can do. Yes, the needs are massive. They're trying to tackle those fights. And eventually, if we talk about the assistance, yes, that is also there right now. Team Forever's people, that I believe, Daljit is already there, and if I talk about Team 7C, they already have lost one good guy. That's going to be Spree God. But on the other hand, they have actually traded one good guy from Team Forever also. Interesting enough. Now let's see what is going to happen, because if I'm not wrong, Aladdin is also trying to rotate. Mashkas is already there with some Uzi shots. He's trying to compete, trying to connect some good brutalities at this moment, but it's not going to be that easy. You can already see Mashkas on the verge of getting decimated, but from Mashkas, and one good shot of Micro Uzi actually popped him out, and now Savitar is also on the verge of getting decimated. And yes, that's what happened. Savitar, Sarang, both of them have been taken down. Now it's all about Aladdin. He has to do that 1v3. Let's see, is it possible? No, it's not, because Team Forever Daljit got that upper hand.
Absolutely, look at that. Skylight having I would like to say Daljit having a really great hand over there, and look at that, 4 freaking finishes. That's not a small number. Now they are being unstoppable. I would like to say now they are actually getting that pace. Now they're getting that kind of morale boost up. Now they're getting that kind of confidence right now. But look at that, 7C's Esports has been eliminated, acquiring only and only one finish. That's not a good number out done. But look at that, Global Esports acquiring the first finish hand in the section of Rosa. Global Esports didn't even actually, I would like to say, changed their drop. There's just over there only, and Global Esports doing a really great job. I would like to say they're just in a sweet spot. 4 of the players are still surviving and having one finishes. That's not a small thing.
Indeed. That's not good at this point, but eventually, if we talk about Global Esports, stealing one finish is going to be interesting enough. But now, what more can actually happen? Yes, Global Esports has actually acquired a great amount of ridge, because Rozak is somewhere the zone could easily land, and from this area, they can easily configure some good shots at this point. But other than that, some more teams are actually trying to configure some that kind of drop at this moment. But if we talk about Team EXO, Panku, Fierce, Sensei, and the whole OG lineup is already here right now, and that's interesting enough, because these lineup can actually turn the tables in the lobby. Let's see what more they can do. In the last one, you saw that how Team EXO actually got 17 amazing points, but in this one, Team EXO has to actually grind some more, and eventually, if Team TSM goes down in the dust, there might be a chance for teams like Team Entity and teams like Team Forever, and LZ Official could be the one which can easily grind. Global Esports could be the one, Team EXO could be the one which can easily rise, but I believe teams like Team Gaming Esports are unable to do some kind of great comeback in the lobby, and I'm just eagerly waiting for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And guys, we have 700 watching, so guys, please make sure to hit that like and subscribe. And guys, I would like to say one thing: please go and spam hearts in the chat section, so that we can make a really good environment and atmosphere in the chat section. That's why the esports of India gonna rise, right? So please guys, make sure to spam some hearts, and that will be motivating all the players, and that will be cheering the casters as well. So make that thing happen. Rotation from the side of Team RNT, man. Celsius is also rotating. That's a massive rotations, I would like to say, from the edges. But look at that. Exo Sensei is coming with a really great knockdown. 2 of the teams are, you can see, Team ENG Esports versus Team Forever going out then in the outermost 16 compounds of school. CS Daljit has been down from the side of LZ. Multiple fights are actually happening over there.
Indeed. Multiple close calls, multiple brutalities, and multiple reactions are going to be there at this moment. LZ Official on the verge of getting destructed. You can already see Rex Boy, which actually did a 1v3 yesterday on Team EXO, is facing a lot of wrath. But yes, Gaming Esports is also on the verge of getting decimated. But I guess Half Knight's nade are not getting connected that smoothly, which are required in the lobby. But still, some nades are actually going to be there. Oh man, Delta PG wins down. Goes down into the dust at this moment. It's all about comeback and Justin at this point. Both of them are trying to cook some good nades. Let's see how much their nade can actually tag out, how much their nade can actually put up a damage in the lobby. Still, they are trying to commit and compete with the fights. Yes, of course, Team Z Official has got one initial pick into their favor. Interesting enough, one good nade is going to be there. Man, oh man, I don't know what happened at this point, but Mox actually pops himself with that brutal node. And just like that, Mox is actually going to go down. And the other hand, if I talk about comeback, he's also going to go down. Man, oh man, what a comeback coming from their angle. Team Gaming Esports also trying to retaliate. 2 good guys of their team has been taken down, but Justin also goes down in the dust, and now it's all about Destro at this point. I don't think Destro is going to compete with this fight. Destro might be, let's say, waiting for a, let's say, fallback situation to come on. And on the other hand, I believe Team GodL is also facing a lot of wrath from the hands of Team Entity.
Absolutely, that is a brutal kind of dominance we can actually witness from themselves. And if you talk about LZ Rex, but look at that, the helmet is actually destroyed all over. LZ Rex out then over there. I'm waiting for Team Last Zone to pick the last man standing of Gaming Esports. That's going to be destroying those compounds and hiring himself. I don't know how he's going to make it that thing happen. But Team LZ, no, these guys are not going to get strong. They need to earn that solo man survival from Team Gaming Esports. Then only this would be something amazing. But if you talk about LZ's out there, amazing performance. But Broken T-Rex has been also picked out. Damn.
Indeed, indeed, that is going to be amazing. But eventually, if I talk about the loss of Sonic Fox, what do you think about this Inferno? Because every team is actually choking onto their hand, I guess. And yes, some initial clashes are there. But meanwhile, look at that. Team Global Esports, I guess, from the second zone, they acquired that Drawzog Hill into their perspective. I guess it is going to help them a lot because, yes, they have got a good range from which they could easily retaliate. But on the other angle, if I talk about Team 8-bit, man, oh man, Teddy Esports is just trying to eliminate more and more casualties at this point. And yes, of course, one good guy, that's Madman, who is on the verge of getting destructed. If I talk about Juicy, way too late for the fights. Now, if I talk about Team Forever, Revenge Esports player has been taken on. One good nade. This could end the stories for Kyolamau. Let's see what is going to happen. Oh, Kyolamau didn't went into the dust right now, but still, Madman is someone who has been taken down. Man, oh man, some good shots. Broken T-Rex is way too exposed, but I believe there was some smoke cover. That is why Raid was unable to actually compete with it, and eventually got the tag into this perspective. But Revenge Esports, on the other hand, is actually facing a lot of wrath by the hands of Team Forever, and they are the one which are actually trying to tag more and more fights. But on the other angle, Team Exo Sensi is actually going to eliminate Evo at least. The last phantom of the match is the dust of this one.
Absolutely, like you look at that teammate, but Juicy is going with some of those utility usage, but connection is not that one thing. But you look at that teammate, but is trying to change their positioning, but Tsunami is just surviving with that brutal HP out there. Enigma has been also down, Enigma away from the side of GodL Johnny. So Johnny is also coming into action right down, but Team GodL, I don't know how they're gonna make it, but Jonathan. Picking out Avi and Team Enigma is in a certain disadvantage. Knuckle has been also down. I would like to say Knuckle, like Team Global Esports is trying their hard, is trying to their level best, but they are on their second page. I don't know how they can make that comeback happen, but they need to do something and they need to step up out there. Team 8-bit will be starting rotating into the zone, and I think so there will be a lot of chaos out there in the zonal scenario as well. There will be a lot of team doing some of those gatekeeping scenario. Oh boy, what? Look at those driving skills. I never seen that. In the water down. This is for the first time for me. 8-bit. That is something next level thing I would like to say for me. But if you talk about GodL, Clutch got to be no limits, only solo survival.
I mean, there is a time for everything new at this point, and eventually, I guess, seems like Team 8-bit where actually knows how to actually, let's say, compete in the lobby and eventually get some good close calls from their perspective. But now, if I talk about teams like Team Revenant, well, they are holding a top bridge, but I guess they are way too exposed and they are pretty much out of the zone. So that is the team like Team Revenant. Other than that, we have Team LZ Official, which has to pretty much be in the zone. Other than that, if I talk about Team EXO, they have got 3 amazing finishes, but with the loss of one good guy is not something that they were looking forward, and I guess the IGL has already been decimated. Snipe on the other angle is actually receiving some good shots. Team TSM with 0 finishes has been wiped out. That's a sad side to watch it. Eventually, if we talk about Team LZ Official, some good sprays are there, and yes, Rex Boy from the top tower manages to put him down, and now I guess Top Dog's finish is going to be stolen by some other guy. That's Team Forever Smashcast. Man, oh man, Team Revenant is receiving a lot of chaos, and I believe Team Revenant might go down anytime soon. You can already see Encore is way too lit, is way too exposed, but still he's trying to actually survive for a longer period of time. I believe it's going to be a difficult task for this guy because from Global Esports, from Skylights Gaming, from LZ Official, everywhere this team is pretty much exposed, but still he's just waiting correctly for the zone to actually come in. But now Kimin Esports Destro has also been finished off by the hands of Team Forever. And don't you think Inferno in the kill feed, Team Forever is some of those teams which are actually reigning on top at this point? Kill feed, whenever you actually look at kill feed, 1 or 2 guys have been taken down by Team Forever, and they're just absolutely wreaking havoc in the lobby. Despite of actually receiving that kind of damage, still Team Forever is absolutely looking strong in the fights.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at that team. RNT Paradox acquiring 4 finishes. That's a really great number. But look at that grenade from the side of Global Esports Knuckle, that was just so outstanding. Like, this team is actually destroying every team out there, and they are doing something over there because this team is actually giving a really great competition to the all top teams in the community out there. And Team Global Esports, they are just so amazing. Like, the coordination, the synergy in this newly formed team is just so outstanding. But if we talk about LZ half fight out there, look at that. Like, going with the Revolve Point team, last one is also doing a really great job. Coming out there from the side of X5. That's a really great damage predicted. Always both has been down from the side of Team Forever and Team LG having a really great advantage, and they are really great opening to get the zonal area, to cover up with the zonal area. I don't know what's gonna happen over there from Team Last One Gaming. What will be the strategies? What will be the decision from themselves? I'm waiting for that again, waiting for the strategies to be get implemented really soon. But Team Forever, they are out of the zone. Team EXO out there doing some of those gatekeeping scenario, and look at that. Team SG is also doing some of those gatekeeping scenario, and I would like to say Team SG is having a really great advantage. Knuckle has been down from the side of Vixie. This man is just so amazing. This lad is just so unstoppable right now.
Unstoppable is something that every team is looking forward to actually, let's say, at this point. Because yes, Team LZ Official has acquired 3 amazing finishes, but they're looking after to see, let's say, get some more finishes into their perspective. Now we talk about Team EXO. Look at that, they are holding the grudges right now, but from the other angle, Fierce puts one down, and I guess Team EXO is trying to provide a great number of cover, but still they are going to get a lot of trouble. Yes, LZX Boy has already been finished off, but snax is also low on his HP. snax goes down with a beautiful nade, and just like that, Mox has actually popped him out right now. Fierce is also about to get destructed. Let's see what more they can actually do. Well, 12 teams and 30 players are still surviving the lobby, and every other team is trying to compete at their best. On the other angle, if I'm not wrong, Team OR has actually decimated Team Forever, and that's it for Team Forever in the lobby. Now if I talk about Team EXO, Moksha has been taken on. Team EXO's angle has actually eliminated the whole Team LZ official, which was trying to provide a more and more decimation in the lobby, but still with that I believe Team EXO is also going to be one of those teams which is actually going to reign on top. snax is about to get his revival, and yes, the revival is successful completely. Team EXO is actually going to cherish that kind of drop, and I believe Inferno, this kind of zone is absolutely amazing. Look at that, Edmino is going to go come in the fires, and yes, he's going to get knocked out. Somraj, beautiful molly from his angle, and now I guess Nakul and the other mates have to actually compete, but still Team Global Esports is also on the verge of getting decimated. Nakul goes down, Admino is about to go down. If I talk about Joker trying to pop some good nades from the back angle, trying to actually connect some good shots, but is it possible? Well, I believe this nade can easily terminate Nakul. Oh, Pokar goes down. Yes, of course, nade was brilliant one, no doubt in that. Now if I talk about Wixie and Somraj, well, Somraj is actually going to be the last man standing of his team, trying to react, trying to actually get some good close calls. Still, these fights are actually going to be massive. Somraj could easily go and pop his head out, but still Somraj was way too late. From the other angle, I believe it was EXO Fierce who actually got those finishes. Dude, it's absolutely lovable. Team EXO, 8 amazing finishes, still in the top 8, surviving for the 6th zone. What a survival in the lobby, dude. This is going to be the 6th zone coming in really very sharp, but still we have 10 teams and 23 players surviving and fighting it out for their life.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at that. EXO is still surviving over there, and they are on the edges right now. I don't know how they're gonna make it with the zonal, cooperatives, but they can do that thing. But look at that. Fierce is just so barely surviving over there, coming with those shots, popping that first aid out, and Scarlet has been eliminated on #3. That's a really great thing. But for Team Scarlet, I would like to say they're not doing really well. They have to make some comebacks. But Team Orange Rock, didn't even shifted their drop. They even shifted a little bit. They didn't even rotated. And you can see after he was on the verge of getting eliminated, he was going to get knocked out, but yes, he's still surviving over there. That's a really great thing. EXO, I'm waiting for that, how they're going to make it into the zonal cooperatives. But look at that. There's a lot of clusterable movement being on the northern side of the zone.
Indeed, there are quite a few clusters at this point, but the teams are trying their level best to actually retaliate. And you can already see some smoke, some nades are something that these teams are trying to look after. And if I talk about snax, when he's trying to pop some smoke so that eventually zone is somewhere he could just land on, but I believe the survival which is there in the lobby is absolutely something which is going to put him down, and his team might actually receive a lot of threat. But then Fierce actually puts down one from Team Global Esports. Interesting enough, that's Manya, who is going to go down in the dust right now. Let's see what more they can actually read. Some more from the angle of OR. Well, the tire has already been busted. Man, oh man, the shots are absolutely lovable. The level of damage is absolutely on point at this moment. But let's see what more they can actually do, because yes, Team EXO is actually 3-man power, and if I'm not wrong, Team Orangutan is 4-man power, and that could easily terminate them. Now some more nades are actually going to be there, and the other guy from Team 8-bit, Tsunami, is going to be the man who is still surviving in the fight. One good nade, and yes, Tsunami goes kaboom. Orangutan's AKOP manages to put him down. Some more smoke, some more nades are actually going to be there really very soon. But if I'm not wrong, I believe Team EXO is also trying to cut up a good number of actually just be in the zone. They are in the top 8. Yes, now they have to strive for those location points and some zone points at this moment, some position points to be precise at this point. But yes, Hacker has been taken on. That's it. That is actually going to provide a great level of enthusiasm to Team OR. Now snax is also in the mollies. Fierce also goes down, and just like that, Team EXO has been taken down just like that by the hands of Team OR Esports, if I'm not wrong. And that's it. Team EXO has been wiped out with 9 amazing finishes as #8. So I believe it's going to give them only 1 position point, and that's it for Team EXO.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at that entity right now. Oh my god, that push was just so outstanding. MG has been also picked out from the side of Team Entity Shadow. That was just something amazing, and I think so now for Dark Lord is going to be a thing out there. But look at that. Orangutan believes the only going to survive, and he's just surviving in that check. He's just really breathing over there, and I think they can go with some of those grenade, but GodL clutch god. This guy is going to do something out then. I'm waiting for that thing again, but Celsius Fixie is going to pick out that Shadow is just jumping over there, going with the 1v1, going with that instant 1v2 over there. Apollo being the Solomon survival, and I think so. Shadow is going to do that 1v3 out then. Waiting for that. Shadow is going with that Molotov over there on the side of Apollo, and I think so. Dark Lord is getting ready for getting in the words of fight. I think so. Yeah, absolutely. Shadow is still surviving over there. Apollo being the Solomon survival from the side of Celsius, and I think so. We have our top 5 teams. That is going to be Orange Rock, Celsius, TSM, that is going to be Orangutan, and Team GodL. God being used to survival, and I think so, it's going to be a bit hard for you, man. And I think so, UFM also eliminated from the side of Orange Rock. Player 5, he's getting eliminated. Entity Shadow 7 and having Dark Lord with himself having 3 freaking finishes. That's a really great thing. Waiting for that. But Celsius, I think the game is over for them.
I mean, OR Esports is trying to provide a great number of cover. I mean, they're just trying to assist at this point, Team NGT. But other than that, if I talk about Shadow 7, is way too late. He might just go down really, really soon. If I'm not wrong, MGX from Team Celsius has already been decimated by the zone. So yes, OR Esports versus, I believe it's going to be Team NGT and Team Celsius. NGT Shadow is on the verge of getting destructed, and yes, that's what happened. It's a 1v3 situation coming up. But then after one beautiful nade, just like that, Team OR Esports secured that win of a chicken dinner, I believe, with 10 amazing finishes. That was absolutely lovable. OR Esports on top at this moment is absolutely brilliant. They did the job and they did it incredibly, because the number of finishes they have acquired, that actually proves you, despite of being a passive team, this team has acquired some good number of finishes, because getting 10 finishes in a single match, altogether 25 points in a single match, is absolutely going to be cherished by these teams. Yes, absolutely, this team was actually one of those aggressive teams which was actually able to, let's say, get some good points. Even though eventually, if I talk about Team GodL Esports also, I would like to praise them also for a moment, because let's God, being the last man standing, surviving in that small compounds of Rozok, still surviving for #3, #4 position. That was interesting enough. And that is why I believe GodL did a great number in the lobby. But man, oh man, OR Esports, that rotation that they cut up from school, and after that, they went on to actually wipe out Team EXO. And after that, what happens? They actually wiped out the last man standings in the lobby. I believe Dark Lord was the one who actually got decimated. And after that, one good nade, and Celsius's Apollo was also kaboom. And just like that, OR Esports secured that beautiful winner chicken into their perspective.
Absolutely. The match was really well for the team Orange Rock, and this was indeed, this was really important for team Orange Rock to get comeback in that point table. So amazingly done from the side of team Orange Rock. That was something amazing we have just witnessed right now. And guys, I would like to say, make sure to hit that like and subscribe button, and make sure to spam some hearts in the chat section. Then only the atmosphere and the environment of the chat section will be something amazing. So please guys, make sure to hit that like and subscribe, and spam some hearts in the chat, because this is something nostalgic feeling for everyone out there. So if you talk about this match, like Irangle, there was a lot of chaotic zone. I would like to say there's a lot of chaotic situation going over there. But yeah, Team Orange Rock, they were just so outstanding in the strategies they were actually applying over there. That actually worked for them, and all the experiments on their strategies, all the, I would like to say, the changes on the gameplay, and the changes on the gameplay of Team Orange Rock, that actually worked for them. But before then, that we'll be having a look on the stats, what is actually happening over there, because stats will tell us the summarized way of the match. If you talk about Orange Rock out there, look at the positioning points, man. Having 15, that will be that's indeed, because having 15 is absolutely the thing, because if you're coming #1 and if you're taking the chicken dinner, there will be 15 points for you in your perspective view. But if we talk about the finish points, that is going to be 10. That's not a small number. Having 10 points, that's a really great number. If you talk about total points, that is going to be 25 in total. If you talk about Atanki, this guy, this lad, this person was just so unstoppable out there. He was just not stopping. He was just pushing and getting the players out, then searching the players and getting them finished out there. So this guy was just a beast unleashed in that battleground, having 4 finishes and having a 40% of contribution. If we talk about Aru having 3 finishes and having a 30% of finish contribution. If we talk about player 300 having 3 finishes and having a finish contribution of 30. But Aditya, for this guy, for this lad, the things were not able to work really well. This guy was just eliminated in the starting. Then only the Team Orange Rock was surviving only 3 men standing, but then also they were able to take that winner in the second dinner. Amazingly done from the side of Team Orange Rock, and India Rising series, Orange Rock is actually rising up.
What a decimation by this team. Absolutely lovely at this moment. And no doubt Team OR Esports is actually trying to, let's say, climb once again in the ladder. And I guess with this particular match, they will be able to, let's say, climb once again in the ladder. And it's going to be interesting enough. If we talk about Atanki, well, a lot of decimation by this guy. And I can already see from the stats, you all can already see that how many finishes he has acquired. That's going to be 4 in number. And the team contribution in terms of finishes, absolutely 40%. It's interesting enough. And if I talk about the other 2 players, that's going to be Aru and Player. He also got some good number of finishes. That's going to be 3 in a number, and the finish contribution for the team is going to be 30% for individual guys. But yeah, if I talk about Aditya, he tried his level best to get some good close calls, get some good finishes into his perspective, but he was wiped out quite early, I believe, and that is why he was unable to actually get any kind of finishes. But still, the support from the end of Aditya would have been massive, and that is why I always say that whenever you are in a squad match, we are not talking about duo, we are not talking about a solo perspective. It's all about the squad that you are going to see in the squad match. Every synergy, every small decision done by every other player is going to be massive. Every other phone, every other competitive player which is actually playing in your team is actually going to create a lot of mistakes. And I guess managing those mistakes on the go and going with the flow is going to be the case where these teams might actually cherish some good points. But if I talk about the points, well, OR Esports absolutely cherishing that winner chicken into their perspective. Along with that, if I talk about Celsius Esports, well, I guess the number of finishes are not that great for them, but still the 15 points in a single match, let's say maintaining their average is going to be the case for Celsius Esports. Good enough, no doubt in that. Entity Gaming, meanwhile, got 4 amazing finishes and 10 for the position of #3. So that is why 14 points for them. Orangutan, on the other hand, they have got 12 points. And if we talk about GodL Esports, well, 12 points for them as well. Global Esports as well as got 12 amazing points. But as we all know that Battlegrounds Mobile India is particularly a survival-based gameplay. So the team which survived for the longer period of time is going to be on the top if you have same exact points. Other than that, if we talk about Team Exo, 9 for the aggression. Dude, the aggression was on point, but still this team actually got wiped out by the hands of OR Esports at #8. That was something shattering to watch, but still 10 amazing points for the team. Team Forever, on the other hand, has got 8 amazing points, and all of those points are actually for the aggressions.
Yeah, absolutely. These are the match-wise standings of match number 9 of Grand Finals day number 2 and waiting for the overall standings. But if we talk about the teams from #10 to #18, they need to step up in the somewhat upcoming matches. That will be a case for them. I'm waiting for that how it goes for all the teams and waiting for that how it's gonna be for all the teams out there. And let's see. But if we are waiting for the finish and the placement graphs, but. Team got absolutely this match actually worked for them. This was something important and drastic change for them as well as same goes for team Global Esports team X. So this was actually important for all the teams from coming from #5 or as we can say from #4 to #9 out then because a match for comeback is needed. But I would like to say just only from one player surviving in God that's going to be Clutch God. That's going to be Lala. That guy was just so unstoppable, and single guy can take you in the words of coming into the top 5. So that was just something out of standing and out of this context for Team God.
Indeed, and that was really very beautiful the way Team God actually performed because getting those position points as well as some good finishes points is actually going to be amazing. And as per the finish and placement match-wise graph, you can already clearly see that how Team Godlike actually maintained their balance between the number of finishes and the number of placement points they have got. But before that, OR Esports with 10 amazing frags is actually getting 10 amazing frags and 15 for the position. Interesting enough, but if I talk about teams like Team Celsius, Entity, Orangutan, well, these are the few teams which have acquired, let's say, a decent amount of finishes. That's going to be 3 or 4 in the average, but still the number of points they have acquired in the number in the terms of placement is absolutely lovable because they have, if we talk about Celsius, 12 points for them. If we talk about Team Entity Gaming, they have got 10 points if I'm not wrong, and if we talk about Team Orangutan, 8 for the placements. Global Esports, on the other hand, one of those aggressive team, EXO, one of those aggressive team, Forever again one of those aggressive team. Team Revenant also started really very well, but after that, what happens when they tried to cut up their rotation in the 4th zone? They were stopped by teams like Global Esports, LZ Official, and Team EXO as well. Somewhere around, if I'm not wrong, that was Team Scarlet's Gaming also who actually put some good shots onto them. But before that, match number 9, Irangal top fraggers are already here. And it's going to be Fierce with 5 amazing finishes into his perspective, and I guess Fierce is making a name for himself. On the other hand, if I talk about Jonathan, well, 4 amazing finishes, finish contribution going to be massive 66.7%. And if we talk about OS Bolte, again from Team Forever, he is going to cherish 4 of the blows. Finish contribution is going to be absolutely 50%. If I talk about Joker and Nagol as well from Team Global Esports, both of the buddies have acquired 4 finishes each, and the team contribution in terms of finishes is going to be 50% respectively. So I believe in Inferno, the fights were massive, but still these are the few members which actually got the upper hand in the lobby. If you count all the finishes that these individuals have particularly got, it's going to be 21. From 72 players, 21 of the players have actually decimated by these guys.
Of course. Like, look at that. Like, these are the top fraggers, I would like to say. Look at that, always, man. This guy is just OG. Upcoming with the second OG, that is going to be Johnny, of course, and three lads, three rookie out there, and Global Esports Radar. These guys are just unstoppable, man. Like, look at that, Joker, Knuckle. These both of the guys are just so unstoppable. I don't know how these guys are able to make that thing happen for Team Global Esports. They are actually. Gems of Team Global Esports. But if you talk about NTTSM OR out there, the runner-ups of overall standing still, but Team LC is getting decimated, and Team LCs, I would like to say, like, they've been shouted around on #5, and look at that, Team 7Cs is coming from second page to the first page, man.
Indeed, that is the case for 7C Esports, but I would like to say the Team Entity, great climb for them once again. They've climbed once again on the tabletop list, and they are on the top at this moment with 123 points. Interesting enough, ever talk about Team TSM? Well, 116 points for them, because Team TSM with 0 finishes got wiped out, I guess, at #13 or 14. That is why they don't have any kind of points in the whole match. War Esports, a great match for them also, because 88 amazing points, 25 from the previous one. And if we talk about Celsius Esports, despite of getting 0 chicken dinners, they have managed to be in the #4 situation with 86 amazing points. Yes, the buffer is pretty much there from #2 to #5, but still, if I talk about from #5 to #6 and remaining teams which are at the bottom, the buffer is actually increasing a lot, because you can see that Team EXO is lacking behind with 15 points at this moment to actually able to, let's say, just be in the close vicinity of LZ official. So yes, that is interesting enough. Team EXO trying their level best to actually get some good points, but it is not going to be that easy, because first few 4 matches were not that much into their favor, and that is why Team EXO might be able to, let's say, tackle without pressure. But let's see how Team EXO is going to be there, because EXO Sensei is one of those agile which is more than capable to, let's say, turn the tables. But other than that, Orangutan Gaming with 57 points, Team Forever 56 at #11, Cayman Esports lurking in the shadow with the hashtag 12 into their market and 55 points as well. Global Esports 52 for them, Godlike 48 for them, 8-bit 47, Scarlet's Gaming 46, Study Esports 27, and if I talk about Enigma, well, 26 points for them. At this point, I guess the point system is looking a bit shabby for these teams, but still they might be able to tackle it out in the next upcoming matches.
Yeah, absolutely. Not bad, right? Not bad for the matches. Like, but Team Enigma out there, you can see having 26 points. And, like, if you talk about the top one team that is going to be having more than 100 points, oh, God. Team Enigma, you're not looking at a really good certain conditions. I don't know how they're going to make it, but they'll be trying to make it the things happen. So, yep, in the next match, Necros will be joining with Raider, waiting for him. That small, annoying guy.
All right, all right. He'll be here anytime soon. But before that, let's talk about one small question, Inferno. What do you think that in the map of Myanmar, mid-range fights are much more often, and in those mid-range fights, you might be able to, let's say, get some compounds, or you are going to fight it out with the Ridge?
I'm going to fight out with the ridge, bro. Like, it's so easy for me to ask the question. Like, if you talk about the ridges to the ridges fighted, I'm going with the ridge fight for the, like, Miramar. Then only, like, I would like to say Miramar is just worth to watch. Compound to compound fights are just so okay. But if you talk about, like, ridge to ridge fight, that is just more lovable, man. If you talk about, like, rage, again, this guy is just being unstoppable, bro. Like, what we can say about Rage, this guy is just getting unstoppable, dude. Like, doing this kind of dominance is just so unstoppable. If you talk about Aquanox over there having 18 freaking finishes, Top Dog out there having 16 finishes, Aditya having 15 finishes, and Dark Lord is also joining the MVP section with us, man.
Indeed, indeed. Dark Lord is already here from the ends of Team Entity. Interesting enough, two guys from Team Entity is already here. I believe Rage is actually doing a tremendous job in the lobby, but still in the previous one, he was not able to, let's say, get quite a good finishes. I will talk about Equinox from Team TSM. Their titles might be getting snatched by teams like, let's say, GodL Esports, EXO, Team Cayman Esports. These are the few teams which might be able to, let's say, snatch these titles into their perspective. LZ Officials is also somewhere near to actually getting those close vicinity into their perspective. So let's see how they might be able to tackle with these situations which are going to be there in the upcoming matches. But yes, match number 9 particularly is already finished off. And overall trap fraggers after that is actually going to be Rage once again from Team Entity. Interesting enough from his angle. But Aditya, a new addition, I guess I would like to say. In the previous one, he was unable to get some finishes. He was able to, let's say, get 0 finishes, but still The finishes are absolutely going to be amazing. Let's see how much he can tackle with. Let's see how much points he can actually gain at this moment. I believe the fights are going to be massive still. Dark Lord, Top Dog, Aditya, somewhere their competition is pretty close. And I guess there is a buffer of 1 or 2 points. That's maximum. But other than that, if we talk about Equinox, he's leading the charts with two finishers from the ends of Top Dog. And if we compare him with Aditya and Dark Lord as well from Team Entity and OR Esports, so yes, they might be easily able to, let's say, get some good finishes into their perspective. Other than that, if I talk about Entity's Rage, he's also doing a tremendous job in the lobby.
Of course. Like, I was just in the DMs of Raids. I was just having a look over there. So he was saying in this match, I was not even having Gunny is saying, like, having only AK and M24 and having that red dot. So that's a really big disadvantage for that guy. But yeah, like, not having animation, that's a slight disadvantage.
Indeed, indeed, that is going to be the case. But now we are going to go with the caster deck, and now on the caster deck, I'm going to welcome Necros once again. Welcome, buddy. How are you, man? And we are still going to enjoy the next few matches.
Of course, it is. The teams are fighting really very hard, and at the time, if you talk about the grand finals day two, it's all coming down to the match number 4. It is going to be another Miramar of the day. But what about match number 5 and 6? Because in the match number 5, we are going to expect the map of Sanhok again. But talking about match number 4, again the map of Miramar, we have seen brutal domination by many of the teams like Seven Seas. They got the chicken dinner in the previous Miramar, and right now it's again coming down to another Miramar. Let's see what the result stays away. Let's see what the result awaits from all the sides of the other teams at the same point. But yes, one thing is for sure that the teams like, if you talk about GodL and Global Esports, they will try to come back. While if you talk about the phantom of the match of match number 9 of the entire grand finals, it's going to be Exo Fierce coming with 83 rating, 5 finishes, 55.6% of finished match contribution, total finishes 12, and in the MVP rank he is having a place in the hashtag 17th spot. So well, the players are trying their level best hard, and EXO, the way they were making some few comebacks in the point table, was definitely helping them to climb up the ladder very very fast. But we have to just be patient. We have to just wait for the exact time, for the exact moment when the teams like EXO, GodL, Global Esports will bounce back in the overall standings.
I mean, the time might be sooner than before at this moment because yes, teams like Team Exo, teams like Kimini Sports are trying to bounce back once again in the lobby, and we already saw in the particular 2 matches which was there prior to this one. We saw how Team Exo gave a comeback in the lobby, and at this point, I believe Team Exo is somewhere looking at has 64 points. Yes, they are behind Team LZ official with the 15 points. They might be able to compete it out in the next upcoming matches. And I guess the intensity for Team TSM, Team LZ official, and the few upcoming teams which are leading the charts at this moment is getting a bit lost. And that is why I guess Team TSM in the previous one got wiped out at 0 points, and that was something really returning for the team because yes, in the initial day, in the day number 1 of the grand finale, Team TSM was one of those teams which have maintained the great consistency and a great lead, a great buffer was already there in the lobby. But at this point, I would like to say yes, Team TSM is somebody or some of those teams which are not able to, let's say, compete and go with the flow at this moment. And eventually, teams like Team EXO, Gaming Esports, GodL, and Wari Esports, Skylights Gaming, Team Forever. These are the few teams which are absolutely going to cherish this kind of moment because we all know, man. 18 teams which have been qualified in the grand finale, they are the cream of Indian gaming community. They are the best of the best that have actually qualified from a back-end area from the quarter finale. Few teams were invited in the semi-finale also. They also got qualified. And from the quarter finale, I believe there are just 2 or 3 teams. That's going to be Team 30 Sports. Other than that, please correct me, Necros, which are the few or more teams which are there from the quarter finale?
Well, it is going to be LZ officials, of course. LZ
Okay,
official,
yeah.
30 Sports, Entity Gaming, Global Esports. These are the teams those who have qualified from the grand final, like quarterfinals, if you talk about. But there are only 2 teams those who have managed from the qualifiers to the grand finals. That is going to be LZ officials and 30 Sports. Immense gunpower, immense
Oh,
potential, immense strategies they have implemented. I actually, to be honest, Reda, I actually did not thought that any of the teams from the qualifiers will make it to the grand finals because the competition
same goes
was
for me.
really hard, and the semi-finals, if you talk about, if you're in the quarterfinals, if you talk about, many of the teams like Tactical Esports, Old Hood, R Esports, they got eliminated from that stage particularly. But after, if you come down to the semi-finals, Study Sports, LZ officials, what a great comeback they did in the overall standings, and what a great bombers they have implanted in the entire semi-finals. But coming down to the finals, we get to see 30 Sports are lagging a way too behind, while LZ are still managing themselves up. They are trying their level best to make a good comeback, but I don't know when and how it is going to be possible for them to make the certain comebacks in the top 8 or in the top 5.
Well, believe me or not, it's going to be a difficult task for every other team which is there right now. Well, the teams on the top are going to face a lot of wrath in, let's say, in terms of competing with those fights. And eventually, if we talk about teams which are at the bottom, they are already feeling the pressure of being at the bottom. I believe Team Enigma is at the bottom at this point with the 20 plus points, if I'm not wrong, close to 30 points. That's not a great jump for you. Eventually, some teams are able to secure that many points in a single match. So, yes, teams like Team Enigma have to actually do a tremendous job in the lobby and, let's say, once again, give a comeback in the fights. And if we talk about teams like Entity Gaming, 123, close to 120, 130 points at this moment is absolutely a massive jump for this team. And I guess with this jump, this team might be able to cherish some good fights. And eventually, one or two matches could be balanced by these teams because, yes, you get a flexible chance when you are at the top of the list. There is a, let's say, a slight level of flexibility that you can actually play with. You can actually go for aggression. There is somewhere a free space that you can explore. But when you are at the bottom, the pressure is immense. You have to, let's say, grind more and more and eventually be in the tabletop slips. And that is the kind of thing I guess Team Enigma and some other teams lurking in the shadows are going to face. I guess teams like Team EXO, Kemin Esports, GodL Esports, they are trying to compete with it and eventually tackle with the whole situation. But still, teams like Team Enigma Gaming and few of the teams like Tud Official, if I'm not wrong, Tud Esports, LZ Official. Yeah, LZ Official is looking good. I believe hashtag 4 is the situation they are being with it. And I guess it is a good position, and they might be actually back in the whole form with one great chicken dinner of, let's say, close to 30 points. They might be able to cross one good 100 points at this moment in a single match. That is interesting enough. But teams like Tadi Official, other than that, Tadi Sports, then we also have Enigma Gaming. They are facing a lot of wrath. I believe they have to do something wonderful in the lobby. Then only they might be back in the game.
Of course, like Enigma game, I'm really devastated to see their position in the overall standings. Like the team do like which dominated in the past few days of semi-finals. If you talk about as well as in the other stages in the other tournaments, that team is lagging in the hashtag 18 position in the grand finals of this tournament. That's something tragic, but I don't know. There might be some internal issues. There might be some problem inside their strategies. They might be getting picked up during the rotation of the clashes of the teams, so they have to work it out. They have to work out with everything they have got, and at the end of the day, the main thing that matters, that you have to come in the top 6, then only you are going to get a bit of the prize pool, because in the hashtag 5 and hashtag 6 position, teams will get 25,000 each for themselves. But the other teams, if you talk about the top 4, will eventually have got some more prize pool in their favor. But top fragger will be getting 1 lakh rupees with himself as a gift reward of the MVP. The teams with most valuable finishes, like most number of finishes, will be getting 50,000 for themselves as well. So if the team who is winning this championship or winning this tournament gets all like get that MVP of the tournament, that if one of the players is getting the MVP of the tournament, as well as that the team is also having the most number of finishes, so that team eventually is going to get around 9.5 lakhs for themselves as a winning reward, as plus a trophy, a brilliant trophy for themselves. But the giveaway, as we get to see, is already live and it's already set to go. You can participate in the giveaway by just following 3 of those pages. You have to just put some of those comments in the giveaway post. That is, you have to predict the winner, you have to comment, and you have to comment it in such a way that you have to write down WWCD slash grand final slash day number slash match number slash team name, and in bracket you have to write down the wings option 1 or option 2. Then you have to share, you have to post the comment in the post, and like in the comment section of that post, and you have to share that in your Instagram story and tag these 3 pages.
Indeed, after getting these few things done, you might be able to, let's say, compete in that giveaway, and you might be able to, let's say, get that giveaway. And believe me or not, these earbuds are absolutely lovable. Wings Phantom 100 and Wings Phantom 105 coming with that 45 ms percent latency at this moment is absolutely lovable. They can easily enhance your gaming experience and eventually get you some good new strategies into the perspective. But yeah, make sure to actually compete with the giveaway. Even though if you are not able to, let's say, get the giveaway into their perspective, into your perspective, you might be able to, let's say, purchase them on Flipkart, Amazon, and WINGSLIFESTYLE.in as well. So yeah, go for it, check it out, and eventually enjoy it because we are absolutely loving it.
Of course, the qualities are really well. You get to see RGB lighting cases, which looks really cool, as well as if you talk about the water resistant, it almost, I am not remember recollecting like how many meters or how many distance it is for the water resistant factor, but definitely we are heading towards the plane part directly, and we will be hoping that this flight path. This game might just turn up a better for many and many of the teams. We are eagerly waiting, and the map will be arriving. The match number 4 of the day, number 2, is already set to come, and hereby we get to see this starting from the La Cobreria area and ending in the southern part of the Miramar map.
Oh, quite an interesting flight path coming up. Yes, it is starting from the northern corner, dunking in the southern one, but still, major compounds, major cities that can actually hit the map of Miramar is already here. For example, La Cabrera, easily accessible. El Pozo for Scarlet's Gaming, easily accessible. Montanovo for teams like, let's say, 7C or Team Forever could be easily accessible. Yes, I believe Team Forever is going to go for the Chumasara drop location, and that is also pretty close. And if we talk about Los Leones, Exo, 8-Bit, and some other teams like Revenge Esports might be able to actually, let's say, get some good close calls into the perspective. But then GodL Esports is going for their Arsenal Peltron drop, where they might actually get that Golden Mirado into their perspective. And after that, they might be able to fight it out. But then you can already see, yes, every other team is trying to configure. And now I believe LZ Official is absolutely cherishing their drop location of Pecado, because there is nobody to contest. Once again, in the semi-finale, we saw that how this team is very disciplined in the terms of finishes that they acquired and in the terms of strategy that they had. And I guess somewhere, Necros, that drop clashes which was there was holding Team LZ Official in the map of Miramar to get some good points. But when they decided to actually deflect from that situation, they were able to get some good close calls. They were able to get some good points, and that is where Team LZ Official was able to, let's say, get qualified.
Well, we have to try hard, you have to try up, and you have to get those chicken dinners in your favor for your comeback and this kind of situations. I believe God, I have got some different drop location in this one. Maybe not. We have to check it out. Z-God is in the split, in his usual split as always. We get to see God like tries to play a like it's their natural gameplay. I get that, but the thing, it is not working out for them at this point. They have to come up with some new strategies, maybe, because they are getting finish points indeed, but they're not coming consistent in the top 4 or top 5, and maybe not in top 3, but they're getting the finish points. We talk about the finishes. Godlike last point stable in the overall standings, but what I saw, it was 30 finishes in the second chart in which Godlike was standing. Maybe it has got increased by the previous last match. But if you talk about, they are getting the finish points but not getting the placement points, that's the only factor that preventing Godlike to climb up the ladder. And if they can make that thing happen, that getting position points as well as the finish points simultaneously, I believe they could have got a brilliant position in the overall standings. Their fans are eagerly waiting, as I am really predicting that kind of situation, because not a single fan wants their favorite team to go and stay in the downwards. But Godlike, a total of 48 finished total points in the overall standings, that are retaining with the hashtag 14th position. But one good chicken, if they can manage it up, will eventually get them a boost to almost in the top 10. We have to look into that matter. But Skylights Gaming also are down to the hashtag 16 spot.
And which is not a favorable spot to watch on at this moment. Just getting, let's say, 46 points as a total in the lobby, and getting that as a 16 position is somewhere just where Team Scarlet's Gaming have to live up. But then if I talk about Pokari, is doing a tremendous job in the lobby. Well, the number of finishes acquired is absolutely lovable, but let's see how much damage, how much more damage, to be precise, can this team possess, how much more damage can this team actually provide in the lobby. Before that, Team 8-Bit and Team Exo also looting in the same vicinity of of the area of Los Leones, and there's this constantly looting it up, and eventually getting some good loot is going to be the goal for the team. And yes, as we previously described, that yes, for the previous few zones, teams might be passive, but still in the last upcoming zones, you are going to see a lot of chaos, and I'm just eagerly waiting for that chaos to come in for us. But at this point, teams are pretty much scattered, and they're just trying to configure some good loot, some good guns, for example, M416, and UMP45 is going to be the poison for this one. But zone is shrinking in about 8 to 9 seconds, and I'm just eagerly waiting for this zone to shrink in, and after this zone gets shrink, we might see some more close calls coming up in the fights. But before that, once again, overall standings are on over there. And if I talk about Team 8-Bit particularly, they are ranking at hashtag 15 with total placement point 24, and the total finishes that they've acquired is going to be 23, and the total number of points that as a whole this team has acquired is going to be 47, which is not that good. While the roster is going to be Madman, Raid, Juicy, and Tsunami, hashtag 15 is somewhere this team is actually lacking, and I believe they have to do some tremendous job in the lobby, because still I believe we had 42 matches as a whole in the whole grand finale, out of which this is the 10th one. So now we are going to be left with 32 matches altogether, in which these teams have to actually put up their efforts and be the best they can.
Well, to be honest, it's something that I would say that making a comeback in the overall standings at this position, it's not that hard, or it's not that easy, I would say, because the way TSM, NTD Gaming, LZ, Celsius, these teams are playing, it's tremendous. And definitely, if you want to compete among them, if you want to come in the top 4 and top 1, or you want to win this tournament at any cost, you better be ready with some more and more advanced strategies. You have to play it out of your comfort zone. The main thing is that you have to play it out of your comfort zone. Then only you can make it up to the mark. Then only you can make it up to the way you want it to be. Because the game BGMI, or the BGMI esports, is something we talk about as a metal. You can melt it down and you can shape it as the way you want, but the melting procedure determines whether it is going to turn up as a utensil, or is it going to turn up as a weapon for your war. You have to decide your own fate, but for that you have to go for the different, or maybe the right melting strategies by which you can get your success done. And if you can manage to do that, if you can manage to make it happen on a very I believe on a very faster process, then the success is going to reach you very fast and very shortly. But if you are taking a long time, I believe, my friend, it will take a long time for you to make that comeback possible in the overall standings or in the tournament grand finals.
Great lines said by Necros, but still, I believe, yes, the teams are trying their level best to compete in the lobby. But I believe, just like you said, Necros, if the time is more for your comeback to come in, the other teams which are also trying to come back, they might be able to, let's say, give a great number of shots in the lobby, and they might be able to rise once again in the leaderboard, and you might not be able to rise because the pressure will always increase, and that is something every team has to look after. If I talk about Gaming Esports, the last few matches are not going that good for the team, but still, if I talk about Delta PG as an individual from Gaming Esports, the total number of finishes that he has acquired is going to be 13 from 10 matches that he has played. Finish per match is going to be 1.4, and the finish contribution for the team as a whole is going to be 54%. But now you can see that two guys have been taken out. Man oh man, Team TSM with some great blows has actually wiped out Team Gaming Esports, Destro and Delta PG as well. Dude, Necros, look at that. Both of the guys which actually are able to provide a great comeback in the lobby have been taken down. Now it's all about comeback and Justin trying to survive, but might be a situation for GodL Esports where they might actually put up some good sprays, and this guy could have also been taken down.
Well, comeback has to make that comeback at this point, because
Yeah.
if you are having that name, you have to go up and sit on that position, and you have to make that work happen. And if you cannot make it, I believe, comeback, you have to change up your name, because this time your team needs you at any cost. You have to put up some fight at this point. But TSM, they are looking very strong and steady, securing two great finishes at this point. They're getting some shots from ZGod, but right now, godlike, what will be their move? Because I believe if any team is not having that kind of caliber exactly in the grand finals at this stage, we know that godlike has that potential, but at this point godlike is not performing. So they have to be very choosy in the matter of whether they want to take the fight, whether they want to lose it up. It has to be their decision, and it has to be very precise. While TSM Aquanox cherishing those two early finish points for himself, will be having the loot what he needs at this point. LZ official, you get to see them completely playing in a very compact position. They are searching, they're actually scouting out, they're getting the positions done. But it's better you hold the compound, you hold the ridges, you hold it very precisely, because total of 18 teams are remaining. 2 of the players have got eliminated, but that doesn't change the fact that the competition is down, because the competition will eventually get more harder and harder by each and every shift of the circle.
Oh, indeed. These shifts are actually going to bring a tremendous amount of pressure on these teams, and they might not be able to, let's say, compete with it, and they might shatter down with that pressure. But now at this point, I would like to say LZ official looking sharp in the lobby, trying to compete, trying to rotate and get some good close calls. Well, I guess the complete eastern flank, which is their rotation ground, is actually going to be empty. There is nobody to contest with them. They might be able to secure a good number of compounds in the third zone. That could be the case, but in about 1 minute and 5 seconds, this zone is also going to shrink and crumble down. But before that, this team have to do wonders. Let's see how much damage they can actually possess. Let's see how much carnage they can actually show up in the lobby. But still, the tag is massive. Still, the retention is going to be on point. Look at that. Team Enigma puts one down from Team Orangutan, and that's it for Orangutan. AKOP, he has been knocked out, but the revival might be possible from the end of belief. And if that revival is not there, AKOP is going to go down in the dust, and there would be a first ever finish for Team Enigma. I believe Team Enigma, one of those teams lurking in the shadow at hashtag 18, if I'm not wrong, is the position where you might not be able to survive for a longer period of time, because you just have to grind more and more and eventually get some good points. You can already see Believe is there for a comeback. Believe is there for a and Believe also goes on. Enigma Avi OP in the chat once again, guys. That was brilliant. He actually pops 2 down from the lobby. Enigma Avi puts 1 down, and now AKOP is not going to survive. On the other hand, Believe is also going to go down. From the other angle, if I talk about 2 guys from Team Orangutan, I believe rotation is something they should look after, not the finishers.
Of course, they have to look on, like, I believe they have to look on both the circumstances, finishes as well as the pushing points. But Orangutan Ash gets spotted down by Evo Idli. I don't know what's happening. Like, Enigma is playing really well, but still, I don't know why are they not getting those points done for themselves. But Trigger is just surviving inside that smoky areas. Rex will have the nade pinned out. Trigger is exactly waiting inside the smoke. The nade will come as a retaliation. This nade will give Trigger a lot of damage as compared to Rex, but definitely Eggy will be confirming Trigger, and with that, the first team to get eliminated from the map of Miramar, the match number 4, will be Team Orangutan, and right now Enigma is the one who gets that elimination points. I would like to mention, Raider, that Enigma is having the start. Definitely they're having the start, but in the meanwhile, wait, which team they have wobbled up? I guess it's going to be Revenant, because team Forever looks like they're looking quite strong. They have got 4-man standing. They have got early 2 finishes for themselves. Orangutan gets eliminated. Global Esports Adamino stays and sits on the car. He will be getting the shots done and dusted, but NTT Noob, he's just waiting patiently. Adamino survives at any cost at that position, but right now Global Esports 3 players are on a different split, while Adamino is the last solo player surviving in that compound. If NTT gets that rush done, definitely Global Esports will try their level best to get that backup done, but it will be impossible to save Admino if he gets taken down. So it will be like a death factor. I believe that that's going to be a death factor for Admino if he is not getting that chance to escape from that position. But NTT Gaming, this team is a real fear for the other teams in this entire lobby, because the way they are playing, the way they are dominating the entire lobby, it's quite tremendous. And if this thing continues, I believe it is going to be a great result in the end of the grand finals for Team NTT Gaming.
I mean, there are a number of variables which are going to play a role at this moment. So yes, I particularly won't be able to, let's say, speculate anything at this point. But still, the zone is actually getting crumbled, and this is going to be the second zone, I believe. And yes, comparatively, every other team is in the zone. Team Revenant from the southern corner is also trying to be in the zone, but then zone takes a toll. And now teams like Team EXO, 8-bit are going to be cherished with the center point. And if we talk about Revenge Esports, well, they are going to get gatekeeped by Team 8-bit as well. Other than that, LZ Official and every other team, look at that. How many vehicles are already there on their rotations, and every other team is just trying to configure some good locations where they might be able to, let's say, survive for a longer period of time and might be able to put up a show in the lobby. But Team GSM still survives. Team Entity, I believe, still survive in the lobby. And yes, with 0 finishes, Team Entity as well as Team TSM, with I guess 2 or 3 blows have been surviving in the lobby. So I believe it's going to be really very amazing how Team TSM did the wonders. And after this, the casualties might rise once again. After this, the eliminations might rise once again. Team TSM, I believe, with 2 amazing blows is still surviving. That's interesting enough. Teams like, if I'm not wrong, Entity Gaming is not able to get any kind of finishes. Team Forever also with 4 amazing finishes here. Enigma with 4 amazing finishes is here in the lobby. Well, I believe for Enigma, it's a great start. But what more can actually happen in the lobby is something we all are waiting for, if I'm not wrong. But in about 0 seconds, the next zone is also going to pan out really very sharply. So let's see how the third zone is going to work for the teams.
We have to look into this matter. We have to look in such a precise way that all the teams those are making it inside the circle gets that advantage. But if you talk about the maximum part of the circle is exactly in the areas of Los Leones, while you get to see Orange Rock, Godlike, and the other teams holding that precious area very precisely. But at the same time, what will happen to the teams who are entering from outside the circles, but they're getting shots in them from multiple directions. But Entity Gaming, they're still outside of the circle. They, like, it's all right, they have to travel a distance of 100 and 180 meters, but still, if you get a sweet spot before the other team gets one, I guess it will be a much more beneficial position for you guys. But Team Godlike looking very strong and steady at this position. But well, one thing is for sure, that this is a very open area. As always gets taken down by Comeback, but Celsius Dreams will be also getting knocked out by Avi. Comeback gets always confirmed, and Team Forever loses their Igel on a very early phase of the match, while Rage gets Enigma Eggy taken down. Dreams will be confirmed by Avi, and Celsius also loses their Igel on the very early phase of the match. So I guess the teams are targeting the Igels very much, because if Igel gets taken down, the strategies will eventually fall down, and that will be advantage situation for the other opponent team. Maybe not, but I believe when the
Okay.
Igel is not playing, or maybe have got taken down, Raider, I guess the Igel's mind is completely devoted to those
Exactly.
decisions, in which we might just see the decisions come more precisely.
Exactly that. I was going to contradict on that statement, but then eventually you corrected yourself and eventually said that when IGL is finished off, he is going to actually check out every three players which are there surviving in the lobby, and he might be able to provide a greater number strategy. Because if IGL is in the game, I'm not saying when IGL is in the game is pretty much poor, but I'm just saying that even though IGL is out of the lobby, he might be able to provide a support. When we talk about supporters, when you talk about the assaulters, when you talk about the snipers, if they are out of the lobby, there is nothing they can do to actually support their teammates. They can just easily give a moral boost, and that's all they could provide. But when an IGL is out of the lobby, he might be able to provide you with the great game sense that he has, and eventually, when he doesn't have to care about himself because he is pretty much out of the lobby, he might be able to provide you with some great strategy and might be able to actually provide with a great comeback. But now let's talk about the fights which are actually there. Well, I guess Jonathan is trying to seek for an angle. On the other angle, if we talk about Team Entity, well, they are going ham onto Team Skyless Gaming and they are trying their level best to revenge and retaliate. From the Revenge Esports, well, we already have one more fight coming up. I believe that's going to be Tally Esports on the receiving end. Shadow 7 from the other angle is also getting compromised. Some good shots are already been laid in about 15 seconds. The next zone, that is going to be the fourth one. It is also going to crumble down really very sharply. So let's see what more these teams can actually do. Well, Team NGT, meanwhile, cherishing three amazing blows, is looking sharp in the lobby, but still, I believe Team NGT, for maintaining that #1 strats, they have to do more and more damage in the lobby and be in the top 3 vicinity at least.
Well, of course, they have to come up with some new moves, but Entity Gaming exactly staying in the backwards. Clutch God is having that exit point. Jonathan is in a very low HP, but he is he's low on like less than 75 HP, so we have to heal himself up while Neo gets taken down. Team Exo are in the down the ridge. They are exactly waiting the edge of the circle. 8-bit Juicy will be getting spotted. Multiple shots are being taken on in their favor. Riot has already been taken down, so it's confirmed that Riot is not making up to that hell with his team. But on the other hand, if you talk about one of the players that is going to be Punk, is exactly waiting on that upper ridge, while Team 8-bit, the entire squad, the three players have already arrived, while Madman and Tsunabe, I'm getting to see on that vision that they are closing in very, very precisely, and if that continues, it will be a disaster for them. If you talk about TSM Aquanox, he gets Global Esports Joker taken down. Savitar will be getting Knuckle taken down. Pleasol will get down Sarang. 7Cs are falling apart. Pukar gets taken down by Evo Italy. Savitar gets Joker confirmed, and at the same point, Pukar also being confirmed by Evo Italy. Savitar will be also confirming Knuckle as well. So two of the finish points goes in the favor of Team 7Cs, and right now, if we talk about Revenant is surviving with one player, Kevin Esports with 2, Skylights with 2, Enigma with 3, Forever with 3, Celsius with 3 at this point, but other teams will be having the 4 intact players. But at the same point, Skylights Gaming Vexy is also being confirmed, and I am actually feeling at this point, Raider, that Skylights Gaming are really having some
Yeah.
serious trouble.
I mean, the trouble is pretty much over for them because they are out of the lobby. They are out of the question. They are out of the box at this point. But before that, let's talk about Team Entity and Team Celsius trying to retaliate. Man, oh man, some good shots are already there right now. Still, Team Entity is about to get decimated. But then, what happens from the other angle? Some M249 shots are there from the hands of Team Entity Dark Lord. And just like that, the battle is pretty much over. Team Revenant with 0 finishes have been wiped out from the lobby. And now I believe Celsius as well as Skylights Gaming have also been tabletopped and eventually wiped out from the map of Miramar. Now we are left with 13 teams surviving, still trying to retaliate, still trying to grind and get some good finishes. On the other hand, Team 8-bit is also someone which is actually receiving some great number of tags. From the other angle, if we talk about Team Exo, Hacker, or should I say Panku, is the one who has got one amazing finishes, interesting enough for the team. But now let's see what more Team Entity can do, because 6 amazing blows, interesting enough. Now they are just trying their level best to actually be on that position of #1, interestingly, and that team is actually trying to actually eliminate more and more shots. Now you can see that Jonathan is also trying to configure from which angle he could just land some good M41666 shots, so that one or two good guy could have been taken over. Now, beautifully, Jonathan is in the center, and now he might be able to become a center of attraction, and he might be able to go down. On the other hand, Revenge player has been taken down. That's a sad side to watch. Study Esports, I guess, is trying to manage some good shots from the back angle. Some good shots are actually going to be there from Forever's angle. Viru goes down. Umesh Bolte, meanwhile, already been decimated. It's all about Mashkas and Dalji trying to retaliate. Well, Mashkas does a 1v1. Given Esports, I guess Justin has already been taken down. All about comeback at this point, but comeback comes up with some beautiful blows of his own. And just like that, Mashkas is also about to go down really very soon. On the other angle, Revenge Esports versus 8-bit is the case that we are watching. Well, a 1v1 was already there, and the 1v1 is going to be there. He does a 1v2, interestingly enough. Now 8-bit is all in the watch of getting decimated. And yes, that's what is going to happen. Team 8-bit out of the equation. Team Revenge with 5 amazing blows in the top 12. But now Zone is something which is going to touch them hard.
Well, this zone has to be the one you have to give the more attention rather than the game right at this moment. because if you're outside the circle, you're definitely getting decimated. At the same point, Savitar gets taken down by TSM Blaze. Sensei gets killed. Lamau taken down. Savitar gets eliminated by Jonathan. He gets Aladdin as well. Jonathan gets 2 of the frags in his favor, and 7 Caesar might get eliminated. We are not quite aware. We have to see it around, but the way this team is playing is quite tremendous. And if you talk about the godlike, are almost in the central position. Spray God is the solo survivor for Team 7. He's spotting the players of TSM down. Prone down Spray, he might just get 1 or 2 players down. If you talk about Jonathan, he's also aiming for that side. Dark Lord, he's exactly sitting inside the smoke. There might be a like spectating glitch in which we can get Dark Lord setting down, but Jonathan is trying to spot more and more players. TSM will be arriving from the backwards. He spots him down. Punk gets another one. Dark Lord gets taken by Shadow. The Deep gets come back, taken down. He gets Aquanaut. Spray God will be definitely cherishing the finish points for himself, while TSM, the other 2 players, are exactly waiting. Spray God might be an X factor, but he's not on a great position. He needs to enter the circle as the circle is shrinking. But Jonathan, look at this person, look at this player at this moment. He's having that advantage, he's having that hold, but TSM, the needs might just make some connection. It might not, but still, Jonathan, can he make it possible? We have to see it around.
Well, a little bit of shattering damage was there, but still Jonathan is trying to configure some good shots. Well, on the other angle, if I'm not wrong, Spray God pops 1 out from Team TSM, and that's going to be Blaze, who is going to go down. The other players are actually way too late. On the other angle, if I believe Spray God could be taken down really very soon. On the other angle, Owari Esports are trying to LZ, and they're on the verge of 2 dead. They've got 3 amazing finishes. Owari Esports is looking sharp in the lobby. Well, the 4th one is already there into their hands. And with that, I believe LZ official is also out of the equation. Well, the team is trying to actually be in the lobby, but meanwhile, while being in the lobby, somewhere they're lacking in terms of the finishes. On the other angle, if I'm not wrong, that's going to be Team EXO trying to retaliate the Team Revenge, and they are successfully doing it. Look at the number of finishes that they have got. EXO, meanwhile, cherishing the southern corner. They have to compete, they have to be in the zone, and many teams are there to compete with them, and that's going to be Team Owari Esports. Other than that, there, but with some beautiful sprays, Team TSM is on the verge of getting destructed. Well, another nade is going to be there. Once again, this nade might be the one which can actually be the kryptonite for Team TSM. Let's see. Well, the nade was there. Some teams, some player actually got tagged out, but with that nade, they are still going to survive. Team 7C on the other hand, with 4 finishes, is going to say ta-ta.
Well, of course, they're bidding a bye-bye to the lobby for this match. But right now, Team Orange Rock with total 5 finishes they have registered. But Enigma, wait, what? This is way too closer than expected. Jonathan, he is there. He might just get Rex taken down. Yes, it is. The utilities are coming, but no, it's not. It's Orange Rock. It's Orange Rock who gets the finish points of Team Enigma. Godlike. They could not even manage to get 1 finish point out of that, but definitely Team EXO, they will try to rush. Orange Rock are waiting. Godlike have the circle advantage. Team EXO will have a direct slam in over the areas of Team Godlike, and right now, EXO, they might just get taken down. Breeze gets taken down. Clutch got to get snax out there, but right now, if we talk about Punk, he might be surviving, but Aditya gets Punk as knocked as well. But at this situation, 1 more precise nade can get those 2 crucial finishes for Team EXO. Clutch God, what are you doing? I'm not quite aware. Sensei is just lagging behind. Some of the sprays from Team Orange Rock is going, and Orange Rock is getting plenty of finish points by standing at this position. He gets Sensei also taken down. But 1 nade from Team Godlike is so much crucial to eliminate Team EXO out of this game. NTD Gaming are also facing some clashes, while Godlike, Neo is getting multiple knockouts. TSM, 2 of the players are remaining. Orange Rock Taru will have some random sprays around that corner. Neo might be just finishing off some of the players at that position. 4 of the players are Team Godlike are at this point of the map, but still they are having a great positioning. They are having a great hold. Team Orange Rock looks quite steady and quite good. If Orange Rock enters the circle and if they manage to acquire a great spot, it will be a big disaster for TSM as well as Godlike in terms of position, in terms of finishes, because Orange Rock is looking on a next level for, while Snax and Fierce, both the players are exactly waiting. Clutch God gets taken down by Ninja Jod. This is not going right. They have to come up with some needs, otherwise Team EXO will eventually get the things done. Aru gets Ninja Jod taken down. Jonathan gets the decision. He has to rush. He have to put some eventually utilities, but Ninja Jod will be confirmed by Team Orange Rock, and Orange Rock, the number of finishes they're securing, Raider, it's tremendous.
And it's lovable at this point. OR Esports in the previous one actually got that upper hand. In this one, you can already see 1 good nade, and just like that, Team OR Esports wiped out once again Team EXO. Man, oh man, what a decimation coming for their angle. It's just interesting enough. They are trying their level best to compete, and they are actually successful in it. 11 amazing frags into their perspective, and still the number of damages they have provided is absolutely lovable. But now you can already see how many teams are actually left in the lobby. That's going to be 3 number with the War Esports with the 4-man power. Other than that, GodL Esports, same goes for them with 4-man power, and one good guy from Team TSM is also lurking in the shadows. And I believe Nikros is just pretty much dormant. He's not going to move any kind of muscles, because if he does, he might be able to, let's say, get choked out. But now from the other angle, Clutch God without any backpack and all, he's just trying to compete with OR. So Atanki, Atanki on the other hand is trying to provide some smokes, but GodL, YKBim actually puts one down.
Whoa, now if you talk about Neo, he's just standing inside that smoke. He's quite aware of the positionings. If you talk about, he's confirming one or more finishes. Godlike have got 7 finishes in total. Clutch God will be healing himself up. Aru gets taken down by the players of TSM. If Aditya gets taken down, it's done for. Team Orange Rock might be the 2 of the players remaining. Aditya gets spotted down. Neo gets that frag down. Jonathan is not having a single first aid. And what is the condition of Team Godlike? They're not inside the circle. Blaze is exactly around the corners. They need to get one more finish point of Team Orange Rock to get that team eliminated. TSM Blaze is around the circle. They are quite aware of the position. Player 5, he's healing himself up. Team Godlike have not got a single first aid for themselves, and neither, if you talk about, well, Jonathan had got one. He got that finish point done for himself. Blaze is coming out in the open. He gets spotted down. He gets those finish points. Jonathan gets it for himself. 9 total finish points for Team Godlike. It's a complete game. The pre-pass will be coming. Player 5 has been spotted. Godlike seizes the victory. First winner chicken dinner in the grand finals. Godlike, they are in the game. They're back on the track. But with this chicken dinner, I believe they will bounce back in the overall standings on a way too high position.
Indeed. The position might be bumped up to #6 or #7 at this point, because Godlike did a tremendous number in the lobby, and the finishes that they have got is absolutely lovable. But now let's see what is going to happen in the next upcoming matches, because I believe it's going to be the map of Sanhok, where some new teams are going to rise once again. In the yesterday's match, we saw how Team Revenant did the job. But before that, let's talk about some other teams. Let's talk about the team Godlike Esports. They holded that great ridge, and after that, what happens? Teams were trying to constantly push onto them. Teams like Orangutan came up onto that same angle. After that, Team Exo came on that kind of ridge. Entity was there trying to retaliate, but none of those teams actually survived. And after that, what happens? Team Godlike actually conquered that area, and with that conquering, they got that winner chicken dinner. Look at those faces. Look at those guys who have actually got that winner chicken dinner. Beat Jonathan, beat Plus God, beat Neo, beat Z God. Everybody from the lobby of GodL Esports did a great number in the lobby, and I believe the whole consistency, the whole support that they provided each other was absolutely lovable. That small ridge was something really exploitable. Some other team could easily have exploited that ridge, but still the number of finishes that Team GodL got and the way they defended that ridge was absolutely lovable, and that is why somehow I would like to say Team GodL did a great number in the lobby, and they got some good, amazing finishes, because I believe holding that kind of an area where you just have small ridges were unable to, let's say, compete. Teams like Team Exo tried to compete with that area. They were able to, let's say, push onto that compound. If I'm not wrong, that was Snax, and Fierce was the one who actually pushed down that area, but he was also pushed back from the area. Before that, we also had Team Entity also trying to compete on that same location. But after that, what happens? They were also choked down by the hands of Team GodL Esports, because yes, that shack was pretty much a hard cover, but you are actually becoming a center of attraction where some good nades and some good utilities will be able to bounce you out from that equation, and that is what happened to teams like Entity, teams like Team Exo, and after that, when Team OR also tried to actually hold that same shack, they were also facing with the same truth that yes, GodL is going to conquer that dip, and from that dip, they are going to eliminate every single team which is going to be on their crosshairs, and it was really very amazing the way that this team actually performed. After that, if we talk about Team TSM, the last man standing tried his level best to actually eliminate Jonathan. He actually came back from the zone, from that haystack, lied down, goes for a prone shot. He was way too late. Jonathan also received some kind of damages, but still, at that proning action and same way, providing those shots were something where Team TSM's man was actually choking. But before that, let's talk about the stats of GodL Esports, because in this match, a tremendous victory for them was here.
Of course, what a performance from the side of Neo. If you talk about 5 solo finishes for himself, 4 solo finishes for Jonathan, and 1 for Zegod, and none for Clutch God. Well, it's some kind of compromises, I believe, from the IGL you get to say. In each and every match, we're getting one player who is not getting the finish points for themselves. But the main thing that matters is, again, GodL is coming on the track. They are playing really well. This match particularly they played really well, but after that 25 points bomber they have received, they have to make more of these things to just come back on the overall standings. Otherwise it will be a bit trouble, as we have seen in the previous day. Team Forever, they got one chicken dinner, but still they are lagging way too behind. And if godlike gets this one, they eventually will rise up in the table. But one good match cannot make that position sustainable or consistent. You have to be on your this form in each and every match, then only you can cherish that position completely at the end of each and every day.
Indeed, indeed. A lot of job has to done at this point because Godlike Esports, well, you got the victory, but this is not the first and last one you have to receive. A lot of job has to done at this point. Yes, of course, these damages are a massive. You've got 25 amazing points in a single one. I guess seems like Team OR Esports is a great number in the previous one, but I believe somehow, technically or literally, whatever you want to say, Team OR Esports is the one who is going to cherish this victory once again. Because yes, with that bump, they are going to rise once again. I believe they had got 11 or 12 finishes into their perspective, and after that, 12 points for the #2 runner-up position is going to bump them a lot. But yeah, if we are talking about the stats of Godlike Esports, it's not at all looking shabby. It is absolutely lovable that how this team actually got those finishes. Neo on the other hand with 5 amazing finishes. Well, he's not the one who is going to go down really very soon. Clutch God on the other angle provided some great support, providing some great sense in the lobby, and that is why I believe he was able to, let's say, compete in the fights. Z God on the other angle, one finish only, 10% of the finish contribution. Jonathan on the corner has got 4 amazing finishes. Well, the damage could have been massive if we could have seen that damages stats. I believe every other team, every other member from this team have actually done a great number in the lobby. But let's see, and let's I'll be waiting for the whole match of standing. And after that, I just want to see how this match actually turned out for OR Esports as well as Global Esports, as well as Godlike Esports in the match right now. Let's see what is going to happen. But before that, if I talk about the finals, match was standing off match number 10 particularly, which was in the map of Miramar. Godlike Esports just like that got that victory. 25 points was the total points that they have got. OR Esports on the other angle has got 23 into their perspective. Team EXO, I believe they are just maintaining their consistency with 8 amazing frags and 8 amazing position points as well.
Of course, like these teams are playing really, really well, but yep, Skylights Gaming, Revenant, Global, the downfall stays same. They are not getting the points in the map of Miramar. The Kings of Miramar Skylights are not coming up with some good strategies. They have to come up way too stronger. If you even talk about Celsius, if you talk about LZ, if you talk about 2D Sports, not a great performance till now, but still Orange Rock, they have come up with some great games. 11 finishes, 23 points in total. Legs so have got good performance. TSM, they are getting points in each and every match. They're just going on some brilliant form, and I believe if this continues till the very end, they won't actually give up that #1 position to any other team. TSM, they are playing tremendously well. There's no doubt that this team deserves to be on the #1 spot in terms of the points, in terms of the gameplay. This team is just going on some way too higher rank. But NTD Gaming also comes down in the race. Enigma, they have secured 12 points as we get to see, but they need to make some more and more big comebacks at this point. Otherwise, it is going to be really big trouble for them as well. One thing is for sure, if you talk about even the graph, the highest number of finishes have been acquired by Team Orange Rock, the second highest for Godlike, the third highest for EXO and Enigma. This fourth is going to be like Entity Gaming, fifth is going to be Revenge and TSM. So the comparison stays more or less down and above, but the main thing that actually comes down at this point is going to be the consistent performance, the consistent point these teams are acquiring from each and every match.
I believe consistency is the key to success at this point. In the grand finale, the team which is consistent can easily be in the top 5, but the team which is actually consistent plus aggressive is going to be the one who is going to cherish a lot of things. For example, #1 or 2 position with some good most teams with more finishes certificate, and other than that, I guess the prize pool which is there for that situation. But I believe Team Godlike is one of those teams. Team TSM is one of those teams which can be able to actually get that location. Other than that, Team Forever, they are trying their level best. Revenge Esports trying their level best, but still they are not able to, let's say, get some good close calls. The point system is not into their favor at this moment, because you can see that if I talk about Revenge, I believe the point is 7. That's all they have got. If I talk about Team Enigma, I guess this was a great jump for this team. Before that, if I talk about Team Enigma's whole stats, I guess they are going to get 12 points in a single one in the map of Miramar. Interesting enough. But now The next match of the Sanok is also going to be here anytime soon, and I believe in this match, in this map particularly, some new faces are going to rise once again, because the teams like Team TSM might be able to conquer once again, but teams like Team Revenant did a great number yesterday. But yes, if I talk about the top fraggers after match number 10, okay, let's talk about particularly match number 10. It's going to be OR Aditya, if I'm not wrong, with the 7 amazing finishes, and the finish contribution is going to be 63.6%. God likes Neo got 5 amazing, tremendous finishes into a perspective. On the other hand, if we talk about Panku, the damage was massive, more than Jonathan, I guess, and that is why he's with 4 finishes, and the finish contribution for the team is going to be 50%. Interesting enough. If I talk about Jonathan from GodL Esports, well, 4 finishes for him as well. Finish contribution totally is going to be 40% at this moment. From 7C is going to be Sevitar with 3 amazing blows from his end, and the finish contribution is going to be 75%, which can clearly depict, yes, that OR Aditya as well as 7C Savitar did a great number of finishes, got the great number of finishes, and eventually provided the team with the best of the best contribution. But I guess they are somewhere lacking in terms of the support which was demanded. I won't say this for Team OR Esports, because yes, OR Esports did a great number in the lobby despite of Aditya having 7 amazing finishes. I guess his team supported him a lot, and that is why he's able to get 7 amazing finishes as well as the 12 position points that he's going to cherish. But if I talk about Team 7C, I believe somewhere 7C's support, their synergy is lacking. Some things are going down for the team, but now you can already see how Team Godlike did a great number in the lobby, and now they are going to cherish the hashtag.
Oh. If you talk about the overall standings, so many changes we can get to see. Look at the numbers. NTD Gaming coming at 136 points in the hashtag 1 spot. TSM in the hashtag 2. They have a drop, they have a backlash. They come down to hashtag 2 with 131 points. Orange Rock with 111 in the hashtag 3 position. They have also climbed up. Celsius gets a backlash. They are down to hashtag 4 with 86. LZ have a backlash. They are down to hashtag 5 with 80 points. EXO have risen up. 7 Cs, Godlike. These are the big dog names. They are rising up the ladder. They're climbing up the ladder slowly and gradually. But if you talk about the highest number of finishes in this entire overall standings, it all comes down to 3 of those teams. One is going to be Entity Gaming, second is Orange Rock, third is going to be Godlike, and fourth, if I'm not wrong, might be in the favor of EXO. Might be it is.
Indeed.
Sorry, before that, yes, of course, we also get TSM. I'm sorry, I missed TSM in that category. TSM is the second highest team, but the first shot, the top 9 teams. Look at the point difference. It's not that high. It's not that low, but one another, like if you talk about another chicken in the favor of EXO, Godlike, or 7 Cs will eventually turn up the ladders on a way to different position. But if you talk about Team Forever, they're in hashtag 10 with 61 total points. Kemini Sports 59 total points in hashtag 11. Hashtag 12, you also get to see 59 for Revenant as well.
I mean, the performance is looking great at this point, but some teams which are taking a toll, I guess that's going to be Global Esports. Yesterday, the game was impressive enough that we were expecting them to be in the top 5 locations, but at this point, Global Esports as well as Team 8-Bit, Skylets Gaming, well, these are the few names along with Orangutan and Revenant as well. I don't want to see them at this current location that they are lacking. It's not like Team Enigma and Team 30 Esports are not doing that kind of, let's say, intensity, not providing that kind of gun game which is required in the lobby, but still somewhere they are lacking behind. But teams like Team Skylets Gaming, 8-Bit, Global Esports, and Orangutan, as well as Team Revenant are somewhat experienced teams which have actually more than capable hands, and they have shown in the semi-finale that how they can provide a comeback. But in this particular match, in this particular phase of the grand finale, I believe the teams, the cream of Indian gaming community are already there, and somewhere these teams are facing a lot of wrath, because the lobby is of 72, and in the map of Sanok, you are going to see a lot of less breathing spaces where the fights might be massive. Let's see what is going to happen, because this is the second day where we are going to see the map of Sanok, and I believe today's day, Necros, some what fewer drop locations, fewer drop crashes can be there.
See, the drop clashes might be less, might be the same. We have to look in that matter, but more precisely, the main thing that comes down at this point is that how you're going to survive till the end of this match of Sanok. We have seen in the previous there is so much clusters, clashes happening. There was heat battle by the end of Skylets Gaming and Team EXO, but yes, heal battle is a part of the games, of the part of Sanok. You might turn up, or you might say it, but I really miss Weekendy. If you talk about in place of Sanok, if it was Weekendy, I would have been more delighted. But yes, we have to just keep that things in mind and we have to move forward. But the main thing that comes down in the map of Sanok, you better carry more healings than the other utilities like nades and smokes, because healings will actually save you and get you the position points rather than the smokes or nades as compared to the Sanok meta. And if you can follow that meta, you're definitely getting more and more points. And if Godlike, as we know, Team Godlike and the other teams like Team Exo, well, Exo and Skylights, they prefer heal battle in some cases. We know as Exo Immortal, Dr. Immortal, but yesterday we got to see Dr. Snax in the lobby. But this time, which doctor will it arrive in the match number 5 of the day number 2 that arises, that waits the match number 11, which it will be of the entire grand finals?
Oh, indeed, it's going to be an interesting one because we are going to get only 7 matches of Sanok, and out of which one is pretty much over. And in this one particularly, you are going to see the second day, the second match of out of 7. So let's see what is going to happen today, because I guess the teams will be pretty much ready, because yesterday it was a pretty much bummer for these teams, and I guess they might have not got quite a practice for the correct lobby. But in this match, I guess we are going to see a lot of chaos once again coming back in the fights, once again coming back in the lobby, once again coming back with the carnage, which is going to be there in the map of Sanok. A lot of less breathing space is going to be there, where the teams might be able to, let's say, survive by becoming some snakes, by actually going out of the zone and eventually surviving with their meds that they've got. Eventually, 8 zone is somewhere you can survive, but after that, what happens? The zone damage is too amplified that you might not be able to survive. So I guess that is why the teams might have to actually get some good utilities, as Necro said. Some good first aid kits are going to be there. I guess close to 30-35 first aid kits are going to be enough for you to survive from 4th zone to the 8th one. But let's see what is going to happen, because a lot of factors are going to play a role. Zone damage, the massive, let's say, intensity of the fights which could be there. You might be exposed with some blows. There might be someone else lurking in the shadows who can easily take you down. So Sanok is full of surprises. It is one of those maps where the comeback is pretty much awesome, and the teams which are at the bottom can easily be risen once again, because yesterday we saw teams like Team Revenant did a great number in the lobby. But I would like to see what is going to happen in the bunches, what is going to happen in the map of Sanok, because in that map, I guess the team with the highest gunpowder can survive. They might have actually, let's say, 10 to 15% of a chance to actually survive longer than the other teams which are more strategic and lesser on the aggressive end. Because if I talk about teams like Team TSM, if somebody pops from another location, yes, one or two good guy would have been taken down. We might get knocked out, but still, I guess the support from Team TSM that is there, and an aggressive support is there. It's not like the team goes for a revival once and for all. Whenever their player is knocked out, they go for a knockout. First of all, they actually put one down from the other team. They actually take a trade, and after that, they actually try to actually get a revival. And that is somewhere in the map of Sanok, it is going to become a great asset for you. But when it comes to the maps like, let's say, Irangle or maps like Miramar, where every player is scattered, and that is why the enemy could be easily guessing your position and maybe actually putting you down also. So somehow in the map of Irangle, in the map of Miramar, the same strategy is not working for Team TSM. But if the same strategy is there in the map of Sanok, it might be actually able to help them a lot, and it might be actually let them get some more points. And that is why I'm just looking after to see that how much points they can actually gain in this match. Particularly, Team TSM and Team Exo are going to be my 2 picks again to see, and to see their performance is going to be my main course. But other than that, I believe the rest 16 teams which are there in the lobby, they are going to put up one hell of a show. Be it Team Forever, be it Team Scarlet's Gaming, be it Team 7C or Godlike Esports, everybody is here to get that win over in Chicken Dinner, and every single match counts. So that is why I believe the best of the best is going to win.
Of course, with that, I'm putting on some glasses and trying to spot up the snakes very properly, because this is particularly the map of Sanok, and very much precision, very spotting, and very, very much needed. And when you get to see those snakes whooping around and lying down in the open, it's better you put on some extra power, you put on some extra power in your eyes. Yes, of course, some glasses might be a bit relevant for that kind of scenarios, so you might just spot them up and you can get one or two snakes down, because you know snakes are very deadly, and especially they are very, very poisonous. And when you see them, like, they, if they bite you once, you're just so dead at that position. You won't be able to move up, you won't be able to recall your teammates, bro, please come and save me, bro, please come and revive me. You won't get that chances, because the snakes of Sanox are so bad as they will definitely get you knock and confirm. You won't get a second chance to stand up, mate. So it's better you keep some more and more patience in your eyes, more and more power in your eyes. Eventually you're going to get up, you're going to beat everything, beat the snakes at any point.
Go for
But
it, go
at
for it.
this point, at this point, we also get to say that the map of Sadok is arriving, and I'm really excited.
I'm also eager to see that how the flight path is going to be there. If the flight path is a pretty western one, the zone could be an eastern one where the teams might actually get a conflict of interest and they might not be able to, let's say, be in the zone. And the teams which are actually going to hold the zone, they might be able to, let's say, gatekeep some other teams, and eventually getting those few finishes are going to be amazing. Well, in the map of Sanhok, you are either going to be a bait or you are going to be a predator. That is going to be the case. In this map, there is no second chances, I believe. So yes, revival is something that you are not going to look after too. As Necro said, the snakes are very poisonous and their poison is very dangerous for you. It is going to create a fatality rather than going for, let's say, severity of that position. You are going to become a fatality for your team. So yes, I believe patience is something and the vigilance is something that you have to look after in the map of Sanhok, where you have to actually put every step, every movement should be very passive and very strategic. You have to configure that where the players might be actually laying down, and whenever you are actually trying to cross 100 to 150 meters of a distance, I guess some smoke, some good hard cover should be considered, so that eventually you might be able to survive. Even though some team might be able to tag you, they just might be able to tag you, not put you down. And if you go down in that open area, you're not going to survive, that's for sure. Be it map of Miramar, be it map of an angle, be it map of Sanau, everywhere, whenever you go down in the open areas, you are not going to survive. So that is why whenever crossing in the open areas, either get a vehicle or get some smokes or get some hard covers, try to actually align a path. You have to go straight but still align a path from the covers to cover to cover. That could be the case where you might survive in the map of Sanok, because survival is very tough in the map of Sanok. It's a jungle where you might not be able to survive. The elements are too harmful, and you are, let's say, a naive boy fighting it out for your survival.
You have to be the Tarzan. You have to be the Tarzan in that jungle, precisely because if you want to survive those snakes, you want to survive those hungry animals. Those are hungry for your finish points. You have to be Tarzan to climb up like what Tarzan does, Raider. Like he climbs up from tree to tree. Like he sits and he is a patient guy. He keeps his patience on the top level, and I think that actually is the X factor in which we might see the other players coming arriving in that same patience level. I'm really, really looking forward to Team Enigma at this map, because this map can eventually get them a big booster. If you talk about the GodL fans, if you talk about the fans of EXO, they are also quite aware that if EXO is playing, they will go with the same strategy, as they always come up as a late rotating team in the entire circle. They always comes down from their usual drop location. When the circle hits up, they be like, okay, let's just chill it out. We have got plenty. We have got 20, 30 first aids. That's enough for us. If we don't reach the circle,
Yeah.
nothing matters at all. We can just reach out outside of the circle. We can drop the ammunitions. Two of the players can go and enjoy your peaceful day. And inside the circle, you go whatever the thing you want to do, you just do. I'm just going to sit around this corner. I'm just going to get this cover of the rock, and I'm just popping out the first aids, and I'll continue the healing, and I'll continue till the end zone until I die, and I'll just end up with an emote as usual, what the style of EXO does. But what will be the circumstances? Will EXO get this thing done as they always have did in the past, or is it going to be some breakthrough or initial clashes which my team EXO faced during the rotation?
Let's see what is going to happen to Team EXO, because there are n number of fans for Team EXO and one of them is me. So let's see what is going to happen. I'm literally eagerly waiting for Team EXO's comeback in the lobby. Yes, they have got 80 amazing points, but I believe for touching that 136 point margin that Team Entity has hit at this point, it's going to be a troublesome situation for Team EXO. But I believe the number of matches are massive, 32 more matches to go, including this one particularly. So yes, we are going to put up our interest and eventually enjoy the whole situation to coming up. But now, if I talk about Team EXO, I believe there should be some kind of new strategies where from Team EXO, if I'm not wrong, Immortal is playing. Immortal could be out of zone from fourth or fifth zone, and he could just go for the heal battle, and eventually two or three guys which are surviving in the lobby, they might just go for the zone survival and eventually just be in the zone, try to fight it out, try to actually get some good finishes, more and more finishes. Because yes, one player of your team is already there to put up a heal battle. One player, or how many, whatever number of the player are surviving, be it two, be it one, be it three, they might be able to be in the zone and eventually get some good finishes. Yes, you are going to lose, of course. Getting that winner chicken is going to be somehow difficult because one manpower is somehow lacking behind, but that manpower is actually working for the position point. We have seen this kind of strategy, particularly I have seen this kind of strategy by the hands of Team Soul, where they actually put up one or two. I guess that's Hector, who actually goes out of the zone and goes for the heal battle whenever the map of Sanok is there. And after that, Goblin, Akshat, and Omega actually just be in the zone and eventually try to gather more and more finishes. So this is the kind of strategy I want to see Team EXO also trying to replicating. But let's see what is going to happen, because it's all about the agile, it's all about the analysts and the coaches that they are actually hiring at this point. So let's see what is going to happen in the terms of Team EXO. But other than that, other teams like Team TSM, GodL Esports, 7C, Skylets Gaming, beat Entity, beat Team 8-Bit, well, they are going to put up a one hell of a show, because yes, the breathing space is somewhere where the frightful situations actually arise.
Well, I believe one org should hire Raider as an analyst because he's going on some pretty good rotation strategies. I believe he has got some plenty up on his sleeve. You better be ready. You better learn something from Raider, because you never know, this strategies might work for you. And itself, if you talk about Raider, he's a brilliant player. Well, I haven't got a chance because I don't play BGMI, that I don't get some time. But he's a tremendous player. I've seen his live stream, and you can just check on his channel. You get the YT link and through his Instagram. You can follow him. The link is in the description. You can also follow me if you want. I want to be savage, but I cannot be savage. I'm trying my level best, but yes, I will try till the very end of the grand finals to be a bit savage and roast my co-casters like Inferno and Raider. I'll try my level best to grab some pizzas from them as well. But talking
Sure,
about the
sure.
match number 5, the match of Sanok, it's coming down, and again, as he have already told, Team Soul is also arriving. Like the strategies of Team Soul are being used by
Yeah.
Team EXO, as he mentioned. So, well, let's see whether those strategies are getting used up. If that get actually adopted by Sensei at this point, Drake is definitely going to get hired by Team EXO, and in a very after this match, because if EXO wins, Raider is going to get hired, and I'm personally going to talk with Sensei just for the recommendation that please take Raider as the analyst of Team EXO, because his strategies are so much liking to you guys.
I mean, that would be a life-changing moment for me. But other than that, yes, we are going to cherish a lot of fights coming up in the lobby. So I'm just eagerly waiting for the flight part to come in, because it's a small map of 4x4 where the breathing space is very low. Teams are actually going to get conflicted once again. Even if you try to actually, let's say, go away from your compound and particularly be in the next compound, which is 50 or 40 meters away, you are going to see some other guy chilling it out, loading it up, and eventually blowing you up. So that is going to be the case, which is actually going to be very tormenting for the teams. But yes, first zone is actually pretty much, let's say, where you can play with the zone, eventually get some good loots. And Sanok is a map where you are going to get some good loots in some compounds. In some sacks, you are also going to get a ampo section just sitting it out idle and waiting for you. Some scopes will be lying around, and I guess the loot is pretty much good in the map of Sanok. But when it comes to loot, it also comes to the aggression, where you have to actually put up a lot of effort in terms of, let's say, eliminating the enemies, getting those conflictions into their perspective, nades, utilities, every single thing will be tested, I guess. The pressure of leaderboards is immense. Obviously, the teams are trying their level best to actually get up once again in the leaderboard. But when it comes to, let's say, the utilities, when it comes to the map of Sanok, particularly this one, you can already see, I believe it's a western zone if I'm not wrong. Well, I'm just eagerly waiting for the flight path to come in. And yeah, okay, that's a northern one. Interesting enough. I guess whenever a one-sided zone comes up, the fights are massive. And the thing which I was talking about, it's like the teams have to actually put up everything, every effort, every single damage should be considered in this lobby. Because yes, your nade should be pinpoint precise, your smokes should be pinpoint precise in terms of providing you a cover. So yes, these are the few things every team has to actually decipher and get some good close calls on. But other than that, if we talk about teams like Team TSM, well, going to cherish the drop location of Hathin. Entity on the other hand is going to loot up Camp Alpha, and on the Camp Alpha island, there is only two teams. That's going to be Team Entity and Team TSM, welcoming a clash coming up really very soon. On the other hand, Painan is going to be the drop location where this team is going to jump in. But if I'm not wrong, Team EXO is also pretty much close to that angle. Team EXO, meanwhile, could be here close to this vicinity, or they might be able to, let's say, go and cross the areas and eventually be in the Camp Charlie area. You can already see the circle is a southern one, where teams like, let's say, 7C and Enigma might actually get a clash onto their angle, but I believe Team EXO is going for a far angle.
Well, I don't think in today's day Raider EXO is willing to take any kind of heal battles, because the circle is exactly in their home ground and they will definitely try to reach it at any cost, because they're quite certain if we reach the drop location, we are in such a great spot. We will be in such a like important spot in which we might just get to see all those finishes. Maybe we can get a good position, but Nigma Galaxy's MJ gets the first pick of the game, gets Global Esports Knuckle, knock, and confirmed. And Celsius becomes the first team to get the first prize of the game, and Global Esports loses their first one. It will be a tragic start for Global Esports indeed. But if we talk about the clash between Orangutan and Team Forever in the boot camp, we have seen in the previous day, like Orangutan lost 3 players, but still they managed to win the 4 finishers, and Team Forever, they got 3 finishers and got eliminated on the very start of in the very starting phase of the match. But right now, like, I believe that bootcamp is such a big place, such a vast area. It doesn't matter if you want to take the fight or not. You can go in the triple warehouse areas. If 2 players can go in the triple warehouse areas, and 2 players can actually loot the side parts of the boot camp compound. But yes, of course, you won't get the sufficient loot as much as you get in the main building or the main compound of the boot camp. But definitely, you will eventually come down to some fight. But as you can see, LZ Snippy spots down some of the players of Team 8-Bet. And right now, his position is so much compromised. I don't think he will be able to survive for too long. And the zone shrink comes down in the very, very early basis. 5 more seconds to go. And as we talk about, Sanhok is a very fast map. And right now, the first zone starts to shrink in, while the teams haven't also got the complete loot they wanted to be. But if you talk about at this positions, LZ officials are willing to take up some good position for themselves. And if you talk about the standings, we are getting exactly the right side of a screen, Raider, where you can see these teams are in a very, very need of a great match to climb up the ladder again and get a good spot in the overall standings.
Oh, indeed. Teams like Third Esports, Global Esports at this point, every other team which is working from hashtag 11 to hashtag 18 are somewhere very, very, let's say, in a pressure, very, very immensely. They are actually facing a lot of trouble from the other teams which are still surviving in the lobby. But before that, let's talk about the clash which is there in the bootcamp vicinity. And just like Necro said, that yes, you are going to get a lot of loots, but I guess getting those loots and transferring it to the enemy by getting finished is not going to be something you are going to actually, let's say, cherish. So let's see what is going to happen. I can already see Team Orangutan is just trying to configure some good shots. Let's see how many shots they can land at this point. If we talk about 7C Aladdin, well, there we go. Enigma ENG goes down. I guess this is the fight which is going to initiate in the cow area. And from that area, more and more casualties and more rehabilitations are going to rise. If we talk about Ash, well, the covers can be there. The covers will be massive, and the teams are trying to configure some good loots. Let's see what more they can actually do. Enigma ENG goes down in the dust, and one more player has been taken down. It's going to be a Waze Bolte who is going to be down, and he's going to get down and dusted at this point. And exactly, I guess Viru is also there to provide a great number of cover. Let's see how much cover can he actually provide. There is another 1v1 situation coming up. Well, Ash is way too late. Ash got his first ever initial pick. The other pick is also going to be there. That's Mashkash who is going to go down. Man, oh man, a lot of trouble is already there. You can already see Team Orangutan is on the superior end, and they're just receiving some good goals. But then Ash goes down. On the other angle, you can already see Team 7C trying to wreak havoc onto the squad. 7C has actually got 2 amazing finishes without a loss of a single player. But now let's see what more they can actually provide. Well, I believe there is going to be a third one really very soon. Alu Boy, that's Aladdin who has been taken down sad side to watch. Spray God is also way too late, but Spray God pops one out, and that's going to be Enigma V who's going to go down for sure. And that's it for Team Enigma. Just like that, Team Enigma is out of the equation, and you can already see that Team 7C is going to cherish 4 amazing plays without a loss of a single player. But on the other hand, if I talk about this one, the team known as Team Forever is actually receiving a lot of trouble. The last man signing, Viru, is going to be there trying to take that trouble, but still Team Orangutan with the loss of Ash is actually going to cherish 4 amazing blows. And at this point, I would like to say Team Tadi Esports is going to welcome them once again.
Well, the same start it is, and it is. Third Esports is welcoming Orangutan that you have finished the fight. Well, it's all fine. Now come and let's have some chit chat with you guys in the bootcamp place, because right now Revenge Esports is also getting Kevin Esports Destro taken down. Believe has been taken down. AKOP needs the healings, but I don't think he's getting those crucial areas, because LZ are also knocking in the corner. They are getting that revival done. Comeback and Destro, both the players might just get that revival done very soon, as Revenge Esports are way too far in the first team to get eliminated. Maybe not the first, but the second team to get eliminated from this lobby. It's going to be none other than Team Forever. Revenge Esports are also around those corner areas. They might have some clashes facing up in that sleeving areas, but Esports, initial losses for them would be really, really crucial, because the way they want to make the comeback, they're almost in around hashtag 4 position. So, well, they can have a bad match. It doesn't matter, but I don't think Esports will let that happen at any cost. Revenge Esports is surrounding this compound. There are 4 people. We have to cherish that. We have to come up and get those fights done for good. We have to eliminate these teams for good. So, well, we have to talk about this kind of compound. So yes, it is a bit area that you might just get surrounded from all the directions, because there are plenty of covers around this compound, and Revenge Esports is taking the benefit of that things. They might just not close in, they might just travel from a distant area, but Third Broken will be confirming Believe and Orangutan are now down to 2 players, which might be a bit difficult for them to survive at the end of the match.
Indeed, survival is something every team is trying to look after, and you can only see how Team Orangutan is just trying to lay down and believe Ash. Both of them has been taken on, and that's a sad sight to watch. Eventually, Team 30 Esports is just trying to scavenge all the compounds of bootcamp and eventually figuring out that where these people are actually surviving. But you can already see AKOP could have put that spray, but then eventually his position would have been, let's say, exposed, and that is something he is not actually trying to cherish. But you can already see some footsteps, some moments of, I guess, Trigger is have already been exposed, and with this, I guess Orangutan's Trigger is on the verge of getting decimated. Meanwhile, if we talk about Team Exo, look at that, how beautifully they are just looting the compounds of, let's say, Camp Charlie, if I'm not wrong. Other than that, there are some areas like Bantai and some areas like Sahmi where the teams are trying to loot it up. Team Celsius actually have looted the whole compound and now they are actually trying to rotate. But on the other angle, some good nades, some good utilities are already there. But still, Trigger is going to survive for a longer period of time. He's actually trying to figure out. But then, Daddy Esports Broken T-Rex has already been taken on. One more nade is there. Trigger could have been damaged with this nade. And yes, 40 HP is there left with him. And a barrel along with that beautiful gun is actually going to be there. But still, he has to heal up, and still he has to patch himself. He's going to pop some band-aids because that's all he have at this point. Another nade is going to be there. Let's see how many nades can he actually connect. Broken T-Rex on the other hand has actually been revived. He's back in the fight. He's back in the show. He's back in the game and is actually trying to provide some good blows. Let's see what more he can actually do. Because Team Orangutan, meanwhile, they have been exposed. Their position has been relieved with that need. There is a 1v1 situation coming up, but Trigger comes with his own blow, and just like that, Trigger pops one out. I guess that's going to be Kiolama, who might not be able to survive for a longer period of time, but this is a great opportunity for Trigger to get his initial pick. Let's see what can he actually do, because now I believe it's going to be Kiolama's demise, but he's going to get that revival. Oh man, if I talk about this one, well, Trigger is way too late. The HP is way too late, but now he might not be able to patch himself.
Well, getting those healings done, yes, he have done it, but Trigger, how long can you survive? AKOP needs to come up with some assistance while the zone is also shrinking one by one. The difficulties are arriving for the team, and if you talk about some of the teams are still out of the circle, but right at this position, it is very crucial. Trigger is just competing. He's just trying to survive at any cost in this kind of scenarios. But dirty sports, they're all coming down as a rain of hellfire. If they come exactly with all that they have got right now, they have to come with everything they have got. Dirty sports, they have to come up with some plan, because AKOP, he is trying to flank it out. He's having some different angles, and if AKOP reaches that position, it will be a disaster for dirty sports at that kind of position.
Indeed, indeed. It's going to be a very tremendous journey for this team. Let's see what they can do. Actually, if I'm not wrong, Team Orangutan has actually survived, and they have survived for a longer period of time. They have acquired 4 amazing finishes, but now the survival is at the question, because Study Esports is not going to let it go that easily. But if I talk about teams like GodL, teams like Team TSM, Revenant, KVN Esports, Celsius as well, they are out of equation for a fight. But yes, Celsius has secured one blow. That's interesting enough. But if I talk about Revenge Esports, again sitting bit idle. If we talk about Team War Esports, sitting bit idle, 8-bit is also going to do the same. LZ Official also very dormant. Exo, Scarlet's Entity as well are pretty much dormant. Global Esports, on the other hand, has actually received some good shots, and eventually they have lost 2 good members of their team. They have not secured any damages. But if we talk about Team Orangutan, well, this is a team after losing 2 good players of their team, and they have acquired 4 amazing blows. Interesting enough, but now I guess this trade is going to be really very ugly for the team. But still, Trigger is trying to cook up some smokes and eventually just trying to be back in the fight. Let's see what he can do, because if I'm not wrong, Taddy Esports is actually trying to configure the shots. QLMO is on the top of that bootcamp area, and other than that, that C9 UI also trying to configure from which location Orangutan's one good guy is going to rotate, and that is going to be the case where he might just put him down.
Well, we have to see. We have to see. Dirty Esports, they're having that height advantage. Trigger has somehow managed to escape from that position. Alliance HP is really, really crucial. But AKOP, he's exactly having that back of Trigger. Broken is also in a very low HP. Trigger is fighting for his level best position, but AKOP's position, I believe, it has been compromised. But right now, Dirty Sports cannot afford a single knockout at this position. But at the same point, if you talk about 8-bit, they're also holding on onto some grounding areas. Globally, sports will be around the corners. They're in a bit distance, but Madman, he's trying to spot out any of the players from this corner of the room, because it's really, really crucial for him to get this things done. But the circle ship comes and arrives in the area of Pine, and while Team Godlike are having that zonal advantage, are having that home ground advantage for themselves, 8-bit will be exactly in front, but TSM Ninja Jot will be confirming AKOP from a distant hill, and with that, we also get to see the 16th team and hashtag 16 Team Orangutan gets eliminated. Sonic Fox gets some of the players like Scarlet's Gaming, Vexy taking down Somraj, Gamla Boy, Pokar, 3 of the players are remaining, and eventually these things will have an effect on them.
Indeed, the things are actually going to affect a lot at this point. If I'm not wrong, Skyless Gaming is trying to survive Vexy with the loss of this guy. I guess Team Skyless Gaming is a bit short on their manpower, so let's see what they can actually do. Let's see how much damage they can actually possess. Well, at this point, they're pretty much dominant. But on the other hand, if I'm not wrong, that's going to be Cayman Esports, which is trying to decimate a team known as Revenge Esports, if I'm not wrong. But other than that, godlike Jonathan is also trying to decimate team LZ officials, but still they are surviving. Orangutan with 4 amazing blows is out of the equation. That's it for the guys. But now Team Revenant also goes on to, let's say, eliminate 1 or 2 member from Team Cayman Esports. Yes, the comeback is back and out of the lobby, but you can already see Team Cayman Esports Delta PG is also trying to tag some good shots. On the other angle, if I'm not wrong, godlike Jonathan is also trying to compete and get some good blows of his own.
Well, we have to look into this matter. We have to look into this matter that Jonathan, Clutch God, Z God, and Neo, they are looking quite strong. But Jonathan, if he gets spotted from the back or maybe from the front, he gets done and dusted. He have to be really, really aware, because Cayman Esports are coming from behind the areas, and godlike like Jonathan should be quite aware, and he might just see some of the players spotted by throw of glitch. But Delta PG gets Paradox taken down. Another need gets stopped dog with a single need. He gets 2 of the knock-ins. Right now he has got some shots coming from the behind the backing areas. Jonathan has to be quite aware. Aru gets the spray, got taken down. 7 Cs are in a disastrous position. 15 teams, 53 players are alive. Aru is remaining, but Savitar gets Aru taken down. Orange Rock might face some backlash at this position. Aditya might just get another knock. Yes, he does. And with that, Orange Rock are falling apart. While if you talk about, 7 Cs are falling apart, while Orange Rock's Aru, he might just need that revival at any spot. But Savitar will be confirming Aru. But Savitar also gets a retaliation in a trade, and he gets finished off with that. I believe that 7 Cs might just not survive for too long. But still, if you talk about Aladdin and Stray God, they're still surviving. They might have some chances to survive, and eventually they might just turn up the match. But Orange Rock, the way they are dominating the lobby, it's tremendous at this point.
Well, we are back again, guys. As you all can see, if I talk about Revenge Esports, well, they are trying to retaliate. They are trying to actually get some good close calls. Let's see how much they can perform. Let's see how much points they can actually gain at this moment. I would like to say, yes, the teams are trying their level best to enact and get some good close calls. 8-bit has got one amazing blow into their perspective. Still, they're trying to configure some good more shots. Celsius, on the other hand, is actually securing some good compounds, and that's interesting enough. But they are actually on the edge of the zone, and that is why gatekeeping is something they might be able to do. But other than that, things like, let's say, being in the zone for the Parar angle might be the case where this team actually might go down. From the other angle, Team TSM pops one head out, and just like that, Team TSM has secured one good blow into their perspective.
Well, we have to see Celsius are looking strong enough with 4-man standing so far. They have got one finish point in need, but godlike looks unharmed at this kind of position. And if you talk about this kind of scenarios, the circle have left the areas of Pine, and now they have to enter the zone. They have to enter the circle, but it is going to be a difficult task for them just to enter just in this random way. But the shots are being taken. Igwe gets Orange Rock player 5 taken down. Sensi might be just trying to get those finishes, but Punk gets that finish point done for himself, and Exo cherishes the first finish point for them in this entire match so far. But if you talk about more and more matches like this, you get to see much more fights happening in the back ends as well. Godlike, they have to enter, but Exo, they have got a greater part of the circle, and this time they're not willing to take any kind of heal battles at this point. They want to get those things done and dusted. While TSM, if you talk about 3 players have been taken down, Orange Rock 3 players have been taken down, Aditya the solo player surviving, Globally Sports with 2, Skylights with 3, Kemin with 3, Turdy Sports with 3. These teams are surviving, but Dreams get Kamla Boy taken, knock and confirmed. Celsius will be getting much more needed finishes for themselves. Exo Sensei gets Somraj knocked and finished off, and Exo are creating much more much more disastrous. But at the end, Somraj's finish point has been secured by Team Celsius. And if you talk about Team Exo, they are exactly holding, they are giving all those first stage. They want to take this heal battle done. If you talk about
Yeah.
Sensei with 29 first aids, this guy is having, he's
Oh.
got 32 right now for himself. And Kevin Sports Justin gets taken down by Celsius Wixie, and Exo, they have decided they are going all in for that heal battle at any cost. Aditya will definitely get that advantage of Exo's all the finish points. He might have the chance.
I mean, at this point, since he's just following the same strategy that I was talking about, but now I guess it's going to be interesting enough. If we talk about Team Revenge, well, Akshay 5K with a brutal lead pops one out, and now another guy is going to go down. That's going to be Jonathan. Despite of being a snake, Jonathan is going to get slithering competition. But other than that, if we talk about Neo, he's trying to retaliate. Well, Snax goes down for the brutal blow by the hands of Celsius teams, and I guess Snax is going to get confirmed in. Yes, that's what happened. Fierce also goes down by the brutal blows. Yes, the headshot is there, and I guess it's all about Punk, who is going to survive for a longer period of time. I believe it could be the case where I guess Panko might be able to survive, and Fierce might be able to, let's say, get that revival. But for sure, the other guy that's going to be Sensei, if I'm not wrong, is going for the heal battles. But on the other angle, if we talk about GodL, some good nades are going to be there trying to eliminate. But on the other angle, nades are something which are working for Team Global Esports. They are trying to pop once again one more player from Team LZ Official, if I'm not wrong. And yes, Global Esports is on the verge of getting them out of the equation. But now, as you all can see, Team Exo is also looking sharp in the lobby after losing, I guess, one good guy. They are actually a bit shattered, but still the survival is going to be there. I guess they already have deciphered that kind of strategy that yes, we are going to be a bit out of zone. So why not just, let's say, go for the heal battles and eventually Hacker and the guy that's known as, I guess, Fierce is still surviving here. Snax is already down. Celsius MJX was trying to rotate, but then Uara Aditya puts one down from the lobby, and just like that, Celsius is also out of the equation. Revenge player is also going to go down. Man, oh man, a lot of chaos, a lot of retaliation, a lot of point system is going to go up and down. But still, OR's Aditya is going to survive. Let's see how much he can actually put up, how much he can actually gain at this moment. Yes, OR Aditya with 5 amazing finishes has secured for a long time period. But then Sensei, with some amazing blows of his own, has secured the fights. 42 amazing first hit kills, Necros. Look at that. Dr. Sensei is here right now. Yesterday, it was Dr. Snax. Before that, it was known as Dr. Immortal. Now, Dr. Sensei is also here, trying to teach us that how the Dr. gameplay is played.
Of course, the Doctor gameplay. Well, we have to see it around how this thing can go. Like, if you talk about Sensei, his position might be a bit revealed, but at this point, Entity Troy gets some of the finish points of 30 Sports, and definitely with that, I believe 30 Sports are also out of the game and out of this fight in this position. But at the same point, many of the teams have got eliminated. If you talk about 8 teams, 15 players are just remaining inside this position, and in the same phase and the same stance, we have to come up with some new strategies. While Entity Gaming, they might have, if you talk about the formation they've got 3 players on 3 direction, and that actually implies 1 player is exactly outside the circle, is getting those heal battles done. And if you talk about why, you see the first stage of these players, but David Raj will be getting Global Esports Mania taken down. So right now, Pukar with 22 first stage, Skylights Gaming are also coming down with those healing ups for themselves. At the same point, we also get to see that on the other hand, we get to see Sensei, and right now Tsunami is just exactly coming in front. Rage spots him down, but a fire from, I believe, if he could have turned out the fire a bit more earlier, it could have resulted in those good early results as well. But Kevin Sports Destro with 24. What is happening right now? What just happened? He had got 24 first stage. What happened to Destro?
I mean, every team is just trying to survive for their best of the best competition, but still they are actually facing a lot of wrath in terms of the zone. But I guess some small mistakes, like let's say getting those guns in front of him and might not be able to, let's say, tap on the first ticket would have been the case where he might have actually been taken down. But if I'm not wrong, 6 teams are there, but I guess 3 or 4 teams minimum are still going for the heal battle. Exo is one of those. But before that, let's talk about the in-zone fights which are already there. It's 8-bit trying to retaliate with Team Entity, but Team Entity has the upper hand here, already trying to go with the guns blazing at this moment. Yes, Entity has secured 5 amazing finishes, and they are not going to stop at that location. Well, there we go. The 7th one is also going to be there. The 8th one is also there, and that's it. That's it for Team Entity at this point. I believe one good guy from Team Exo is also there on the corner. He might be able to, let's say, go for the heal battle, or he's going to take a fight. Let's see what is going to happen actually.
Well, we have to see TSM Blaze. What is happening in today's game? All the players are having the heal battle. Look at this player. He's got 40 first stage for himself. Entity Gaming is there. Exo, Skylights, TSM. All the players are having the heal battle. Wait, what? Punk is lying exactly back in front of Blaze and he gets taken down. In the meanwhile, he was giving the entire footstep, and this is a given chicken and to NTT Gaming, the third of this grand finals coming up. And as you can get to see, TSM Blaze is going to take the time. He had the 35 first stage. He's getting the healings done. Exo has same, Skylights as same. But what will be the stance of Revenge Esports? How many first stage that person is having right now?
I mean, at this point, they're just trying to survive and outcome and out thrive every other player at this moment. But I guess Sensei is the one who is having the maximum number of first set. Oh, TSM's Blaze OP is also one who is also the one who is trying to compete with the whole first set game at this moment, which is going on. Revenge Esports, from the angle of Revenge Esports, we also have one good guy. And I guess Exo Sensei is about to, let's say, choke onto his first set kits. But other than that, Blaze OP with some amazing 31 first set kits is still surviving in the fight. That's interesting enough. Let's see how much more they can actually survive. And if I'm not wrong, well, Sensei with 17 more first set kits left in his backpack, I guess he could be the one which can actually get the third position. And with that, they might be able to, let's say, get 13 points in this one. Okay, 12 points to be a particular in this one. But if they actually go on to the second location, on the second position, that will actually get them some more
Oh,
points in terms of
Skylights.
positions.
Oh,
But if I
10
talk
more
about
first hits.
10 more first tickets, dude, he's just absolutely loading every other compound which is there, and he's actually cherishing the first tickets which is going to be there. But then from Revenge Esports, final boss goes in the dust, and just like that, the Doctor scenario is not there for him. Now you are going to see Team TSM with 25 more first tickets. From the other angle, if I'm not wrong, Scarlet's Gaming, the guy is actually cherishing, I guess, 10 first tickets, 10 to 8 first tickets. That's going to be Pokar, which is straight away in front of him. I guess if Sensei spots him, he might be able to actually put him down, but then the zone damage is too massive that doing that kind of stupidity could easily let him down.
I don't think like EXO. Skylights Gaming might be the other team which will be eliminated in the fourth, and third might be EXO, and second might be TSM. But entry Troy getting knocked out by his own nade. They're playing inside the circle. But at this point, Pukar, I guess EXO have spotted him, that person. If he gets the chance at least to confirm Pukar at that point, he is going to definitely do that at any cost. I don't know whether Pukar has spotted Sensei or not. And still, Sensei, he's willing to take all the risks. Pukar is just going with everything he has got. He's getting those first stages. But this time, it's better if you don't move. But I don't think he will make it in time. No, it's not. Pukar gets
Oh,
done and dusted. EXO gets done and dusted. The second position comes up for Blaze, and the winner chicken dinner comes up for TSM.
interesting enough. I believe no man. TSM didn't got the chicken dinner. They got the runner position, and the chicken dinner is
Sorry,
into the hands of Team
entity.
Entity. Yeah, Entity is going to get that winner chicken dinner because they were the one who was standing in the zone, and eventually Team TSM's Blaze OP is going to cherish the second position, which is not that bad to be honest. Other than that, Team EXO got the third one, and if I talk about Scarlet's Gaming, Pokar, he was the last one standing from Scarlet's Gaming. He got the fourth position, and if I'm not wrong, that's going to be Riven's final boss, getting those fifth position into his perspective. Interesting enough, and I guess they did a tremendous job in the lobby. Yes, EXO had the zone into their perspective, but still, teams like Team Entity rotated all the way into the zone, and they actually got the upper hand in the fight, and that is absolutely lovable. Team Entity with the four-man standing, if I'm not wrong, survived in the fight, and they got that winner chicken, which is again a lovely thing to watch, a lovely stance to actually talk about. But yes, the winner chicken is absolutely massive from their angle. But let's see what more they can do in the upcoming matches. In this one, Team Entity absolutely got their upper hand, and they are going to cherish this victory absolutely because yes, getting some free kills, getting some free winner chicken is not even going to fight it out for the last zone is going to be the case where in the map of Sanok you got to get that winner chicken enough. But I guess in the next upcoming map of Erangel, the fights will be massive, and I guess the things are going to be different. But one thing I would like to talk about Team EXO, the consistency that this team is trying to provide is absolutely lovable. In every match, close to 10 points is something that where they are landing, and that is going to be amazing because one good match of winner chicken dinner could easily land them on hashtag 2, hashtag 3. That could be the position where they might lie down. But other than that, I guess Panku went into the zone. He was very close to the zone. He might have actually got one or two finishes. Actually, he was just trying to actually get some good finishes. But if he would have got one or two finishes, one or three finishes, I guess the point stats could have been a bit different. Getting 15 points would have been the case for Team EXO. But yeah, that's it. I guess with 12 points, we and Team EXO as well as to satisfy, as well as Team EXO and their coaches and their analysts has to satisfy. But other than that, Team TSM great number in the lobby. They got some good finishes also, I guess. Other than that, good position points were also that they were looking forward to. But one thing across entity with that phenomenal chicken is going to create a massive buffer once again. With that, we are also going to see the stats.
Well, I actually wanted to have some trolling for of you, Raider, but I haven't got the chance because your tactics eventually uh, came true as EXO did the heal battle again. You and that actually confirms that the next analyst of Team EXO is going to be Raider. EXO Raider isn't coming very soon. But in the meanwhile, if we talk about the stats, it's 24 bomber for Team Entity Gaming. What a performance by the, and as usual, Rage, dude, just hire this guy. Why is he using Crawl Rage? Put that entity tag in front of this guy. He's playing so much better. If you are taking the trials, I really believe, Raider, that you should sign this player right away, right now.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. That is going to be the case because Rage is one of those assets which can actually provide Team Entity the heights they are actually looking after too. So let's see what more they can actually do. Let's see what more Team Entity can actually provide in the lobby, because getting 24 points is absolutely going to create that buffer which we all want to see, and that buffer is actually going to put pressure on Team TSM, Team 8-bit, every other team which is at hashtag 2 to hashtag 6, because these are the teams which are aiming for that hashtag 1 position. But Team Entity is like, man, hold my marathon, hold my beer, I'm going to, let's say, climb once again, and you just have to sit and watch and wait at this point to actually configure me. But yes, Team Entity did a great number in the lobby. Despite of that, if I talk about Dark Lord, number of finishes is not looking that strong, but still, I guess the damage he might have provided in the lobby would have been massive. But then if I talk about the match was standing up, particularly match number 11, you are going to see Team Entity cherishing 24 points. The other team which is at runner-up position, look at the gap between hashtag 1 to hashtag 2. It's the gap of massive 10 points. Team TSM with 14, Revenge Esports with 14. Because what happened to Team Revenge Esports? 8 amazing frags that they have acquired in the lobby is absolutely lovable. Revenge Esports, 14 amazing points for them, 6 points for the position. That is going to be the case. But despite of Team EXO being the runner-up, being the second runner-up to be exact, after that heal battle by Sensei, they were able to get hashtag 4 position with 12 points. 8-bit on the other angle, 9 points only for them. Scarlet's Gaming, 8 points for them, and that 8 point is altogether of the position that Pukar gave that team. But other than that, OR Esports, 7 for the frags, 1 for the position. Celsius, 6 for the frags, 1 for the position. Gaming Esports goes 4 for the frags and 1 or 2 to be precise for the position points.
Of course, this has been a tremendous roller coaster. The team we expected to hop in, Raider, actually did not manage to come on the top. Like, if you talk about Reverend performance in the previous Sanok match and yesterday, it was a bit better than as compared to today's one. And eventually, if you talk about this circumstances, they have played a bit like bad, I would say, in this kind of matches. But I guess they can manage it up on the top. Godlike, after getting a chicken, and they have lost the momentum and dropped down to hashtag 14 with 2 points only. And I believe after this performance, there are a bit of chances they might just fall apart, as 8-bit Skylights will definitely try to bounce back. Even if you talk about Revenge Esports, TSM, well, these teams are consistently coming on the top 5 chart in each and every match, and eventually like making the buffer so big. I believe it is going to be really trouble for the other teams to just get that hashtag 1 title, because NTT and TSM, they're on a whole next level fight at this point.
I mean, still, if I talk about Team TSM, they are somewhere close to actually getting snatched from their position. But if I talk about Team Entity, teams will have to actually get 2 or 3 winner chicken dinners to actually compete with them. That is the kind of intensity Team Entity has provided. But before that, let's talk about the match number 11, Sanok top fraggers. It's going to be Aditya with 5 amazing blows, Rage with 5 amazing blows as well. But if I talk about the whole contribution in terms of the finish, for the team OR Esports, we have Aditya with 71.4 into his bag. Rage, other than that, has got 55.6% for the team. Akshay 5K from Revenge Esports, if I'm not wrong, have got 4 amazing blows, interesting enough. But if we talk about Delta from Kevin Esports, he has got 3, if I'm not wrong. Yes, interesting enough. 75% is going to be the finish contribution. And if we talk about Wraith from 8-bit, he has got 3 amazing finishes of himself. But now the finish contribution is going to be 60%. But I would like to say from Team Entity, the massive support was there from OR Esports. Yes, they tried their level best to really support each other, but still, this one match particularly was not that into their favor. But before that, still, I believe they have got 10 to 15 points into the perspective, and that is going to maintain their consistency. But there we go. The leaderboard is here. Entity with 160 amazing points into the perspective is still cherishing those higher points and those buffers that is here right now. But I guess the buffer is not that massive. Only 15 points more to go than Team TSM will touch them. And if we talk about Team Entity, the first one to actually touch 150-point margin, Team TSM on the verge of touching that margin with 145 points. OR Esports remaining at hashtag 3 is going to be 119. Celsius Esports 93 points for them. Team EXO with that beautiful heal battle, 92 points for the buddies, and they are going to challenge the hashtag 5th position. And slowly but steadily, I believe teams like Team EXO and Celsius Esports are rising once again in the Sunshine area. L0 official, day number 1. absolutely brilliant. Day number one, precisely match number one, match number two, and match number three was really very good for the team. And after that, somehow Team LZ official is becoming predictable, and that is why they are being picked and thrown out of the lobby.
Well, they are being picked up, but right now, if you talk about at this position, yes, of course, if you talk about the top standings of top nine teams, they are having some good numbers. Eventually, one good match is really, really much important for any of the team. If you talk about the teams like God, like Seven Seas, they need a 30 bomber to climb up in the ladder of top five. If you talk about the positions of LZ, or maybe if you talk about EXO, Revenge Esports, they need at least a 20-25 bomber to bounce back in the standings of the top five or top four. But eventually, the way you talk about TSM and entity, they are 160, 145, a different level of different set of fight we might just see, because only three
Mhm.
teams have acquired the triple digit mark so far. And at the same moment, we get to see that is at this point, these three teams are making a big impact in the overall standings. You talk about
Yeah.
Celsius, if you talk about Orange Rock, they have a bitter difference which can be overcome in a single match. But if you talk about TSM and Entity Gaming, it will be really tough for a single match to overcome that difference at any kind of point.
Indeed, indeed. It is going to be a bit difficult task for these teams. But then, if we talk about the second piece, the sad side of this whole leaderboard, it's going to be Kevin Esports with 65 points. Well, the buffer is massive for this team also. Other than that, if we talk about this one, that's going to be Team Forever with 62 points. They are trying to cherish the tops. Team Orangutan, 61 points. Revenant Esports, 60 points. 8-bit, 58. Global Esports, 56. And Skylights Gaming also 54. Enigma Gaming and Tadi Esports 38, 32 respectively. But somewhere, I guess, Necros, one good match could easily land Skylights Gaming onto the place of Kevin Esports, and one bad match could easily land Kevin Esports into the locations of Enigma Gaming. That is going to be the case, because one good victory could easily turn any team from hashtag 10 to hashtag 16 in the phase number one.
I won't say that one match can actually make a backlash for Kevin Esports in such a way that they might just drop in hashtag 17. But yes, eventually, Enigma Gaming 130 bomber. 130 bomber is everything that will change the entire overall standings in which Enigma is standing at that position. Even for 2D Sports as well. If they get a 30 bomber, 60, 68 points, they are coming down to the top 10, maybe in the top 9.
Yeah, that would be the case, but eventually, performance is something that is very, very demanding at this point. Because yes, teams like Team Forever, I guess, tremendous idling is there by always bolte. But then, when it comes to the aggression, when it comes to the defending point, I guess Team Forever is just choking onto that ground. Yes, always bolte is trying to configure some good drop locations, trying to configure some good areas from which they can rotate. But whenever it comes to defending, I guess Team Forever is somehow just choking onto the ground. I don't know what is happening to Cayman Esports, because somehow in every fight, in every match, we are unable to see that what actually Kevin Esports is doing wrong, because they are actually coming in the kill feed. They are trying to pop one out, but what happens after that from the other team? All of the buddies of Kevin Esports has actually been taken down. That is going to be the case for Kevin Esports. I just want to see their same performance that they did provide in the semifinals, day number 1, 2, and 3. But what happened after that? I guess the whole semifinale was not also that into their favor in the last few days. And if we talk about the grand finale, well, it's again not going to be that favorable for this team. But I guess they are pretty close to one comeback. Now let's see what is going to happen. But before that, overall top record once again is going to be in the hands of Rage, because with the addition of 5 finishes that he has acquired on the particular map of Sanhok, it's going to be 28 in number, and the 28 finishes is absolutely going to cherish him a lot. Other than that, from Huari Esports is going to be Aditya with the 27 finishes, and the finish contribution for the team is going to be 42 massive percentages. From Equinox, sorry to be exact, from TSM, it's Equinox with 20 amazing blows of his own. Finish contribution is going to be 32 percentages. And if I talk about Sevitar from 7C, it's Sevitar trying to retaliate, trying to get some good close calls. 19 amazing flags from his angle, and finish contribution is going to be 40% from NTT. Once again, we are going to see a face of Dark Lord with 17 amazing finishes. Despite of Dark Lord doing his efforts, he's unable to actually rise once again in the terms of finishes. He's able to get, say, let's say, get to 1 or 0 finishes. That's all in a particular match. Let's see what is going to happen in the map of Erangel, because that's the last you can do for this day. So I guess every team is pretty much ready to retaliate. Every team is pretty much ready to actually, let's say, get some good close calls. Let's see what more can actually happen in the fights. I believe we are going to get Inferno really very soon for the last one, and Necros is going to go for the Hindi desk and eventually get the fame. And if we talk about overall top fragger, I believe Rage is the one who is just absolutely cherishing that location, absolutely getting some good close calls. Let's see what more can actually happen in the lobby. Let's see how much fights these can actually provide, and the damages will be massive for every other guy. God like Jonathan could be the one which can easily climb onto the ladder and easily be there on the fight. So let's see what is going to happen. And yes, we have Inferno back in the game. Inferno, how are you, man? I guess you're not audible, buddy.
Oh, okay. My mic was muted. I'm so sorry. But yeah, we
Too
are
much
back
excitement, huh?
and absolutely. Actually, I was witnessing Shanok and absolutely like what an amazing match, I would like to say. And I was actually witnessing some of those different things, but I'll tell in the between the matches. That's what the like I
Ooh.
saw some of those stories that are actually so, I would like to say, relevant or relatable to all the players, and actually I would like to say to all the teams are actually playing over there. I would like to say the top fragger Rage, my man, having 28 kills, 28 finishes is not that much of easy. But over Aditya, this guy is having just I would like to say Rage is having only 1 point lead, and Aditya over there, he can surpass easily Rage. So Rage need to be so much careful from that whole thing, because this guy is just not stopping. He's just a fan of match number 11 Shanok. That's going to be 5 finishes and contribution. That's going to be 71% from the side of Orange Rock. And if we talk about the total finishes, that is going to be 27 and match rank MVP. And this guy is going to surpass Rage, I think so, really soon. So Rage need to be so much careful, man. Your contender is here. The competition is coming for you, Rage. So this guy is just a god. If you talk about if he's taking some finishes out, then and I think so they're gonna make some I would like to say spicy things in the top fragger list. I'm waiting for that too again. But if you talk about the last match, Raider, this is going to be the last match of grand finals day number 2. I don't know what's gonna happen over there. There will be a lot of chaos out there, but Chanok, this was just so out of the box. Shanok, it's just all a different era. It's just all different meta, I would like to say, from Erangel, from Miramar, because this map is so short. You cannot use vehicle for the rotations. Yeah, you use vehicle in the some of those long rotations. I would like to say there's a lot of teams like to go on. I would like to say on the edges of Shanok, docks. The area in Shanok, it's so cornered. Query, I would like to say, it's so cornered. There's a lot of teams love to go over there, so they can use a vehicle. But there's a lot of players and there's a lot of teams use by foot rotations, I would like to say, in Shanok, and that's the safest thing, I would like to say, because in this short map you cannot use vehicle. If you are going with a vehicle, there will be a lot of teams going to spot you and you're going to die just because of that vehicle explosion. And I think so BRDO is not even safe in Chinook. So there's a lot of teams clusterable movement and crossfire conditions. That's why your vehicle is going to get burst down. But the next map, that is going to be Miramar, I think so, and the things will be changed over there.
Indeed, I guess the next match is going to be the map of Erangel. To be precise, let's see what is going to happen in the map of Erangel, because there the Phoenixes actually are going to rise from the ash. It's the birthplace of every other competitive player which have actually set forth in the game. Whenever you install the game of BGMI, you are going to play in the map of Erangel. So that is why I believe this is the map where you are most confident, and you know every nook and corner of this map, every ridges will be configured by every other player. I guess in a sense, every other player in the lobby is going to become IGL of his own. Yes, you are going to get a set or number of calls from your IGL, but after that you have to also play with your own senses. Eventually, if a player slams on you, you have to take a fight from your angle. It's not like your IGL is going to pick up your phone and fight for you. That is why I guess Erangel is a map where you have the benefit of, let's say, experience, benefit of the places that you have played in the map. So let's see what is going to happen eventually in the map of Erangel, because Erangel 2.0, it's full of aggressions, it's full of enthusiasm at this moment. Yes, it's going to be interesting enough. I would like to say a bridge fight coming up, but
Oh,
yeah, the fights are actually going to rise once again. Team God likes Neo, if I'm not wrong, is okay. That could be some other guy. I guess that's Neo only who is going to co-pilot for us. But other than that, we have the flight path starting from Nobody Pinoy vicinities, ending towards the area of Sovereignty. Well, I believe these fights are going to be massive, because when you start from the southeastern corner and dunk in the northern corner, I guess quite a lot of drops are pretty much, let's say, accessible. For example, military base is accessible, farm, Milta Power, School, Rozok, Aparts, Border City, Even Georgia Pool is accessible at this point, but the only place which is not accessible is going to be the Prismark and Query location, where some of the teams might not like to actually go. But yes, I believe 8-bit is already jumping, and they might be able to find some good vehicles and eventually rotate for Prismark. Or if the rotations gets cut short by some other teams, they might be able to, let's say, be in the coffin and eventually enjoy their boot camps.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you can see, like Team RNG is the only team going on the contender section of Nova Repnoi, and we all know Raider. We have played on the Nova Repnoi containers. There's a lot of loot. The density of loot is actually a lot, and our whole squad can actually loot there easily, and they'll be having some of those amazing at base loot, I would like to say, and the deadliest weapon with them. But if you talk about the zone is actually favoring a lot of teams. You can see there will be most of teams into the zone, and there's a lot of team. I would like to say will be doing some of those short time rotations, or I can say they are going to take a lot of time to rotate into the zone, because they are pre-planned in the zone right now. They need to just as change your position, and they need to reposition themselves in the zone, and they need to find some of those good compounds to hibernate themselves. That will be in some different factor. But if you talk about Revenge Sonic Fox, my man, this guy is also god. And if I talk about Revenge of Sonic Fox, like yeah, we can see the dominance, we can see the sovereignty from the side of this guy, we can see the sovereignty from the side from Revenge Esports as well, but not that much. They're not shining that much. I need them to shine like a sun. I need to shine them like a I would like a star. So they'll be doing that. I'm waiting, Revenge Esports, waiting for your comeback as well, and waiting for that you guys gonna take the chicken dinner in this one as well. Best wishes from my side and from the Raider side too as well. Let's see. But this guy Akshay 5K, man, we have seen the dominance from him side. Like we have seen that 1v2, I would like to say, in the chaotic circle in match number 2. That was just so outstanding. That was match number 3, I would like to say. That was just so outstanding. Like Necros and me were just pumping out in that one. But if you talk about Exo Snax out there, you can say using that UMP and having that Scarl in his hand, I would like to say UMP with suppressor is just an amazing new meta. I would like to say the meta is getting older and older, but old is gold. Absolutely. Team Exo Snax is using that UMP and waiting for that UMP, some of those knocks from the side of this guy. This guy is just beast. The close range 1v1 is just so neat and clean, and whole team Exo is so pre-planned, I would like to say, and they practiced a lot of new strategies before the match starts, before the analysis night, I would like to say, and then the next day they are actually initiating those all the things. I would like to say one name that's going to be the legendary IGL, that is going to be Sensei. This guy is just so amazing, like pre-planning all those strategies and then implementing them. It's not that much of easy, right? Like making new strategy and presenting them in the matches is just so hard.
I mean, the pressure is immense because you are trying to connect with some new strategies and eventually fighting it out in the grand finale of 15 lakh rupees prize pool tournament. And that too, one of those India's biggest esports company that you can actually provide with. So I guess the pressure is very immense, and I guess you have to, let's say, compassionate your teammates also with that kind of new strategies, and eventually be safer, and eventually, let's say, be positive about the strategy in yourself also, because you have to actually be confident, and your players should be confident that yes, if my agile is trying to provide a new strategy, that strategy is going to actually work for us. And if that is not here, I guess the teams might actually get choked out. But I guess teams like Team Exo, the synergy, the confidence on each other is absolutely tremendous. If Snax goes on, Immortal is there to actually assist him. Panko is there to assist him. If Sensei goes on, Sensei actually tries to decipher every other strategy that he was planning for the game. And eventually, whenever IGL goes down, in the previous one, I was also talking with Necros, the same thing, that if an IGL goes down, he is still an asset for the team, because he can easily guide a fight, he can easily guide a rotation, still sitting from the back end, trying to spectate, still he can actually decipher some new shots and eventually get some good close calls. But if an assaulter, if an sniper, if a supporter goes down, I guess there's nothing he can do other than the moral support that I can provide as a teammate. But an IGL, the role is massive, dude. And I guess Sensei, Mavi from Xpark, any other IGL which is there from any other team is actually doing a tremendous job, and they are trying to configure 3 more people along with himself, and they are trying to fight it out in a battle. They are trying to fight for a glory, trying to fight for the rising scenes. And I guess every other team which is either rising or they have set a goal, they have set a marker in the community, have to actually put their faith in their IGLs, and then only I guess the teams can actually rise.
Absolutely, but if you talk about out there, you can see 119 points. That's a really sweet spot, I would like to say, for Team Orange Rock, and they are doing a really great job. Jelly is not playing today, and I think so. I don't know who is doing the IGL scenario over there, but we know that who will be the front end assaulter, who will be the windman. That is going to be Aditya Atinki out there, and I think so. Atinki would be doing some of those IGL stuff Maybe, I don't know. Like, we'll be doing some of those DMs to the players like who is doing IGL, and we'll be asking those questions. But if you talk about Johnny, oh my God, what he was trying to do? He was trying to, I think so,
Oh.
retaliate those fight, but no, Jonathan has been down in Team God. Like, what? Three of the players has been down, and Z God being the Solomon survival. I didn't see that coming, Raider. Like, three of the players has just been knocked out in some fractions of second. Man, Team
Well, that's the
7Cs.
beauty. Well, of course, that's the beauty. Oh, look at that. Enigma Rex receives a lot of damages, but this is, I guess, one of those Kabir Singh iconic situations coming up that how did you touch me? And now I'm going to eliminate you. And just like that, the situation happened. Godlike becomes the first ever team to get eliminated from the equation. Now it's all about Team 7C and Team Enigma trying to fight it out. Yes, of course, Team 7C has acquired one amazing finishes, but one nade is going to be there. Aladdin is actually on the verge of getting decimated. Still, the damage is massive. And yes, Aladdin also goes down. It's all about Sarang trying to retaliate. Let's see what he can do. Sarang is the last man standing. Equation is a bit tough for him. Let's see how can he equate. Well, there we go. Our 1v1 shot is going to be there. Let's say he's trying his level best to pop on shots, but still Sarang is going to go down. The gate has been closed for them in the lobby, and just like that, Team Enigma is going to secure 7 amazing blows. Dude, that's impressive at this point. Team Enigma, starting from the shadows, is absolutely cherishing those locations. Inferno, if you remember the position of Team Enigma, it's at hashtag 17. But with this, 7 amazing frags, and if they get that victory along with 10 to 15 points, they are easily going to land at hashtag 9 or 10.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it's so amazing. If you talk about revenge, Akshay 5K, we are just witnessing his POV again and again. I think the prediction lineup is actually loving. Like, they're feeling the vibe from him side that he gonna do some of those clutches. I'm waiting for that, Akshay. We believe in your supremacy. We believe in you. But if you talk about Team Forever, they started rotating, and the rotation is actually quite good. You can see there's none of the other team, I would like to say, in the radar, in the GPS of Team Forever right now, and they are doing a really sweet job. I would like to say they'll be having some of those compound to hibernate and to hide themselves in I would like to say concrete covers, so that no team can have a look over there, and no team gonna give them some of those hit shots out there, because every team having a spot and having a eagle eye on them. But they are going in the shelter region, I think so. They need some of those more loot, but I think so the loot has been completed. But no, they're acquiring the shelter region, and this is a really safe region, I would like to say. But I can see one of those teams is coming so close, and the breathing space between both of teams are going to be so much less. But two of the teams going to be get eliminated. That's going to be Team 7Cs and Team Godlike. It's a really, really big, drastic disadvantage, I would like to say, a drawback, I would like to say. But they need to rise up in, future in the predicted days. That is going to be Grand Finals day number 3 for Team 7Cs and Team Godlike. The last match was not in favor of both of the teams. But if you talk about Team Orange Rock acquiring 0 finishes, and I think so Team Orange Rock and team, we have seen Shelter region, they are just so close to each other, and there will be some of those fights. But Team Global Esports, you can see Team Forever making a clusterful movement, and we'll be having a centralized zone accent. Most of the teams are into the zone, but most of the teams are out of the zone. I would like to say a win-win situation for each and every team. There are a lot of teams, they have to go for the zonal areas as well. But look at that, Team TUDE Esports, they're just so lucky, I would like to say. The northern region of their side, it's whole empty. They can have a lot of space into the zone, and they can actually find any space out there in the zonal areas to hide themselves, and that's a really great and big advantage, I would like to say, for Team TUDE.
Indeed, that could be the advantage situation, but then eventually, if you are trying to be in the zone, you might be get gatekeeped, and that is something you are not going to look after. But if we talk about Team TSM, well, holding the areas of Yasna Polyana is going to be the case for this team, because yes, the Yasna Conquerors are already out of the equation, so why not to just be at their same location? Because Yasna is one of those compound where you can easily get some good loots of 2 or 3 squads comprised. So yes, they are going to actually hold this one compound, and I guess if the zone comes up on the back end area of Yasna, they might be able to pop one or two good teams. So that is going to be for this team, but 16 teams, 64 players still surviving. It's like the semi-finale is already here once again, and you can already see the same kind of lobby is pretty much present, because every other team is surviving with the 4-man standing. Every other team is pretty much ready with their loots, pretty much ready with their vehicles, and trying to cut up some good rotations. Let's see what more they can pose as a threat in the lobby. Let's see what more is actually going to be there. The second zone is about to get stringed in about 8 to 9 seconds, so let's see what actually the zone will bring. But from the other angle, Forever is actually going to pop one from Team Enigma, I believe.
Absolutely, and the Maggie has been down, and the snipers of the community, I would like to say, and the snipers in the lobby has been down. Okay, I actually love the sniper rifle action, but out there you can see it, but Juicy has been falling out from the vehicle and getting knocked out. There's a lot of people, I would like to say, there's a lot of players are getting knocked out from that vehicle. I would like to say, I don't know what is actually happening over there amongst the team. Some of those missteps, like unusual, I would like to say, missteps on the exit button on the vehicle. That's why they are getting exit and getting knocked out, or getting fragged out by themselves on. But if you talk about get your Wings Phantom now, guys, we have two options. That's going to be Wings Phantom 100, and that's going to be another one, Wings Phantom 105. So go on Flipkart, go on Amazon, you can grab these and you can see the Upthrust. You can have a look on the Upthrust Instagram as well. You'll find a post of predict and win. So that's a giveaway post. So please follow all the steps and predict who will be the winner, and go and write your predictions over there, not in the chat section. Then only you can win some of those. But RNT top dog, okay, he's getting pushed on from the side of Riven's Fun Sonic Fox, and Sonic Fox has been picked out. Oh my god, top dog, you're coming with a close range encounter against new player as well. Let's see how he gonna make it that. But top dog is getting ready. He have to go for the reload as well. Final boss has been also down from the side of Team Revenge, and I think so Team Revenge is not doing a really great job from the back, and so you can see Team Kevin Esports is also coming over there. R&D is going over there and pushing on, and I think so Team Revenge Esports is going to get finished off really soon. Absolutely, new player has been also down. Solomon Survival, that is going to be Akshay 5k, and I think so Team Revenge Esports is not looking in a good condition right now.
Indeed, that is going to be the case. But if we talk about Team Revenant, same goes for them, because player 3 has been decimated. It's all about top block and Core, who is trying to survive in the fight. Let's see what more they can pose a threat with. Yes, I can see that Team EXO, one of those dormant team which is still trying to fight in the lobby. They are pretty much dormant at this location. Other than that, Team Enigma with the 4-man power, 7 amazing blows, is looking really strong in the lobby. If we talk about Tuddy Esports with 0 blows, they are still surviving in the fights. But now the third zone is also going to pan in about 50 seconds. So let's see which teams can actually gain the positions. But look at that, Team EXO once again beautifully holding the positions of prison and the surrounding areas, once again trying to do the same kind of charm that they did in the previous battles of semi-finale as well as in the grands also. So let's see what they can actually do, because Team EXO is one of those teams which is maintaining their consistency of 10 to 15 points in particular match. But there we go, since he pops one out, that's going to be headshot by M416, and Encore is going to go down from the vehicle, I guess, if I'm not wrong, because that was the rotation coming from his angle. Came in Esports for the first time. I believe Destroy is trying to pop some shots, and I guess it's going to be from Revenge Esports. Let's see what more can actually happen, because team number 12 from the other angle is also trying to rotate. Kevin Esports, Destro actually gets final boss and the other guy from Kevin Esports, and just like that, the whole battle is pretty much over. And now if we talk about Team EXO, oh, look at that, what happened? EXO Sensei, he was about to go down, but still he survives in the fight. I guess ORRU is on the verge of getting decimated. His back tire has already been busted, and this is the moment where Team EXO could easily turn the tables for them. And I guess OGB puts one down. Man, this survival for Sensei was absolutely lovable.
What? I don't know how actually Sensei is surviving over there. The audience is going to get shocked, man. That was just so out of the context. I didn't believe that coming over there from the side of Sensei. I don't know how he just survived over there. But Aru, man, this guy is just so unfortunate over there. He can do that knocked out. It was so easy. We can see over there. I know that's a kind of bug or a glitch over there. He's not getting knocked out, but Punk has been spotted from the side. Oh, okay. They're from the same team. I'm so sorry, but over there you can see Team EXO is getting rotated over there from that side. But Dark Lord has been also down. He was on their animation of throwing that Molotov and using some of those utilities, and that's all about your sound test, man. You can see it pinning out from the I would like to say grenades, and then directly pushing on that. So that's a really great sound sense, I would like to say. But Entity is getting destroyed. Rage has been down. No, man, this guy is just so amazing, and I would like to say top fraggers amongst all, but getting down and losing his lead, that's just not so predictable. Ninja Jord coming a really great knockdown and full finish off on Team Entity. Ninja Jord with a Jord grenade.
Well, I guess the intensity is already there, because Team TSM, the runner-up of the lobbies, are eliminating the team which is on the top. So I guess eliminating the competition is going to be the case for Team TSM. Interesting enough, now I guess Team TSM has a gap to actually win the fight and eventually get that winner chicken dinner, and maybe rise once again in the leaderboard, once again get that #1 position. But I guess from this location, these teams are trying to actually create a competition for OR Esports, because OR Esports with 119 points, if I'm not wrong, is actually working with #3 position, but they are out of equation. You can only see OR Esports is about to go out of equation. They have the last man standing with 0 frags into his perspective. I don't know how much longer they can actually survive, because EXO is there to tag them out. Team Forever is there. Team Scarlet's Gaming is going to be there, and one hell of a competition is going to be there. So yes, a lot of trouble is going to be there for OR Esports. Other than that, Team Forever looking sharp with 0 blows in the perspective. Team Enigma with 7 amazing frags into the perspective, still looking sharp with the 4-man power. I guess this is one of those most dangerous teams which are still surviving in the fight. But if I talk about Kevin Esports, same goes for them. 5 amazing blows with the loss of without a loss of, to be exact, single player at this moment, and that is going to actually uplift their spirits a lot, because yes, they have tasted the blood, yes, they have tasted the frags, but now any player have actually not been out of the lobby, and I guess that is actually going to provide them with a great sense of support. Now, if I talk about Sensei, well, the back tire has already been busted, but I guess this IGL is more than capable to actually provide himself with a cover, and I guess he's just trying to configure and he's just trying to put that buggy on the same location, and now he's going to just lie down, and with this he's going to get a perfect cover. But he's a bit out of zone, but still Sensei knows that this is not the correct time to move in the zone, because yes, his 3 or 2 mates are in the zone and they are going to provide a cover when he will be wanting to push in. But before that, Exo Sensei, all he wants to do is actually gatekeep some other teams which might be coming from the southern corner, and he might be able to eliminate them.
Yeah, you can see Team Forever on the backyard region, and I think so. EXO spotted one of them, and that's going to be Max Cash for sure in the open country yard region, taking some sprays out. But I would like to say Sensei need to be so much careful, because he knows that he's in the open region, and there will be a lot of teams spotting out an eye on him. So he need to be careful. Yeah, and you can see one thing as well, that he's on a lower race, and look at that. Global Esports Knuckle has been knocked out from the side of Kevin Esports. Multiple fights are still happening over there in the 4 zone. You can see 47 players are still surviving, and I think so 2 and more 3 teams are coming in a fight over there. You can see Enigma Eggy has been down, and he's just being a liability for the team, a casualty for the team, and he's been also down. And Team Enigma, 2 of the players has been picked out. That is going to be Rex and Eggy, and Team Global Esports Mania is taking a really great, I would like to say, trade on the Team Kevin Esports, but Team Kevin Esports are still in a powerful condition. GE new player, okay, that's something a great change I'm witnessing on Team Global Esports. I don't know who is a new player out there, but you can see Enigma Afi with that shining M416 in his hand, and he need to do something against Team 8-bit, and he need to shine like a sun and like a star over there. Let's see what's going to happen over there. But if you talk about LZ Moksha, Team Skylet versus Team LZ, both of the teams are just so amazing. The rookie versus the lads over there, going with some of those grenade, and I think so the connection would be some less. Yeah, absolutely. Half fight is trying to grab some knockout, but Exo Sensei has been down from the side of Team Forever. Multiple fights has been started. Snipe has been also down. Viru has been down from the side of Team EXO. Multiple fights are happening on the same time. Oh my god, 4th zone is being so much chaotic right now. But Team LZ, if you talk about them, look at that. Rex Boy is just barely breathing over there. Mooks has been down, and I think so Team Skyless, you are winning that 4-on-4 head-to-head fight, boys. Is this time to push on? Because 2 of the players has been knocked out from the opponent team, and I think so they'll be pushing over there. Pokar is getting ready with his AKM. I think that having that upper edge advantage, that will be providing some of those good, I would like to say, head chasing. But no, Half Knight is being so much powerful over there. Somaras being the idol of the team and getting a really great knockdown and full finish off on that Team Last Zone. TOD Esports from the back is taking some of those shots. Team Forever versus Team EXO, Legendary versus the Legends. Let's see who's gonna win over there and who will be the gods in this 4-on-4 head-to-head fight.
Indeed, the fights are massive at this moment. Yes, I can see that Team Forever is trying to retaliate, but I believe Team EXO is going to be on the upper hand. But yes, Sensei goes down, and I guess that's the third finish that Team Forever is actually going to cherish. And at this point, Team EXO is a bit complicated at this moment, and I guess Team EXO is a bit conflicted at their compound. This fight is going to be immense. And look at that. Hacker, that means Panko has already been taken down. That's a sad sight to watch. Eventually, Snax and Fierce has to do wonders. Yes, of course, the nades are actually going to be massive. Let's see which team is going to get that upper hand on those fights. But other than that, if we talk about Team TSM, a gap which was there is actually going to be cherished by this team. Well, some nades are already there. Snax is trying to put some nades and eventually blow some out. But now a Molly is going to be there, and Snax might be actually getting connected with that Molly, but that Molly is pretty much on the underground areas. Daljit goes down. Oh, he actually knocked out his own mate by that Molly. Man, oh man, interesting enough. But I guess now it's going to be Snax who is going to go down in the dust, and I guess Team EXO is about to go in the blows, and now I guess that's going to be the last man standing. Fierce goes to everyone. Fierce does it successfully. I guess 2 outmen are actually about to go down. Let's see what is going to happen, because Fierce has to patch himself and eventually be back in the fight. Let's see what is going to happen. Yes, Fierce climbs back once again. He has to heal himself, patch himself, and usually these nades can be really very tacky for the guy. But yes, he has to once again give a comeback in the fight, because if I'm not wrong, Bolte will be back in no time. But Fierce comes up with a 1v1, but he is going to get wiped out, because he is going to welcome himself in front of a squad, sitting it out and trying to wait for the fight to come in.
The only thing I can say is Good game, well played, boys. Team X so amazingly done. But Rex boy has been down, and I think so. Broken T-Rex has been down from the side of TUDE Esports. They have to go for the revival point, or else Team TUDE Esports in a sudden drawback, in a sudden disadvantage out there. And Team Skyless is not just stopping out there. You can see Reta is there getting some of those knocked out, and they're just directly pushing. But the archer of the team, Sommer, is out there. You can see going with that grenade on the side of KL Nomo, and I think so. He's going to get picked out there, going with some of those sprays, going with the grenades as well. And I think so, KO, you are not in a good condition, buddy, because there will be some of those Molotovs out there on you. And I think so, Somaraj is getting finishes. No! The archer has been down. No, that's a really big, drastic mess out there from the side of Team Skyless out there.
Indeed, that is going to be the case. But still, Skyless Gaming has acquired 11 amazing frags. If we talk about Team Forever, they have acquired 8 amazing frags. And I guess these teams are looking sharp in the lobby. Team TSM could be on the verge of getting decimated, and that might not be the comeback which they were actually expecting. You can already see Team TSM is like getting that red arrow into their perspective. You can already see one good guy has been taken. It's all about Ninja Jordy. He's also going to go down. Blazeopi is going to be the last man standing in the lobby. Let's see what more can actually he do, because he's pretty much cornered. He's trying to survive for a longer period of time, but still Skyless Gaming on the other angle is trying to put forth a damage onto Team Forever. It's all about Team Forever trying to survive. Let's see what more they can do. Blazeopi goes on once again. He's going to go kaboom. Let's see what more is going to happen. Well, there we go. Team TSM down to the dust. Team Celsius is going to get that upper hand into their perspective, along with Team K-Mini Esports trying to survive in this fight. And I believe this is the comeback for Team K-Mini Esports. This is the match where Team K-Mini Esports is going to cherish 10 amazing finishes and in the top 6. That's interesting enough. If they get that victory, if they get that winner chicken dinner, well, I really doubt that they are going to get it, because they are a bit far off the zone, and the team which are absolutely cherishing the zone could be Team Skyless Gaming, and some other teams, they might be able to, let's say, retaliate. OR Esports on the other angle, last man standing, still surviving in the fight.
Absolutely. If you talk about Team Forever out there, they are actually so much calm and composed, and the level of patience key, I would like to say, I'm witnessing is just out of the world right now, because I've never seen Team Forever doing that kind of patience level gameplay, because they are actually taking 2 or 1 knockout. They're just getting pushed down, playing on a split gameplay. That's a really great strategy, I would like to say, and that is actually working for them. So why not to go with the same pace out there? Team Forever is doing really a great job. But look at that, Orange Rock player 5 is just so much, I would like to say, on a cheeky angle right now, but taking that Darcy and getting escape from there, that is just something out of the world I'm witnessing right now. But no, he's just not able to survive over there, or he'll be surviving. Yeah, absolutely, he'll be surviving. But Team Skyless, Team OR, Team Forever will be having an eagle eye on him. But there's a lot of team that they are out of the zone. They have to cooperate with the zonal areas, and I think so this will be a bit hard for them. Orange Rock Ash been spotted, and I think so. Sorry, Orangutan Ash has been spotted in those compounds. They are out of the zone. They need to cooperate with the zonal areas, and I think so they can make this. They can make that thing happen, because the zone is so close for them. But Team Skyless is not looking in a good condition, because there will be a slam on them.
Indeed, the slam is going to be there anytime soon. If I talk about Team Orangutan, they're just trying to rotate and be in the zone. Interesting enough, Team Orangutan's 4-man power is going to create a lot of havoc in the lobby. Well, there we go. In GXMJ already on the receiving end. Apollo goes on the vehicle. I guess that's Wixie which is trying to actually travel with the vehicle, but Believe is going to put up a pressure onto them right now. Yes, amazing, tremendous damage is actually something which is going to be there. But if I talk about Believe, well, he's actually trying to configure himself in the vehicle, and there we go. Some other space are actually going to be there, but I guess after this, Believe decides to just rotate. But again, a small mistake, and just like that, Believe might be the one which is going to receive a brutal blow from the other angle. Trigger provides a cover, and that's interesting enough. With this, Skyless Gaming is going to go out with the equation. Always multi with the final blow popping out. On the other angle, if I talk about K-Mini Esports, well, they are again trying to put some more damages. Yes, of course, K-Mini Esports has lost 2 good guys of their team, but still the last 2 remaining are actually trying to create a lot of havoc. But if I talk about OR Esports, look how beautifully player 5 is still surviving in the brutal match. He's still in the game. He's still trying to survive. He's still trying to thrive for a longer period of time. But I believe it's going to be the 7th zone coming in really very sharply, and he might be exposed. And after that, OR Esports player 5 could be the one who is going to go down for the 4th one.
Yeah, absolutely. Team K-Mini Esports come back. Delta PG are the only two survival over there. You can see having 11 freaking finishes. That's not a small number. Going with some of those Molotovs on the side of Celsius, but having no kind of result and having nothing, I would like to say, outcome from those things. But I think so. They don't need to exhaust their utilities, but look at that, going with some of those pros, and I think the comeback is going to be get knocked out. No, Viru over there is getting knocked out, and Max Cash being the only Solomon Samal from the side of Team Forever. I don't know how he is going to make this thing happen, but revival point for Team Forever is going to be a bit hard job for him, and I think so, yeah, absolutely, but he can make that thing happen. I think so. He need only 10 more seconds, and I think so the revival point, this thing can be happen just going behind that Tesla out there, going behind that vehicle, and he can revive the players. Yeah, absolutely. having min power is a really great advantage rather than having knocked out players. I would like to say that's a really great thing. But if you talk about Celsius, Team Chem Esports, Delta PG, two of the players are still surviving and having that. Forest self-suit, it's like, having an advantage out there, but Maxcas is taking some of those shots on him, but the connections are not that very well.
Indeed, the connections are not going to be that amplified, but still, I guess the position is pretty much revealed, and that could be the case where this team might go down. Yes, we are left with three teams at this point. Yes, we are left with Team Forever, Team Kamini Esports, as well as Team Orangutan. And if we talk about Team Orangutan, this is the only team which has got the upper hand into their perspective, because if I'm not wrong, they have got 4-man power with 7 amazing blows into perspective. They could easily blow out 4 more from the lobby, and they can easily cherish 11 blows and eventually get that winner. But a chicken, well, there we go. AKOP puts one down, and I guess that's going to be Delta PG's demise. Other than that, if I talk about Mashkash and Oasis Bolte, the IGL is already there, the Salter is already there trying to configure, but Mashkas is open-ended and Mashkas is about to go down. Well, there is a 1v1 coming from his angle, just like that. AKOP pops one out, and I guess Delta PG is also about to go down. Come back from the other angle, knows every position, but still is not going to mess it up, because he knows if he goes for the blows, he might actually be exposed and he might be about to go down. But on the other angle, AKOP doesn't know from the left location there is a guy who is still standing on in his sprint location. You can already see Oasis Bolte is there right now, and nobody is spectating him. That is why he's unable to actually provide any kind of situation. But then finally he has been spotted, and just like that, the last man standing is also going to be there. I guess Team Orangutan got 10 amazing finishes, because one good guy from, I believe, Team Team Forever was actually wiped out by the zone. Yes, the damage was there from Team Orangutan, but after that, the last damage was done by the zone, and that is why Team Forever is going to go out of the equation. And I guess Team Orangutan once again is going to cherish the finishes that they have acquired. That's going to be 10 in number, and the winner chicken dinner will aid them 15 points as well. So I guess a total of 25 points is something they are going to cherish.
Absolutely, that's a really great number. I would like to support Team Orangutan. Let's see how it's gonna be. And Team Orangutan, congratulations on having chicken dinner on the last day of Grand Finals. Day number 2.
Last day?
Absolutely. Oh no, sorry. I'm so sorry. Last match. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Like, the intensity
Excitement,
and excitement. What I can say, and the excitement of Holi as well. Like, tomorrow we'll be having festival of Holi. So guys, please make sure that play it safe. Do not waste water. Do not use those permanent color. And if you are using those permanent color, please make sure that color didn't fade off to the person you are just applying from the last more than 10 days. Like, do that thing. But yeah, if we talk about the matches, the Wrangle was just so amazing. Like, Team Orangutan, oh my god, like, out of the box performance for them. And that was just indeed, like, that was just too relevant, I would like to say. That was just too cherishful. That was just too delight to witness for the dominance from the side of Team Orangutan. It was just so on point, and the strategies and the presentation and the implementation, I would like to say, they were actually doing on their strategies is just so amazing. That's why they are actually conquering the match number 6 of semifinals day number Grand Finals day number 2. What I'm doing now, but yeah, amazingly done, job done. But waiting for the top fraggers, right? Where actually I would like to say Rage is standing. I want to see where that guy is standing, because this match for Rage wasn't really well, right? I would like to say Aditya can take a lead over there. They will be slight a buffer of 1-2 finishes, but who knows what's gonna happen over there? Or else we can see Rage will be the person, like, having that lead out done. But yeah, Team Forever, man, that match was just too good for them. Team TUDE Esports, amazingly done, but Team Skylights, that domination was just so on point, I would like to say. But there was a drawback, Raider, I would like to say. Like, getting down of your IGL, getting down of your backbone, that is going to be Somaraj, absolutely. That was just not cherishful. That was not just so delight to witness over there. But I would like to say one thing. The player from Team TUDE Esports knocked out Somiraj. He's not even stopping his spray. He need to just, like, grab that finish, and that was just too amazing. And one thing, that he was on the Molotov of Somiraj, and he was on fire over there.
I mean, when you are in a competitive match, every single point actually counts. And when you have this kind of pressure that you are actually in the grand finale of 15 lakh rupees massive prize pool tournament, the bragging rights are high, stakes are too high. And when you are in the drop down list and you are at hashtag, let's say 16 or 17 in the lobby, you want to actually get more and more points. And that is something Turd's last man player actually did, because he knew that he is going to be the last man standing. He is the one who is going to get wiped out really very soon. Why not to actually cherish this one finish? That is why he actually popped the Somraj out of the equation. And that's interesting enough. I guess that is the strategy every team player is actually going to play with.
Absolutely, like these all the teams and all the players are actually god right now. They all are the god of
Yeah.
Greek mythology. We all know, and we all know one name, the famous god that is going to be the Kratos, right? From the god of war, one of the most amazing, I would like to say, frictional character from Greek mythology. And these all are the gods, and we all know that Kratos defeated all the gods and being the one of the most devastated and one of the most dominant god out there. And this is just the grand finals, right? Day by day we are watching the gods are actually getting defeated by one of those Kratos. I don't know who will be the Kratos lifting that sovereign knife, I would like to
Top
say,
title.
or else I would like to yeah, I would like to say that trophy who gonna lift that hand will be the most sovereign and undefeatable, undisputable Kratos over there. Let's just see. This was just a small relevant story. I would like to say I was actually watching the Greek mythology, so that's why I found it so relevant over here on the teams. And this was actually all the players and all the teams are actually god over there. They are just so good with their work. I would like to say all the rising teams and all the underdogs out there coming up, the rookies. I would like to say they're gaining a lot of experience, man. Like team TOD Esports, we have seen amongst 4,000 teams, they are in top 18. Isn't it amazing, Raider? Like 4,000 teams and now only top 18. It's just so big number, but then also amazingly done from the side of team TUD Esports. You guys are gaining just so amazing experience, and playing India Rising Series 2022 is just a big achievement for you all guys. But if you won this and you will be the biggest creators out there, what do you need then? Welcome to the best Indian gaming team out there, man.
Indeed, indeed. Yes, of course, these are the few steps that you have to follow. Like, let's say, get a big tournament into your name and eventually be
Yeah.
one of those teams which is consistent. Well, of course, winning only one tournament is not going to make you a T1 team, proper T1 team. Yes, of course, you are going to get invites in some smaller tournaments, some smaller unofficial tournaments. But yes, you have to prove yourself in the official one also. You have to maintain that consistency. And I guess somewhere, teams like, let's say, Celsius Esports has done a great job in it. Because yes, Team Celsius was one of those most dominant teams of, let's say, 2021, the last quarter which was there. I guess, let's say, from September to December, one of most dominant teams was there, one of most consistent team was there, Team Celsius, which is known as. But after that, what happened in the official one also, Team Celsius did a great number. And after all, I guess their original lineup, the OG lineup of Team Celsius, was actually hired by Team Enigma, by Enigma the org. And after that, what happens? Team Celsius acquired some new members, and these new members are also creating havoc in the lobby. And Celsius is now a proper T1 team, which actually gets invited in every unofficial tournament. So I guess this is the few things which every team should actually learn from and grind from. Because yes, you might have to start from zero, but that zero could be 1,000, 10 lakh, 10,000, whatever you want at any set of time, because the grind is massive, and you might just able to, let's say, rise once again in the leaderboard, and once again be back in the whole Indian gaming community and shine like a bright diamond. And eventually, some teams might look after you after that.
Absolutely. And guys, we are so close for the 10k likes. I would like to say, yeah, we need only 1.9 likes more. So guys, please make sure to hit that like and subscribe button. Yeah, what you guys are waiting for? The matches are just so fabulous, and the teams are actually showcasing some of those amazing, astonishing performance, I would like to say. So yes, guys, please make sure to hit that like and subscribe button. And guys, if you guys are loving the casting, please, guys, you can make sure to help us as well, because I am on my road to 1k on Instagram. Raider is road to 2k on the Instagram. We are just so
No,
close with
1K,
the
1K.
goals. All right, you are also on 1k, so we both are actually so much close for the, I would like to say, our goals. And if you guys can make that thing happen, that will be the most amazing thing, I would like to say, in this year for me and for the Raider as well. Because the efforts are actually going more and more, day by day we are actually putting more and more efforts, and we are actually also learning. We're not that perfect
Yeah.
in casting, yeah, we all know that, and we are actually learning day by day, and we are getting a lot of experience, right? Actually, team, we have seen a lot of rising teams. They are actually having a lot of experience. We are the same, guys. We are also having a lot of experience. But yeah, please make sure to follow Upthrust Esports as well, and follow Wings Lifestyle, because the accessories from the side of Wings Lifestyle, oh man, they're just so smooth and just only made for the gaming, and all the designs, damn, they're just so good. And I'm going to flex mine. I have, yeah, it's too good, right? So guys, please make sure go and all right. So you are going to also flex, and yeah, absolutely, it's too good. And we have an important information, guys, that there's some technical difficulties and errors while making those stats, and I would like to say points table. So you can have a look on Instagram. You will find everything out there, all the point tables and all the match rise, the standings, all the top fraggers over there. So there's some of those technical difficulties, it have actually happened. So this is the last match, never mind, guys. You can have a look on Instagram, and we are just so close to take a goodbye from you all, guys. This was just too amazing. Grand Finals day number 2. Just fire, I would like to say. This was so intense. Waiting for Grand Finals day number 3. There will be a small break for Holi tomorrow because,
Yeah.
just color your life, color your hearts, play with the colors. That's all we need.
Yes, of course, tomorrow is going to be a holiday, but make it a safer one because, yes, we are going to be back at 19th with the same intensity and same energy of every other team which is going to be there. And I guess that is going to be a great, massive break for these teams. And I guess they are going to self energize themselves and eventually be back in the fights. And we are going to see some new faces being risen from the dust. Because if I'm not wrong, in the semi-finale we got the break of 14th, but in 15th, on 15th March, we saw some new teams rising up once again. I guess teams like Revenge Esports, teams like Third Official, tried to actually put some great damage in the lobby, and that is why I guess somewhere the hashtag 17th and 18th position was pretty much occupied by Team Revenant, Team Revenge, and other teams like, let's say, I guess Global Esports was also there pretty much close. That is why I guess we saw teams like Team Soul and Spark, despite of being the OGs, they were unable to qualify. So let's see what is going to happen eventually. With that, I guess we have to take a break and we are going to be back on 19th.